line, and then these buildings. So I'm going to start with you, Officer Plasko. And again, I thank you for your service to our country and, of course, to the community that week and that day and continuing. Officer Plasko, this set of buildings at the top here, there are adjoined buildings, there's a separate building, there's a parking lot, there's a wooded area. What we see at the top, is that the AGR complex?
Yes.
Okay. How far are the AGR buildings from the red barns behind the stage, which I don't think are shown here? Red barns were here.
They are approximately 130 yards.
130 yards. Okay. Is it your understanding that the AGR complex was left out of the secure perimeter by Secret Service and the plans in the rally, outside of that which was established by Secret Service?
Yes, that was our understanding of it.
You said, well, I know you were on the ground on the 13th in a patrol capacity, and your thoughtfulness of moving in so quickly is admirable to me. But you were there at the planning 2 days earlier, is that correct?
Yes.
On the 11th? Is it true that within minutes of joining the walkthrough on the morning of the 11th, you shared your concerns about AGR complex not being secure? Again, here's the top where Crooks was positioned and dies, and shoots from and dies. You shared your concerns about AGR complex. With whom and what did you say?
I did share my concerns with the agents, from my understanding, that were in charge of the site that day. I explained to them that the snipers inside that building were overwatching the venue itself, and that the whole area, specifically the whole area coming leading up from the water tower, we had no vantage point from. We could see part of the building that Crooks was on, but we had no access in that, or line of sight, I should say, to that area. And I asked the Secret Service members that we do not have the additional manpower to post anybody there, and I requested additional people to be posted there so there would be no access to those grounds.
And what response did you get?
That they would take care of it.
They would take care of it?
Yes.
And did you think that meant they would put it within their secured perimeter?
Whether they put it within their secure perimeter or they posted bodies, actual people there, that was my expectation of what was going to happen.
And I want to point out, for the benefit of those who haven't been there, this is a fence line for the AGR property, is that correct? And it's a chain link fence.
Yes.
So you can see through it.
Yes.
And this property, AGR property parking lot, was not locked down. People could walk in and did walk in.
Yes.
Including Mr. Crooks. This is another chain link fence, I believe, with just the grassy perimeter.
Yes.
Did they say anything about posting an agent or blocking, making opaque that fence line or both fence lines?
So we were told that they were going to post a opaque fencing along the line. In the military, I called it sniper fencing, but it's an opaque fencing that you can't see it. It's a green fence that what I know it to be, that all the way around the outside of the perimeter.
Mr. Lieutenant Harold, can you talk about whether or not there was a discussion about posting vehicles along either of those fence lines? Farm vehicles, trucks, buses?
On Thursday, well, even on Tuesday and Thursday, there was discussion about farm equipment that they were going to post. It was the campaign that was going to post farm equipment. And at one point, it was along the pond side of the stage, and then they were discussing about putting some farm equipment up above between the stage and the AGR building. So there was also a contact that was provided to the campaign about a resource that would be able to provide additional equipment to banners, trailers, some of the same equipment that was utilized in the 2020 rally. And so I had put the campaign in contact with this individual, so if they needed additional equipment along that fence line. And then there was also some discussion about, I think it was like, I guess you would say a jumbotron or something, like there was supposed to be a screen of some sort, you know, like blocking that area a little bit better. Saturday morning when we showed up, I think there was one combine that was between the AGR building and the stage, and there was a few additional tractors that was on the opposite side, on the pond side of the farm show there from the stage.
And Commander Lentz and Mr. Blasco, when Secret Service arrived, did anybody say to you all, well, we're missing some of the stuff we thought was going to be here, to block that line of sight?
When I arrived the day of the rally, I actually did not speak to anybody from the Secret Service until I had to make a phone call to the Secret Service specific to a possible threat that the 911 center received.
I thank you. I recognize I've gone over, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Again, I'll just go to thank you for your service, and it is stunning, the proximity of that rooftop and all of that property. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dean. Mr. Fallon, you are recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Lieutenant Harold, how long is the academy that you attended to become a Pennsylvania State Trooper?
Approximately 6 months.
And during that 6 months, how much time was spent on personal protection training or providing security at political rallies?
Very little.
Yeah, if not any, right?
Right.
Would that be the same, Commander Lenz and Officer Blasco?
Correct. There's,
Similar?
to my knowledge, none in the police academy.
Agent Sullivan, when you went through the academy training, was it 6 months like it is now?
The first school was 12 weeks in Glencoe, Georgia, and the second Secret Service was about 16 weeks.
Fair to say that about 5 to 6 of those weeks were spent on how to secure perimeters and things like that at political rallies?
Yes, it was
And personal protection?
the vast majority was protective intelligence investigations, protection.
Right. And then when you actually went on a protective tour, it's about 5 or 6 years? That accurate?
You'd have to be an agent for at least 5 or 6 years before you could be assigned to protective detail.
Right, but a protective tour lasts about 5 years or so?
No, when I was an agent, it was between 3 and 4 years,
Okay, it's about 5 years now.
or more, yes, sir.
So fair to say, I think we've established that the experts in protection are the Secret Service and not local law enforcement. You do a lot of other things. To illustrate for the American people the abject historical failure of the Secret Service, because they're supposed to be the premier protective agency in the world, and on July 13th, they were anything but. And Helen Comparatori doesn't have a husband because of that. So when I visited the Butler farm, the Butler Farm Show and the AGR complex, two things struck me. The absolute, that proximity of the AGR building to where the stage was and where President Trump was speaking. And also, when you're on the other side of that very limp chain link fence, how much, I'm shocked as to how many people were milling about that didn't go through any magnetometers or any security checks. Officer Blasco, do you have any idea how many people were on the grounds that day on the AGR
On the
property?
AGR complex?
Yeah.
From talking to the sniper units in the AGR building, they said there was approximately 150 to 200 people.
Okay, so there were hundreds there. All right. And so, let me ask you this. Is the AGR property, it's outside the security perimeter, but there were hundreds of people 50 yards closer to the president than the shooter. We didn't know who they were. Commander Lenz, what's the highest structure in the direct proximity of the AGR building?
The roof of the second floor of the AGR complex.
But in the water tower.
In the water tower, yes.
The highest one. Did the Secret Service ask you all to post anybody up on the water tower?
No, they did not.
Okay. Would that have helped perhaps secure the area and mitigate the threat of the AGR building if we had somebody up there?
I think it would help secure the AGR complex.
Because you had a clear line of sight on it if somebody was up there, right?
Correct.
Yeah. But they didn't do that, did they?
They did not.
All right. Commander Lenz, as far as the walkthroughs, did the Secret Service perform a walkthrough with you all?
They did.
They did?
On Thursday, there was a police walkthrough.
Okay. And during that walkthrough, did they help you and advise you as to how to secure the AGR building?
They did not.
They did not. Lieutenant Harold?
Our walkthrough was Thursday, and AGR building was not discussed.
Wasn't discussed?
Yeah, we were inside the fence line of the farm show, and we picked they picked their stationary post where they wanted troopers assigned within the perimeter, and the AGR building was never discussed.
Okay, so we could have surrounded that building with, say, 8 or 10 officers, and it probably would have mitigated the threat the AGR building presented. Fair to say?
Yes,
And the Secret Service didn't ask you to do that?
no.
Okay. How about just clearing the area entirely? It's about 17 acres, but only about 4 or 5 of those acres have line of sight to where the president was speaking. Did they ask you to maybe put up some stakes around the perimeter, police tape, no trespassing? They asked you to do that?
No, I knew AGR, I knew the parking was restricted that day. The business was not going to allow parking, but there was nothing, no other communication regarding the AGR.
If the AGR property had been cleared with police tape and some, don't trespass and nobody other than law enforcement walking about, would that have helped secure the area and mitigate the threat of the AGR building presented?
No, it would have, but like I know that they were going to sweep the farm show, so I'm not sure if that area was swept by Secret Service or not. I have no knowledge of that.
We know that there were hundreds of people that didn't go through any security checks that were milling about on that property that day. It could
Outside
have
the
presented
fence is
a grave
correct.
threat, and we just got lucky in that regard.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that, I'd say Lieutenant Harold again, were law enforcement stationed on the roof of the AGR building? Did the Secret Service ask you to put people on the roof?
PSP was not asked to put anybody on the
Okay.
roof of the AGR.
Commander Lenz, were you asked to put anybody on the roof?
We were not.
Officer Blasco?
No.
No. But if there had been law enforcement on the roof, probably wouldn't have had a shooter on the roof. Fair to say?
True.
Yeah. How about drones? Agent Sullivan, to the best of your knowledge, were drones deployed that day to help mitigate the threat that the AGR complex presented?
Mr. Fallon, having not been there, it's my understanding they weren't. The Secret Service had some technical issues with the drone. That's my understanding from public knowledge.
Lieutenant Harold, if cameras had been placed on the AGR roof, would that have helped mitigate the threat?
That would have.
Where the Secret Service didn't place any cameras to your knowledge, did they?
Not aware of any cameras on the
as
roof
well.
of the AGR building.
There's about 7 different ways the Secret Service could have secured that building. A 10-year-old looking at that satellite image could have seen that the greatest threat posed to the president that day outside the security perimeter was the AGR building and that roof. And a 20-year-old with a week's notice figured it out and outsmarted and outmaneuvered the entire U.S. Secret Service, and that is a shame and it's a stain on their agency. And the best way to prevent these from happening is you don't react to them, you prevent them in the first place. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Fallon. Ms. Mulholland, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us today. I want to join my colleagues in thanking you for your service. I, too, served in the military, and so I'm enormously grateful for the safety and security that you provide all of us when we're home. My questions are going to be focusing primarily on communications and radio protocol, and so I'm confident or somewhat confident that I know to whom to direct these, but if you have any insider input into it, please feel free to chime in. I want to start with Mr. Sergeant Lentz. Understand that you are the commander of the Butler County Emergency Services Unit, and as commander, my understanding is you were in the local command trailer, along with your deputy commander and representatives from the Butler County Sheriff's Department and the Butler Township Police Department, as well as, of course, the emergency services on that day. Meanwhile, my understanding is that the Secret Service security room included representatives from the Secret Service, from the state police, and also from the Butler County Emergency Services. Just to start, is that a fairly accurate portrayal of who was where then?
Yes.
Perfect. Can you describe then some of the radio frequencies that were used by those various agencies? And I'll start with the Butler Police Department. What frequencies were they operating under?
Sure. So the Butler Township Police Department was using a channel we call PD Ops 3, which was an operations channel just for the township units performing traffic control duties. The tactical police units, we were using PD Ops 4, and the sheriff's office was using the sheriff's operations channel.
And my understanding there were also frequencies 1 and 2 for units that were not working at the rally as well. Is that correct?
Correct. PD1 is for patrol units that would cover the southern part of the county, and PD2 would be the northern part of the county.
And were local officers able to listen to other radio frequencies that day, other than the ones that you just outlined?
No. So we were able to hear our Butler County channels only.
And could you talk a little bit about the state troopers as well? What frequencies were they listening to?
The only thing I can really speak to on the state police radio is we did have one in the county command post. It was a portable radio. But the newer radios seem to operate more like a cell phone, and if you don't have a connection to the tower, then they just don't work. So we had some issues hearing anything from that radio throughout the day.
So you had issues communicating with the state police, and my understanding is they were on a different radio system from you.
Correct, and they are on a separate radio system. I'm sure Lieutenant can echo better what they actually were using.
Do you know if the Secret Service, again in a different area, was able to listen to your local radio frequencies that day?
So there would have been an encrypted police radio in the command center. I believe it was being used by the emergency services side, so fire and EMS, but I believe they treated around 250 patients for heat-related stuff that day. So that radio was nonstop. So even if that radio was scanning and had the capability to hear our channels, they would not have been able to do so just because of the amount of traffic on the
Yes, when we were in Butler, that was my understanding, is that there were a couple hundred calls because it was such an incredibly hot day, and that, to your point, even if they had been able to listen to you, there was a lot of other chatter going on. And so, here we've got the local folks, the sheriff, the state police, all of whom have their own channels, and not all of whom are able to listen and hear to one another. Can you briefly talk a little bit about the Secret Service and whether or not you think they could hear you?
I do not believe they could hear us at all. They did not have a radio from us, and we did not have a radio from them. So, in the local command post, there was no way for us to hear any of the Secret Service radio traffic.
So for those of us who are of a certain age, I was in my early mid-20s during September 11th. This was almost exactly what I remember being the problem in terms of responding to September 11th, that there were all kinds of really well-intentioned, very well-trained people, but none of whom could hear one another or communicate with one another. It feels as though we haven't made a whole lot of progress on that. In your view, what would have been a better way to have this communication?
Sure, it's not feasible to have everybody communicate on the same channel just because of the amount of radio traffic. However, a unified command post, as we're all taught in many different FEMA classes, a unified command post solves that issue.
Yes, and I know Representative Crow started this conversation with sort of being aghast at the fact that there were clearly more than one command post, and that in some cases, my understanding is some people didn't even know that there were more than one command post, and so that's certainly a gap too. So here we were with 3 minutes and every second counting, and the Secret Service and the state police weren't able to directly hear what local law enforcement actually saw because they didn't have that interoperability with local law enforcement frequencies and didn't have possession of those radios. Given how important that communication is in communicating in a crisis, clearly one of the findings of our investigation ought to be that there needs to be certainly reform in terms of the technological communications that are going on here. My colleagues had a little bit of extra time, and with my remaining time, I'd like to ask a question about the drones. I understand that the drone technology that the Secret Service had didn't work that day. My understanding is that the person who was trying to assassinate the former president's technology did work that day. The last question that I have for you is we're always trying to solve for the last problem that we had, a shooter, a sniper. To me, we should be solving for the future problems that we aren't seeing coming around the corner, and those are emerging threats, evolving threats such as drone technologies. Gentlemen, do you have anything that keeps you up at night that isn't sort of the traditional sniper on a rooftop?
Yeah, I believe that we've probably all considered the emerging threat that would be coming from a drone. I would say at our level, I have no means to mitigate that at this point.
And that's actually something that we can also help with, and Congress has pieces of legislation, myself included, that address the authorities that you need to have to be able to combat what I think is an increasing threat from things like drones. I thank you very much for your testimony, and thank you very much again for your service. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentlelady. The gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Lee, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for convening this important hearing, and to our witnesses for being here with us today. Lieutenant Harold, I would like to start with you and return to a comment that you made earlier. I believe you testified that you actually participated in a prior rally at this same area with President Trump in 2020. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you commented upon your observations about different resources that were available for that 2020 rally. Is that right?
That is correct.
Would you please describe for us some of the differences you saw in the level of protection and the level of resources that were afforded to President Trump in 2020 that were not part of the rally in 2024?
Well, first, it was the site. It was an airport that's located about 20 minutes south of the farm show. So it was an airport. It's completely fenced in. It's a restricted area. The night before, we picked up the motorcade and delivered the motorcade, I guess, or escorted it back to the airfield, and we parked it in the hangars there, and everything was secured. But there was no, I guess, the foot traffic. There's nobody walking through an airfield. You know, it's all fenced in. It's restricted. But it seemed like there was more resources that were present for the 2020 rally compared to the one here just 75 days ago. So when you think of like the level of security then, like what was changed now? Like why did we have less resources from the Secret Service on July 13th?
In your observation, did it appear that there were a greater number of Secret Service agents involved in the 2020 rally?
There definitely was, but it could have been because of the motorcade too. Like I mean, it was former President Donald J. Trump was the president then, so it seemed like there was more assets, resources, the motorcade, there was definitely more security at the airfield at the Butler Airport compared to the Butler Farm Show.
And Mr. Sullivan, I'd like to return to you for a moment. You testified earlier about very extensive and very specific training you received as a Secret Service agent before being put on a protective detail. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
And I believe your testimony was that in addition to specific law enforcement training, you spent years in preparation and training before you actually were on that particular service.
Yes, Ms. Lee, that's correct.
Now, other federal agents who may be brought in to supplement Secret Service in a rally such as this, do they receive that kind of training?
No.
So we've discussed earlier that state and local law enforcement would not and did not have that kind of specialized training. But to be clear, it is also true that other federal agencies don't receive that specific training, that specialized training either.
Well, every agent that goes to the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center Criminal Investigative Training Program does get an introduction to protection. They do get some familiarity with it. And then before when the Secret Service, I'm no longer there, but borrowed agents from other agencies. When I was an agent, we used ATF, IRS, Customs. Now it's Homeland Security investigators. They are briefed, and they get a briefing and a familiarization with the Secret Service procedures. But remember, though, the agents that are helping from HSI are not doing the advance. They're not making decisions on how to create the security plan. They're in a specific post with specific post instructions for that post.
But would it be correct to say that Secret Service agents who are specifically assigned to a protective detail have far more extensive training in that specific type of service and law enforcement activity than would your counterparts at other agencies?
That is 100% accurate, Ms. Lee, yes.
And are there things in your observation about the particular rally today and the staffing associated with it? You touched earlier on how it's imperative to include state and local law enforcement, but are there particular things about this rally that you've observed that you think might have elevated and improved the security posture?
Well, again, Ms. Lee, I wasn't there. I'm just acting on the information I've received in public knowledge. I think there was clearly mistakes made. There were decisions that were not appropriate in my opinion. And I'm really appalled at the communications plan, or lack thereof. I can't fathom how that would be acceptable, and it's absolutely not acceptable.
Thank you. And Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, General Lee. Representative Moskowitz, you're now recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The assassination attempt against President Trump on July 13th was a chilling moment in our country's history. This task force is committed to ensuring that security failures on July 13th never happen again. We thank you for being here, gentlemen, to help provide the task force transparency and answers to the American people. There were a host of issues with planning and execution of the July 13th rally, including communications failures. I'm familiar with communications issues. As the former director of emergency management for Florida, I was the first emergency management agency to institute FirstNet for everyone in my emergency management agency and all of our CERT components. Additionally, I helped establish the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Commission after a shooting at my high school in Parkland, which also had radio throttling and cell phone issues, major communication issues where police departments couldn't talk to each other even though they were at the same site. Sergeant Lentz, were there cell phone issues on July 13th, and if so, what were they?
There certainly were. As more and more people started to arrive, it seemed that cell phone communications started to fail. I do have my cell service through FirstNet, so throughout the entire rally, I was able to make phone calls and send messages. But even in the command post, we were operating a mobile CAD and also a mobile radio platform that didn't have enough signal to actually operate. So we switched back to just using portable radios.
Right. And just for the edification of people watching at home, following the communication failures on September 11th, 2001, the 9/11 Commission recommended the creation of a nationwide communications network that would include priority and preemption capabilities for our first responders. FirstNet was AT&T, Frontline was Verizon, and those plans allow priority and preemption capabilities for first responders to prevent that sort of thing. And so, Sergeant Lentz, to your knowledge, did any law enforcement personnel who had access to FirstNet or Frontline on July 13th report issues with their cell phones? So Frontline or FirstNet people, did they have any issues?
To my knowledge, no, they worked the entire time. My pictures were a little bit slower to send, but they did go through.
Yeah. Which members of local law enforcement can access Frontline or FirstNet? Do local law enforcement departments provide those?
I do not know. So mine is actually my personal phone that I set up through FirstNet.
Right, so you have to pay for that yourself
Yes,
to have priority to make sure you can communicate.
yes.
Right, okay. At the July 13th event, a local sniper sent pictures of the shooter to other local law enforcement officers approximately 45 minutes before the shooting at 5:34 p.m. While some officers received those pictures, several law enforcement officers reported that they did not receive those photos of crooks due to connection issues. Sergeant Lentz, our understanding is that everyone who had FirstNet was able to receive the pictures of crooks. Is it your understanding as well?
Yes.
Okay. To your knowledge, were the local law enforcement officers on the ground in Butler on July 13th that had FirstNet or Frontline, were any of those unable to receive it?
Not that I've heard.
Okay. Would all local law enforcement having access to FirstNet or Frontline help improve communication issues at major events, in your opinion?
Yes, it's long been known that when you get a very, very large crowd of people, the cell system can only handle so much. At the 2020 rally, there was actually a FirstNet truck, I believe, that had been driven there and deployed as an additional cell tower. And I do not believe that occurred at this rally. But it does seem that the FirstNet is a very, very good option to make sure we have cell phone capabilities.
Right, so I just want to think about it, right? So the 9/11 Commission recognized this in 2001. We created a solution, and yet it's 2024, and we're still not implementing that solution at the highest levels of our security agencies to keep former presidents safe, for law enforcement on the ground who are a part of that, for Secret Service who is a part of that. And so, we don't have to sit here and come up with a solution. They did it in 2001. Why has it taken so long to implement the solution? And so, the chairman said something that's totally true. People in this country absolutely should have a right to go to a rally, right, and listen to their president or candidate of choice and come home. By the way, parents should have the right to send their kids to school in this country, right, and for them to come home as well. Mr. Chairman, I yield back. Thank you.
I thank the gentleman. Now recognize the Chairman of Homeland Security, Chairman Green. 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you and the ranking member for your leadership on setting up this hearing today in this investigation, and thank you to the witnesses. Colonel Christopher Paris, I think the commander of the overall
Pennsylvania State Police testified before the Committee on Homeland Security a few weeks after the events in Butler and a few weeks before this task force was formed, that a photo was taken of the shooter with a rangefinder actually actively ranging the podium. He further testified that that image was texted to a PSP officer in the control center and showed to the U.S. Secret Service approximately 10 minutes before President Trump took the stage. Can you, Lieutenant Harold, confirm that that testimony is accurate to your understanding?
I have no knowledge of the image prior to or during the day of July 13th, so I can't answer to that. Like if it came up in the investigation, I had nothing to, or I have no working knowledge of the investigation, just the events that took place that day on the 13th.
You were on the ground there that day. So
Yes, sir.
this was reported to us in committee and under oath. I mean, you know Christopher Paris, good man,
I do.
your boss.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Sullivan, you've been made aware, I know my colleague, Mr. Walsh, talked about the intel. Apparently, the additional intel was received about 21 days before the event. It was reported, as I understand it, to the Trump detail 7 days before the event. Considering this heightened intelligence, do you think allowing President Trump to take the stage after an image of an individual ranging the podium with an optical rangefinder is received 10 minutes before was a good idea or a bad decision?
Well, I don't know if the detail leader was told about that image being received. Had the detail leader been told about that?
PSP guy says it was shown by on a text. The phone said, "Here, this is the image of the guy, somebody ranging the target."
Yes, Mr. Green, I understand that, but that may have been someone in the security room, and that wasn't transmitted to the detail leader. I don't know if it was.
So I'm just asking, well, let me ask this question. Is it, like, if any Secret Service agent is aware of something like that, can any Secret Service agent go, "Hey, whoa, stop, we don't need to let the president on the stage"?
Absolutely.
Okay, that
Absolutely.
didn't happen. Okay.
But primarily it would be the detail leader's responsibility, but any agent could step in if she thinks it's an immediate emergency.
Okay, good. Commander Lentz, you mentioned that the local law enforcement activity fired the first shot. Is that correct? That maybe hit the, you mentioned maybe that he withdrew. Do you think he was hit, or do you think he just sort of ducked because he was taking incoming fire?
In speaking with the officer that fired that shot, he's very confident that his round was on target. And the way he described him, it wasn't a duck.
Is the doctor still available and online?
Yes, I am.
Were there 2 bullet wounds in this individual, or just one, the headshot?
No, it was just the one.
Okay. I just found it interesting that when we were briefed by the FBI, we didn't get told about that shot taken by the local guys. Lieutenant Harold, did Secret Service, the shooter apparently had the gun stored somewhere, as I understand it, on near the AGR building. Did the Secret Service use canine teams to clear the site prior to the event that day that you're aware of?
Is that a question for me, sir?
Lentz, or you, sir, Commander Lentz, or?
I'm not aware of any canines clearing the area of the AGR international property. We were told that canine units would clear the farm show ground. So to me, I'm thinking inside the fence line at, I believe, 1100 hours that day.
Are you aware that happened, either of you, that did occur? You
I
saw
know that my officers did report that there were dog teams in the same barn as them.
Okay, very good. So you were testifying earlier, Commander Lentz. Did I understand you correctly that you're the leader of the local law enforcement on the ground there, right?
Just the tactical units.
Okay, the tactical units. The first time you talked to Secret Service that day was when you needed them and you called them?
Correct.
Did anybody check in with you to make sure your guys were in the right place for the event?
They did not check in with me, but I do
They
know-
did not. Let me make sure I got this correct. The U.S. Secret Service is about to pull a security detail around a president at an event with a lot of people and a lot of risk, with a heightened risk from an international threat, and they didn't even check in with you to make sure your guys were in place and ready to go?
Correct, not with me.
And you're the leader of one of the tactical units covering this and had responsibilities on this site.
Yes.
I find that unbelievable. Let me ask this question to both you guys, Commander and Lieutenant. What authorities did the U.S. Secret Service give you in the event that you saw someone with a weapon or, I mean, did you have authority, first shoot authority, and was that very clear what you were to do under the circumstances if you saw an active threat like that?
They didn't provide any guidance to us. However, our standing orders with our team.
So you were using your protocols for that? Okay.
Correct. If it's a deadly threat, they do not need permission. They're permitted to immediately take action.
What about a step back from that? You got a guy like with an optical rangefinder ranging a target. Did they give you any directions on what to do in those circumstances?
They did not.
How about you, Lieutenant Harold?
Yeah, I think the same thing with protocol. If we saw a threat, we would engage. When it comes to the rangefinder, I had no knowledge of that day of. During the same time frame, we were investigating 2 additional suspicious people that were on the fence line. And earlier when I said I was behind the stage, I had those 2 people in sight, and I was trying to get troopers to the location there for post 5 because he had saw what he reported as suspicious activity on the fence line. So we were also looking at that at about hearing the time frame, like about the same time that this information was coming in with for crooks as well.
Well, I'll end right now just by saying thank you for the work that you do. We as veterans deeply appreciate the needle in the haystack that you guys have to live to find, and thank you for what you do. Really appreciate it.
Very good. Thank you, Chairman Green. Now recognize the gentleman from Maryland, Representative Ivey, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to join in expressing my gratitude to all of you, not only for being here, but the service that you provided to your communities and to the country. Wanted to follow up on a couple of things. One on the communications front. The FirstNet system, let me ask, because I don't know that Mr. Sullivan, you talked about FirstNet at all. Is Secret Service able to access FirstNet as well?
I do not know, Mr. Ivey. I don't know the answer to that.
All right. Do any of you know if on the day of July 13th, the Secret Service was connected to FirstNet at all?
I have no information of that, if they
Okay.
were or not.
In the walkthrough and the meetings prior to July 13th, were there any discussions about how communications would be had on the day of July 13th?
I know that Secret Service, when the county had referenced their mobile command post on Monday. So I think that's how that was integrated into the rally. So during Thursday meetings with Secret Service, the command post was established at the Farm Show office, the main office there coming through the main gate. So I knew that they were going to have, or Secret Service said they were going to have their representative there, and that's where we opted to put our sergeant and the command post with Secret Service. There were some communications with portables and the radios, but nothing with FirstNet cell phones.
All right, so we had communications with, Commander, you mentioned, I forget the name of the channel, but one of the channels that you used, right? You had people using cell phones, I guess for direct calls and for text communications?
Yes.
Yes.
All right, and then you had multiple other radio channels that were being used.
Yes.
Is that right? And some people were using FirstNet and some weren't. Is that all fair?
Correct, yes.
All right, and then you had 2 separate command posts or communication that had communications going through them. Is that right?
Yes.
So I saw a series of text messages, I think related to spotting the man on the roof who ended up being crooks. And it was texted because I guess the person who sent the text was uncertain that the radio communications would get to who they had to get to. So were you aware, Commander, that the text messages were being sent on July 13th?
Depending, I definitely knew text messages were being sent. In fact, that's how I got the picture of who we were looking for, so that I could then forward that to the state police sergeant that was in the Secret Service Command Center.
All right, and on July 13th, was there a way to relay that photo directly to the Secret Service using, I don't know, whatever electronic means that you were in connection with the Secret Service with?
I probably could have emailed it to them.
Email. Okay.
However, the text message to,
All right, but not exactly
police
the
sergeant.
emergency scenario that this entails. You see a man with, on a roof with a gun, a potential threat to the former president. You don't want to send email. You want to let him know immediately, right?
correct. And we did have a phone list for the different agents. However, I'd already been speaking with the sergeant in the command center for different things, and it was significantly easier and faster just to send it straight to him.
All right, is it fair to say that this sort of emergency communications on that day hadn't been worked out in advance? Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, so this was sort of making it up as you go along on that day, not in a critical way, but you're just doing what you need to do to communicate with each other under the circumstances and under the time constraints that you had.
Yes.
All right. And I think clearly, Mr. Sullivan, you'd say that that approach to communications is unacceptable under any Secret Service protection scenario. Is
Yes,
that
sir,
fair?
it's absolutely unacceptable.
All right. Couple quick questions to you all. One of the things about resources, and Mr. Sullivan, I know you've talked about how thin Secret Service is stretched, and I share that view. And in fact, Congress passed additional appropriations to help address that. My immediate concern, though, is to get more agents up and running. Hiring new agents, as you pointed out, it's going to it takes years for a new agent to be prepared and trained to actually step into the role of protection for the president or other senior officials. Is that fair?
Yes, once an agent is hired, it does take years, literally years, to get him or her up to speed to be assigned to that detail.
One question I was just wondering about, recent retirees, is there a way that, recent retirees could come back who've been trained in this and have experience and, maybe could be immediately available at least till we get through, I would say, the inauguration cycle?
Secret Service has a retired annuitant program, and there are many retired agents currently working, and they have an exemption so they could collect their salary as well as their annuity.
Is that something that could be accelerated now to get more people into these
The only
roles?
thing they could do is, right now, it's my understanding, there's an age 60 limit. If the Secret Service raised the limit, you may have more people available. But right now, it's my understanding you can't be older than 60 to be a reemployed annuitant.
Okay, and I guess perhaps part of that is for the physicality of the role for people on the scene. But for people providing, for example, advanced leadership and guidance and recommendations, they could step into this role immediately. Would that be fair to say?
They could. They also could step into the role of the protective intelligence investigations, which I think is a critical gap right now that needs to be addressed. We need to be able to investigate threats against the president thoroughly and completely.
I appreciate that. And then lastly, let me end on this with respect to the site selection piece. I think, Lieutenant Harold, you testified that there had been a rally, I guess, in 2020 at the airport in the Butler area?
That's correct.
And that was, in your view, a safer site because it was totally...
It was an active airport, so it was fenced in and restricted. So the entire airport is surrounded by a fence, so it would prevent a lot of unnecessary foot traffic or people driving their cars through. There's multiple entrances to the farm show. There's a back gate, there's a front gate. You can come through the hangars off the airport side. So there's a lot of areas to be able to access that venue. So looking just at site, the airport's more secured.
And just when I stepped onto the Butler site, I went with Chairman Green the first time, the shots came from, I guess as the former president would have been facing, the shots came from the AGR building on the right. But I noticed that there was, I don't know, maybe 10 buildings on the left side of the stage as well, including some kind of rodeo stage or something along those lines. Is there other buildings up there?
There were other buildings on site, and I believe that ESU had members in those, I guess it's the grandstand it's called, at the farm show. So there was LE in those buildings.
And there was also a water tower there too, right?
Yes.
Okay. So from the standpoint of ease of protection, putting protection detail in place, Mr. Sullivan, would it be easier if the fewer rooftops you have, the fewer sites that would provide a possible shooting venue for a sniper or an assailant in this instance, is it better to, is it easier for the Secret Service and safer for the people, not just the candidate, but obviously, as we saw, the deadly consequences on that day, spectators who come to watch, is it safer to have it maybe at the airport scenario as opposed to the field?
Well, Mr. Ivey, the safest place to have a rally is indoors, where you don't have the long-range threat problem. That's what that, if the Secret Service were in decisions-making for the campaign sites, we would always recommend it be indoors, any rally.
Fair enough. And then last point, Mr. Chairman, with respect to that, I know we're not on Florida yet, but I will say this, on the site selection piece, and certainly candidates, and I've been one myself, have a right to rest and relaxation. That golf course is a tough venue to provide the type of protection that we're talking about because of the size of it, the access of the roads all the way around it. They're all public access, limited fencing, high, bushes and things alike. Maybe not the best, maybe there are golf courses that are on military bases, for example, that would be safer, sort of along the lines of how the airport's safer than the fairgrounds. So I hope we can figure out a way for, as we move forward with these, especially for a rest and relaxation scenario as opposed to a campaign scenario where there's a First Amendment effort to allow a candidate to reach voters or spectators. I think that's the highest priority. Make it best, candidates should be able to pick whatever they want on that scenario, but maybe the R&R is a different scenario. But with that, I yield back, and thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all of you for your service.
Thank the gentleman. Now recognizes a representative from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Gentlemen, I'm going to be moving fast, and Mr. Chairman, let me assure you, we're going to get to the bottom of everything that happened on J13. We're going to determine what happened, when, precisely, the timeline, what went right, what went wrong, where were their failures, where was their heroic action. We're going to thoroughly and calmly investigate the entire incident, the attempted assassination of former President Trump, and we're going to provide an excellent report to the American people in December. So we're in the middle of this thing right now, and I have to cover a lot of territory in a very few minutes. Commander Lenz, you're the commander of the entire tactical unit for Butler County. That's a multiple agency unit that's assembled across the county, and you're in command. I just want to clarify that. Did you command and supervise the drone team on the morning of J13 to observe and sanitize and clear the entire property, including the water tower?
We had a private company that offered to fly a drone.
They were under your command?
Correct. Yeah,
Thank
under
you.
my, yep.
And was that sophisticated drone equipment? Or?
As far as I understand it, yes.
Yes, sir. Did you post 2 patrol response units at the water tower for J13?
I did not. I had no actual decision-making as far as the planning goes for where
So
the perimeter people.
Was it your understanding that there were 2 patrol response units parked in the vicinity of the water tower on J13?
I do believe at some point there were.
Okay, that's what we're trying to get to. And was the water tower ladder, which is about 25 feet high, was it ever lowered that day?
No.
Thank you very much. Regarding radio communications, in the pre-mission briefing, you were involved extensively in that in the couple of weeks prior to J13. That's my understanding.
Yes.
Thank you. Regarding radio communications with the visiting federal agencies with jurisdictional authority to protect the former president, the Secret Service, did Butler County ESU, your unit, provide particular radios for the Secret Service or set aside radios for the Secret Service?
We did.
You did. Did you personally call the Secret Service counter sniper teams and remind them to pick up their particular radios on the morning of J13?
So I had spoken to them at the walkthrough and offered the radios.
That was on Thursday.
Correct. And then the day of the rally, our sniper team leader, when they did their face-to-face, he reminded them that the radios.
Yes,
were
did they ever pick up those radios?
They did not.
And so those two counter sniper teams for the Secret Service were posted up on roofs. Because the Northern Counter Sniper Team, which ultimately did not take a shot on Crooks because their line of sight was blocked by a couple of trees. I believe then the Southern Counter Sniper Team, which ultimately did fire the killing shot at Crooks, they were up on roofs by themselves, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Sullivan, would have been helpful. You said it was absolutely unacceptable for there to not be direct radio communications. Would it have been helpful for the Secret Service to pick up the radios that the Butler County ESU had provided for them and reminded them to pick up?
Absolutely.
Especially up on a roof, being isolated as these counter sniper teams are.
Yes.
They didn't have that radio communication.
No, would have been
Let me
helpful.
clarify that the local Butler County ESU, in command of all the local forces assisting Secret Service that day, attempted to deliver radio communication to the counter sniper teams. My goodness, time rolls quickly. I'd like to jump into shot number 9. Shot number 9, during the interviews with the Secret Service and FBI, they commonly step over shot number 9. They say Crooks fired 8 rounds, and then the Secret Service fired the killing shot, shot number 10. But there was a shot number 9 fired, was there not, Mr. Lenz?
There was.
Okay, Commander, I'm gonna quote from the transcribed interview of Aaron Zalapone. That's a tactical SWAT officer under your command that took shot number 9. He was deployed. He heard the radio traffic. He saw the commotion. He left his deployed position and ran into a position where he thought he might be able to get a shot on if there was a shooter up on a roof, somebody on a roof. He said seconds after that is whenever the first 3 shots were fired. So I hear the first 3, crack, crack, crack. And at this point, I'm like, okay, where we at here? I look up, that's when I see Crooks. I got his head, his shoulders. I can see a rifle. At that point, I hear another crack. That's when I start pulling my weapon up. He gets 3 off. As I'm getting my target acquired, I'm getting my red dot up. I can see the gas emit from his barrel, his muzzle. Then right after that, I hear the snap of his 5th shot go off. Then immediately after that, I press one off, and that's when he immediately goes down. When I say goes down, it wasn't like he was ducking to get out of the way. I mean, I know I hit him. Like, there's no doubt about it. He goes down. He kind of jerks to the right, and then he slumps over slowly, and then kind of slowly rolls backward out of my field of view. So at that point, I did not have a second shot. At that point, he tries to recover. 2 seconds after that, the Secret Service, from a different vantage point, a higher vantage point, takes the killing shot. So my final question, if I may, to the doctor. Are you here with us, Doctor?
Yes, I
Dr.
am.
Goldschmidt. You stated, sir, and I know you're doing your best. You performed the autopsy. I've observed your work. I think it was very professional work, in my opinion. You stated that there was only 1 bullet wound. I accept that you had only 1 observable bullet wound. Are you there, Doctor?
Yes, I am.
Thank
Yes,
you
I
very
am.
much. Could the injuries on Crook's shoulders have been caused by a combined impact of Butler County ESU shot number 9 striking somewhere in the vicinity of the buttstock of Crook's rifle and some fragmenting from that impact? Could the injuries on Crook's shoulders have been caused by a combination of shot number 9 and shot number 10? Is that possible?
No, I don't believe so.
You don't believe it's possible. Does that mean it's possible?
No, it's not possible.
It's not possible. So I respect your testimony, but how would you determine if you removed only 1 fragment of a bullet? The FBI recovered no other bullets, that's our understanding, no other projectiles other than the partial projectile that you recovered from his shoulder. So you don't know where shot number 9 went, did you, Doctor?
Correct. I do
Okay.
not.
So is it not possible, you're saying it's not possible that shot number 9 went all the way through Crooks, and you had no way of knowing that because it was in the same wound that was further affected by shot number 10. You're saying that's not possible?
The body, there was no evidence on the body of that occurrence.
There you go, sir. That's different than impossible. Listen, thank you all for testifying today. Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this first very important hearing. We shall do more, and we shall complete our work professionally. Thank you, sir. I yield.
Yes, sir, thank you, and you were correct. We will continue. Now recognize Ranking Member Crowe for his comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for calling this really important hearing. And I just wanted to take a moment to thank all of the witnesses here today. Your testimony was clear, was concise, was candid, and was very helpful for us in our first phase of the investigation to understand what happened, what didn't happen, what should have happened. You all didn't ask for this, and I know none of you wanted to be in this position, but you have handled yourselves professionally, and for that we thank you. I know you are serving your community, our country. We are proud of that service. We thank you for that service, and this task force will continue with this job of giving answers to the American people that they deserve, and also making sure that this incident, an incident like this, never happens again. So thank you very much, Chairman.
Thank you, sir. Look, I want to thank you all for being here. I live with you. We live in the same place. We experienced the same thing that Saturday. I know how deeply wounded you were after that event, because the first time anybody pointed fingers at anybody, it was at local law enforcement. They didn't do their job. You being here today is a validation of what you did that day, your commitment to that day, and going over and above what you normally would have done. I know a lot of you there were there in 2020 when we did at the Butler Airport. I get that. That time they said there was maybe 50,000 people there. That went off very smoothly, no problem. July 13th was a problem, a huge problem. You guys did everything you were asked to do that day. You stayed your course. You did everything, everything. And I want to thank you for coming here today, that the public can hear what happened that day, and you can answer questions that were very relevant to that. Thank you so much for your commitment. Appreciate it all. Thank you all. Now, without objection, members have 5 days to submit additional materials and written questions for the witnesses to the chair, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. I ask the witnesses to please respond promptly. Now, we'll now pause to allow the witnesses for our second panel to come forward. Thank you. We're going to take about a 10-minute break. I would like to introduce the witnesses for our second panel. First, we have Representative Eli Crane from Arizona. Rep. Crane enlisted into the Navy to serve our country just a week after the September 11th attacks. 3 out of his 5 wartime deployments were with the Navy SEALs. It's great to have you here, Rep. Crane. Second, we have Representative Corey Mills from Florida. Rep. Mills enlisted in the Army at a young age, serving with the 82nd Airborne Division and Joint Special Operations Command. Both of these men have extensive experience as snipers in our military. They have both visited the site in Butler, where the former president was nearly killed, and have identified potential ways for Secret Service to improve their protection. It's important for the task force to hear from these snipers and learn from their experience, better understand how the Secret Service missed on these key areas of coverage. This is a particularly important, given the fact that former President Trump will be returning to the same site to finish his speech on October the 5th. I talked to both Corey and Eli before this. Rarely in your life do you have a second time to do the right thing after you messed up the first time. Now, this panel will be different than the last. Both of witnesses will be allotted 5 minutes for remarks, and then we will gavel out. I want to now recognize Representative Crane for 5 minutes. Representative, thank you for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We appreciate the opportunity to appear before you today as you conduct this very critical hearing. For those of you who don't know, I served in the U.S. Navy from 2001 to 2014, had the opportunity to deploy to Iraq multiple times with SEAL Team 3. One of my qualifications was as a sniper. We are highly trained in various aspects of military operation, weaponry, technology, tactics, and all sorts of mission sets to include executive protection. With that background, it's evident to me that many basic security measures were completely dropped. That being said, you do not have to have a background in special operations to recognize the incompetence and security failures that led to the catastrophic vulnerabilities surrounding President Trump and the crowd that day. I hear from Americans every day in complete disbelief in the wake of 2 assassination attempts in 2.5 months that cannot believe how ineffective our Secret Service has become. There's simply no excuse. I'm glad I can testify today to share some insight into the operational failures of that fateful day. Rep. Mills and I visited Butler, Pennsylvania rally site immediately following the assassination attempt to investigate. I've also visited the site with Homeland Security Chairman Mark Green and my colleagues on the committee. Some of the main challenges facing Secret Service were completely avoidable. For example, we investigated the second-floor window. Secret Service agents and local law enforcement had access to overlooking the roof from where the shooter engaged the former president. I was able to confirm that had anyone stationed in the second story at AGR building come off of their weapon system, moved to the window, and looked out the window during their search to reacquire Thomas Crooks, they would have seen him within 30 to 40 yards of that position. He would have easily been spotted lying on that roof with no camouflage and his rifle. We were able to confirm that former Secret Service Director Cheadle was lying to Congress when she gave us the excuse that the roof was too slanted, too dangerous for Secret Service snipers to take up counter-sniper positions. But as myself and others who went up on that roof, it was not steep at all. Ironically, the positions that Secret Service counter-snipers posted themselves upon were actually far steeper than that roof at the AGR building. Furthermore, Secret Service did not have any of its counter-snipers on a nearby water tower, the tallest structure at the farm show grounds. I knew immediately upon setting foot at that site, and Mr. Chairman, you were there as well, that that's exactly where I would have placed myself as a counter-sniper because of its commanding view over the entire property. Not only would any counter-sniper have been able to easily engage Thomas Crooks from that position that he attempted to assassinate former President Trump, but it is very likely that Thomas Crooks might have decided to abort his mission and go home had we had counter-snipers on that water tower. The thing that we need to understand about security is how important deterrence is. Had Thomas Crooks visually spotted or located counter-snipers with the use of his drone that day, it is very likely that he would recognize that he would have been deterred long before ever getting into that position capable of having a direct line of sight to the podium and to President Trump, and would have possibly aborted his mission. Rep. Mills and I also ranged several other buildings and windows that were well within range for anyone with a desire to assassinate the former president. Upon our investigation that day, we were informed that nobody was posted on nor had conducted any advanced work amongst these very choice and accessible firing positions. Rep. Mills and I both concluded within minutes of observation from the same exact positions used by Secret Service counter-snipers that this was a horrible venue for a rally, and Secret Service should have done everything possible to dissuade the campaign from hosting it there. To date, we have seen no evidence that Secret Service tried to dissuade the campaign from using the site due to the alarming threat profiles surrounding the site. Though I appreciate the former president's courage and strong desire to rally his supporters, I strongly suggest that he and his campaign avoid this site on October 5th and in the future, which leads me to my most concerning assessment now of both assassination attempts on the former president. I cannot be more clear. To this point, we have been extremely lucky. Whether either of these individuals were working in coordination with other groups, organizations, or nation states who desired to kill the former president, none of the individuals attempting to kill the president have been professionals. I can tell you that with authority by the weaponry and the gear they used, as well as the fact that Thomas Crooks took a headshot. I can tell you from experience that most snipers are trained to take center mass torso shots, if possible, for the very exact reason that we saw him miss a headshot on July 13th. I can also tell by examining Ryan Ruth's final firing position on the fence line of the golf course that he too was not a professional. No trained sniper, no trained assassin would have set up their final firing position the way he did. We are trained to make absolute sure that nothing on our person or in the vicinity of where we are located and going to take our final shots, that anything stands out from the environment we are in. You could see those large bags holding ballistic plates on the fence, which would easily catch the eye of any trained security agent. He also stuck his barrel through the fence instead of cutting what we call a loophole in it so that he could stay back in the shadows, allowing his concealment. I want to reiterate, to date, these individuals that have tried to assassinate former President Trump are not professionals. What is going to happen, Mr. Chairman, when the president of Iran, China, Russia, or any other country or group who does not want to see President Trump come back into office send professionals? What is going to happen next time if there is a 10-man Hezbollah team, snipers, assaulters, and drone operators launching coordinated and overlapping assassination attempt on the president? I think we can all see by now that their likelihood of success would be tremendous. My suggestion to the former president and to his campaign is that he beef up his private security detail of individuals who are loyal to him and not burdened by the bureaucracy and culture of an organization that many of us used to hold in very high esteem. The reason for this is so they can plug holes that Secret Service continues to leave and make sure they are not putting him in vulnerable situations. It is important that these investigations and oversight continue to make sure that in the coming days, weeks, and months, and even years, this is no longer a regular occurrence and not even a possibility. I want to challenge this task force to continue doing the great work that they are doing here today. And I also want to challenge them to have enough courage to think outside the box, challenge the mainstream narratives, and be willing to investigate every theory, regardless of how conspiratorial others might claim them to be. There is a concern from the American people that this task force will be like most investigations in Washington, D.C. that lead to zero accountability and transparency, and simply call for money for an organization that desperately needs reforms at its core. I'd like to again thank the chairman and my colleagues on this task force who are doing great work, and the witnesses giving their time and knowledge to help uncover the truth and bring all facts to light.
Thank you, Mr. Crane. I tell you, we accept the challenge. When we're done with this, the American people are going to have faith and trust in everything that we've done, the confidence that we did what we were supposed to do, what we were tasked to do. So I thank you so much for being here. You all have kept that standard up. Now recognize Representative Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first take a moment just to correct the record that my actual time as a designated defensive marksman and counter sniper was as a contractor of the U.S. State Department on a protective detail, not as a military sniper. So while I was honored to serve as a combat veteran with the 82nd Airborne Division, I don't hold that permissibility in that billet. I want to talk today a little bit about what took place, but also what I see as the actual perimeter failures that has continued to be a reoccurring issue, whether that be in Butler, PA, or whether it be the most recent assassination attempt in Florida. But before I do that, I also want to take a moment just to recognize the loss of Corey Competeur. His family deserves to continue to have the accountability research and also investigation into what actually caused the death of a father, a husband, and a family member. My thoughts and prayers remain with Corey Competeur's family. I also want to look at what our findings have been, as both myself and my colleague and really close friend, Rep. Crane, has found. It is clear that Butler County, PA, as well as for the ESU teams and the Secret Service, had a failure in their overall coordination. That the perimeter establishment and the actual ownership belongs to that of the Secret Service, as well as for the failures on that day of July 13th in Butler, PA. We realize, as it's been mentioned earlier, that there was a breakdown in not only the misuse of any compatible communication capabilities, but also a lack of a joint operations center that could have allowed for each of the individual units to be able to communicate in a more efficient fashion that would have led to a faster response element. We also know that while there could have been potential drone capabilities that was being utilized, that the Secret Service themselves had actually refused to utilize those for their benefits, which also could have helped the counter snipers who were sitting in their positions. There was also a lack of coordination when it came to who was actually going to take over the position on the AGR building, where Butler understood the idea that it was the Secret Service who was responsible for the positioning, but yet the Secret Service failed to actually show up to the morning coordination meeting. While all of these repeated perimeter failures, whether it be the 150-meter shot that was taken by Thomas Crooks or the potential assailant that was looking at a 500-yard distance from Florida, the thing that we've established is that no one is looking at what is happening and going on with regards to Secret Service's cultural issues. This is not a budgetary issue. And I want it to be clear that we cannot treat this as DC has continued to treat things, where we throw money at problems in hopes that it's actually going to cause that to be a solution. This breaks it down into three simple things. One is poor leadership of the United States Secret Service, whether that be under Director Cheadle or whether that be under Rowe. To quote Dan Bongino, who is actually a former Secret Service agent, he said that he does not feel any safer or better now than he did under Cheadle, having Rowe in the helm. I think leadership, as we can all admit to, whether it be in the military, the police force, or whether it be here in the House, leadership is one of the things that we must rely upon heavily, and there is a crisis in leadership. I also want to look at the fact that there is a prioritization across not just our military, but other departments and agencies to prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion under DEI, the meritocracy and readiness of our actual capabilities on the ground. But the further thing that I think is needing to be explored is the doctrine itself that is being utilized by the U.S. Secret Service. For too long, they've continued to go under a very specific and very understandable thing where whatever your title is that you hold results in the amount of resources and assets that are being allocated. This is a failure by any of us who understand security, or anyone who's even got a basic knowledge of security, that you must conduct the necessary threat analysis to determine the risk management matrix that then determines what the assets and resources that should be allocated. This is not as simple as saying that you're a former president and therefore there is a one-size-fits-all for Jimmy Carter, Bill Clinton, President Bush, or former President Donald J. Trump. We must acknowledge the fact that what we're looking at now is also the fact that so much time has passed and so much of the actual potential evidence has been destroyed or put away, that purposeful intent is now indistinguishable from criminal negligence. Having laid in the actual position where Thomas Crooks took the shot above and upon the AGR building, as well as having sat with Rep. Crane and ranged the position from the counter sniper teams where the alleged shot was taking place, this is something that should have been preventable and should have been known to the counter sniper teams. I want to also point out the fact that, as Rep. Crane discussed, I think that until the actual problem and the solution can be found for the Secret Service with the three key areas that I've talked about, that a private security detail who does not have any political agenda or affiliation to protect the president is what my recommendation would be, to ensure that the inner core is basically protected at all times, utilizing his available Secret Service assets and resources to be pushed out further to allow that perimeter failure to be completed. I want to thank the task force for giving me the opportunity to actually testify before you. And I want to point out that when we're looking at the map that's behind you, Mr. Chairman, that it is not just the AGR building 150 yards away approximately that was the issue, but even if you look directly to the 12 o'clock of the stage, you have the Kubota dealership, which is only within about a 400-yard shot placement, which Rep. Crane and many snipers and counter snipers can tell you is a very feasible shot. When speaking to the Kubota dealer, we noted the fact that not a single Secret Service or local law enforcement agent had ever talked to that dealership to ask them whether or not they could put any snipers on the rooftop or whether or not they could actually utilize that as an overwatch position. If you look to what would be from my vantage point right now, which is the 3 o'clock, which would be the 9 o'clock for the president, that was the area that was actually the third counter sniper team that one of our whistleblowers, Ben Schaefer, had talked about from his vantage point and being able to see Thomas Crooks at an earlier time. Mr. Chairman, I point these things out to the committee, and again, to echo my good friend Representative Crane, I challenge you to continue to go forward and to not be feared away from the idea of being labeled a conspiracist by looking into every possible outcome, being able to look at every possible provided video, listen to every single testimony of each individual whistleblower. But I also pledge my continued support for the task force, as does Rep. Crane, to provide information, intel, and any of our findings to help further this investigation. While it is an independent investigation, I want you to know that it is not exclusive of the efforts in which you are taking, and that we are here to work together to try and find a solution to improve our Secret Service and to guarantee the protection of not just President Donald J. Trump, but any of the actual nominees on either side of the aisle. Thank you so much for this opportunity.
I want to thank you both. Now, we have put the picture of that whole area. One of the recurring questions was the perimeter where it should be? Now, you two were both there. I know you were both up on the roof of AGR. I've been in constant conversation with the people who run the AGR. They didn't know on July 13th that their whole area was something that was going to be just overrun with people. So the question was, and to me it's always the same thing, every time there's a failure you look at, it's the failure to prepare that causes the failure, ultimately. You two, with your expertise and having been there and both being on that roof, when I first walked on the, not when I first walked on the grounds, but whenever Eli and I walked on the grounds when Homeland was there, the first thing Eli said to me as we started to go across the open area is, who was in the water tower? What sniper was in the water tower? And I said, you know what, I have no idea that there was anybody in the water tower. As you've pointed out, and I've heard too many times, that the reason we didn't have people on the roof of the AGR, it was too hot that day. Well, it wasn't too hot for Thomas Crooks. The fact that we weren't there allowed him to be there. Now, as I said earlier when we opened the whole conversation, we are going to have a second chance to do the right thing and correct the failures of July 13th. The president has decided that he is going back to this site. And I think we know him well enough. He defies any type of logic when it comes to, sir, we're concerned about your safety. And his answer is always the same thing. I'm committed to serving the people of this country. Nobody puts themselves in that position that I've ever been around before. You all served that way, but to me it's astounding that this gentleman is ready to go back to a place where he almost lost his life. I don't think my wife would allow me to do that. Apparently his family, and they've gone through a lot, are going forward with this. But I want you to, because of your expertise, because Eli was the first one to say that. Who was on the water tower? Where was the perimeter? Who tried to put that whole game together? And we found from our first panel today, there was very little coordination. They couldn't talk to each other. They didn't have the ability to communicate. So from the standpoint that you've all been in and looking at where we are, and so everybody understands this as I look at this. This is the AGR building. The water tower is right here. The president was down here. So where should the perimeter have been? Because apparently they thought it was here. That's what was set up, because we had people in this area. We didn't have anybody back here, not from Secret Service. We did have private law enforcement. This whole area was under construction. There was no easy way in or easy way out of this site. On that day, everything that could go wrong apparently went wrong. Going forward, October 5th, where should the perimeter be?
Mr. Chairman, I'll tell you that any counter sniper, or anyone from the military can tell you that the high ground and the highest vantage point is where you want to be. The thing that Eli and I had talked about, Representative Crane, when we looked at the water tower, we actually walked over and tried to view whether or not it was even accessible to begin with. But what I had also noticed is that right behind the water tower was a very well manicured cut path that goes through the woods all the way down to the intersection that intersects between where the entrance to the fairground was and the AGR building's main street. Very permissible, without any magnetometers or any of the actual capabilities of security that would have actually allowed someone to go in there basically unfettered. In my personal opinion, when you establish a perimeter, you look at what actual risks exist. The Kubota dealership is obviously somewhere that I would have actually had someone stationed to ensure they couldn't access the building. The AGR building would have been a vantage point that I would certainly have looked at 150 yards. Also, to the 9 o'clock of the stage, there was a tremendous amount of multiple buildings and structures who also had a vantage point, direct line of sight to the stage itself. But you would have essentially have looked at what are the actual capabilities of a professional shooter. And I want to echo one thing, if I may, Mr. Chairman, by Representative Crane. When we talk about the fact that not even the risk of an actual trained sniper or someone who has an understanding of long-range distance shooting, but an actual assault team who could have very easily, that fence line that you're pointing at for the AGR building is approximately 100 yards direct line of sight to the stage with no blockage in either the visual or any additional security with an actual screening or anything like that. So you could have had a guy walk up, or a team of individuals, with a bag with an assault rifle or other capabilities who could have easily have come to that line. And Eli and I have discussed this with also Eric Prince. They could have basically done a 5-man, 7-man, 10-man line right there to have opened fire with assault weapons and created a kill box right there on top of that stage. And you're talking 100 yards. That's what most people utilize as their original dope, which is their original 0 for their rifles. So very capable for almost any rifle, and you actually have some special operations teams who do very well with a pistol at even 100. So the fact is that all of the AGR building should have been secured. They should have had full-time watch on that road that leads into the AGR building, which, as you know, comes into the main area and then loops around to a back parking lot. I would have had a law enforcement officer, a Secret Service agent, checking every single person who was parking there to ensure that they were an employee of AGR and not like the white van or others who were able to be permitted into there with complete access, not knowing what was capable. But also, let's note one thing that we haven't mentioned here, which is these sophisticated explosive devices that was also found. This is what also Representative Crane and I talked about was problematic, because even some of the EOD teams talked about the sophistication of this device, which makes me also look further into the fact that Thomas Crooks was not acting alone. And a multi-channel detonator or transmitter is a pretty sophisticated thing that you don't just go ahead and find online. So there's more that needs to be uncovered, but I would tell you without unequivocally, and I'll let my colleague also determine whether he feels the same, the entire AGR perimeter, a positioning at the Kubota dealership to the 12 o'clock of the stage, as well as for the outlying buildings to the 9 o'clock of the stage, which were multiple buildings, should have all been covered and should have all have ensured that there was no advantage point to get to the president for line of sight.
Mr. Crane, any additional?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think one of the things that I said in my opening statement needs to be said again. When you look at this site and all the threat profiles that surround this site, sir, I don't think the event should have ever been held there. There's just way too many buildings, rooftops, windows, trees that a potential assassin could have posted themselves up in. So I think that's number one. As far as when you talk about some of your more conventional assassination attempts with long-range rifles, most of your snipers, counter snipers who have any legitimate training whatsoever are more than capable out far past 1,000 yards. But let's just say we put that perimeter at 1,000 yards. That's one thing to consider. But the other thing I think that's important to point out, sir, is that modern warfare has changed dramatically, and we need look no further than some of the warfare going on with Ukraine and Russia right now. One of the biggest threats to the president, and this is why I keep talking about the fact that nobody that has attempted to assassinate the president has been a professional. But with drone warfare, sir, attacks could be launched at any president, any candidate from miles away. And if we can't stop a 20-year-old kid with no military experience who gets within 150 yards of the president with an AR-15 and then gets off several shots at the president, I have very little faith that we'd be able to stop a coordinated drone attack along with assault teams and snipers. And so that's one of the things that I want to continue to harp on. One of the things Dan Bongino told us, Mr. Chairman, is that the Secret Service, while he was there, was allergic to innovation. They were allergic to, any attempt to keep, their security systems appropriate and relative to the threats that modern warfare present. Dan Bongino even said that it took them decades, sir, to even start using slings on their primary weapons. Anybody who's ever, been in law enforcement on a SWAT team or in the military that has a primary and a secondary weapon knows that if you don't have a sling, sir, and you have to transition to your secondary weapon, what are you going to do with that gun? You're just going to throw it on the ground or give it to somebody? What if you have to climb a ladder? What if you have to do prisoner handling? And so if it took the Secret Service decades to even implement such basic, gear transformations, it's very concerning that they're going to be able to handle some of these modern threats that are now very likely as modern warfare has adapted.
No, thank you. You know, I'm aware of this whole area for trying to figure out where I am in life. About 60-some years, I know this area. As you just pointed out, and we've talked about before, one of my main concerns when I found out this was going to be the place, I said, this is going to be almost impossible for safety and security. At this moment, though, I want to turn around and have Ms. Laura Lee, why don't you take 5 minutes to ask our panel the questions you want to ask?
Well, I just want to thank you both so much for being here. Your unique backgrounds and your insight about this subject matter is very valuable to us, and I appreciate you taking the time to participate in our hearing. I know you both have had an opportunity to cover in your statements some of the key things that you think are important for both the public and the committee to understand about the incident in Butler. Are there other things in particular areas of inquiry that you want to see this committee utilizing going forward, particular witnesses you think that we should have? Any thoughts you have about what and whom we should be bringing in to testify?
Yeah, I think one of the things that I've seen online, and let me be clear when I say this, guys, so much of any investigation, I think, needs to be open-minded and willing to look at anything and everything that, even if it might be outside the official narrative. Even if you talk to somebody and find out that the evidence that they're presenting, you know, might not hold water, might lack credibility, I think that's extremely important. One of the videos that I've seen online is from a gentleman named John Colin, who talks about the possibility of a second shooter, and he shows a video, Ms. Lee, where in this video, he shows a bullet traveling down a path and the disruption that round supposedly makes, and then flies into one of the stadium fence railings. That shows that it would have been very, very difficult for that round to travel the path that it did had it come from Thomas Crooks. I think that you need to bring this gentleman in, see his evidence, and if you don't think it holds water, then you need to make that assessment. But that was one of the things I said in my opening testimony. Far too often, especially as representatives, we're scared that if we investigate something that others are saying might be conspiratorial, then that might defame us or give us a lack of credibility. But I think any investigation out there that's worth its salt will look at any theory and then try and disprove, debunk it, or see if it holds water and run with it. So John Colin is somebody I think you guys should bring in here and look at the video evidence that he has of a bullet traveling, in a trajectory, in a path that would not have been able to come from Thomas Crooks.
And I'd like to just echo this. The one thing that doesn't lie is bullet trajectory and also the coefficients that it carries. And I think that Eli and I had talked about this prior to the hearing, but also multiple times about John Cullen's video that does show, if you look at people who were injured and the actual line of sight and where it was to the stage, just kind of what the possibilities were and how many shots were truly taken. The other thing that I would like us to continue to look at within this committee is that what are the overall, while we can try and talk about threat analysis, what are the things, and as Representative Crane had pointed out, even drone capabilities, knowing how sophisticated things have gotten, what are we missing with regards to risk management and mitigation strategies that exist now that didn't exist 20, 30 years ago, where they've not updated their training platform and portfolio to incorporate? What type of counter-drone capabilities do we have? What do we have as far as an understanding of what types of things we can enact immediately to try and get an improvement upon perimeter security layouts? And also even our communication capabilities. We found that even the counter-snipers were utilizing text messaging as one of the means of communication, knowing that, Eli and I can tell you, you have to come off the rifle or come off the scope if you're a spotter in order to try and text someone information and details. When they tried to say that we may not have had any type of good Wi-Fi or comms or internet, the Starlink system that we utilize in Ukraine and other areas has been proven to be something that can not only be set up immediately, but could be utilized and incorporated into the team's overall equipments. And so I think that, as Eli Crane talked about, as Dan Bongino's talked about, a lack of willingness of the Secret Service to evolve to the incoming threats, a lack of willingness to have new equipment that is the most modern, updated, and efficient. I think is going to lead to further attacks. But we also have to start looking at the adversarial challenges when it comes to Iran, who, as you know, the Ayatollah himself recently just posted a video that was alluding to the fact that they want to try another assassination, saying that revenge is imminent, even showing the Mar-a-Lago estates and the president playing golf. We need to take these threats very seriously, especially when we look at things like Mershan, who's the 46-year-old Pakistani who flew to Iran for a series of days, then to Houston, Texas, was stopped in Houston, Texas, and questioned by the FBI. And again, this is something I would ask the committee, and I know the FBI has been stonewalling and preventing information, but potentially subpoena and possible contempt. We have to acknowledge the fact, what was the actual answers that this individual provided, knowing he was already on a terrorist watch list, knowing that he just came from Iran, that would allow him to be permitted to enter into the United States and then found with a plot to not only assassinate the president, but also 35 other elected officials. I think that this is really getting to the crux of the fact that we don't have the security, and there's a false sense of security that's been developed at this point.
Well, thank you both. I certainly appreciate your thoughts and perspective, and can certainly attest that both myself and the chairman and all of the other members of the committee are committed to ensuring that we review and investigate all of the relevant theories, that we're receiving input from members of Congress, from the American public, as well as those who were there, who are the actual day of witnesses of these events. So I know that we will continue in that path forward and appreciate your input.
Thank the gentlelady. Mr. Gaetz.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to thank my colleagues and veteran brothers, Eli and Corey, for being here today. You have my commitment, each of you, to have candid and private conversations as we continue our investigations. I especially want to meet with you regarding your trajectory studies. I've conducted my own and found that some of the digital recreations for trajectory data doesn't include some of the pretty extreme terrain variances of elevation versus depression of the AGR complex versus the actual stage area. So I'm looking forward to working with you both on that. Let's try to come to a conclusion that we can say, okay, this is what the complete truth is, because we must investigate every potential theory. I don't consider anything to be a conspiracy theory. There are theories of what happened that day, and they all deserve complete, calm, thorough investigation. So you each have my commitment to work with you on that, and I know that this task force is committed to determining ultimately the same thing you gentlemen are, which is a complete and full reveal of truth to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank my colleagues for being here today.
Thank you, sir. So I want to thank both of you for being here. You know, some of the things you pointed out, the one thing that this task force does have, the subpoena power, and when you talk about people slow walking you and people not answering questions completely, that's our job to say, you know what, I understand you don't want to answer that question, but I want you to understand that we are going to be sure that you answer that question. The American people deserve to know the truth. I keep hearing they're not strong enough to stand it. They are strong enough to stand it, and if not now, when? I believe we are at a very dangerous time. A very, very dangerous time, and we have our eyes closed and our ears plugged saying, no, that's not happening. It is happening, and it's very dangerous. I want to thank both of you for your expertise. I want to thank both of you for your courage to come forward and bring that information out. I also want to thank the task force that has been working tirelessly and will continue to work tirelessly until we get to the end. But when we get to the end, it will be a finished piece of work, one that is complete in every way, that we will have exhausted everything we can do to get to the truth and make sure that the American people have the faith, the trust, and the confidence that they need to have in our agencies. Thank you both for being here, and without objection, the committee is adjourned.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt, thank you so much for being on the program. Really appreciate it, Congressman. Can you please explain what is a domestic assassination team hunting President Trump?
Well, a team may well be just one person, and I think in some of the cases of this 5, you may even have lone wolf efforts. But what troubled me most was that in just the several days leading up to the second assassination attempt, there was a senior DHS official in my office saying that one of the 5 teams was Ukrainian. And then in the following days, I see this person, like proverbially and rhetorically wrapped in the Ukrainian flag, involved in that very assassination attempt. So why would this be the subject of DHS, right? After the Butler situation, you have a review of the force posture and the threat environment to see if there's anything we can learn from that going forward for the Secret Service. That's entirely reasonable. That's what you would expect from Republicans or Democrats. And you would have to assess when determining whether or not the right decisions were made on force protection in Butler, like what was the threat environment? Was the threat environment entirely calm? That could potentially justify lower force posture. But if you had a really robust threat environment, well, then you would reasonably question, why were some sniper teams taken away from the Trump detail and given to details for Jill Biden or John Bolton? And we certainly don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden or John Bolton, but you have a finite amount of resources, right? And you can leverage state and local if you manage correctly, which, by the way, the early evidence suggests that that wasn't managed correctly in Butler, Pennsylvania. But when you're doing the Butler review and then you reveal that there are 5 known teams, I don't want you to think there are only 5. There are 5 teams that were known by our government to have been hunting Trump pre-Butler. That may be a very different number today. Matter of fact, that number could have increased or shrunk, right? For all we know, by today, they've neutralized one of the teams or one of the individuals involved in these efforts. But to hear that one of them is Ukrainian, and then you see this guy show up, who, by the way, was on the radar of Homeland Security investigations, because when he enters the country, the very smart and astute folks at Customs and Border Patrol, think about that. Your Customs and Border Patrol, your agency has been totally overrun, you're exhausted, and yet they have the wherewithal to say, this doesn't make sense. This guy's been all over the world, and now he's saying he's a freedom fighter, recruiting people. And when we ask him a reasonable question, who's funding your efforts to recruit people from Taiwan and Afghanistan to go fight in Ukraine?
Iran.
Who's funding that? And the answer is, oh, my wife's paying for it. That story didn't exactly check out. You and I both have very successful wives that we're very proud of, but I don't think they'd pay for a hobby quite like this. And so when that goes to HSI, no activity, no action, no review. And now it emerges that one of the teams we knew about hunting Trump had a Ukraine connection.
Could you please expound on this? Because, of course, this broke news across the globe that there were 5 teams hunting Trump. Your colleague Annie Biggs joined the program the day after and said Pakistani and Iranian were foreign teams that were hunting Trump. Could you please elaborate for us?
Yeah,
and just for the sake of the audience,
that's right.
Who
what Biggs is saying?
A source told you this in your office. Why hasn't the source gone public? Why hasn't there been a fire alarm pulled Jamal Bowman style on this to say that they're trying to kill our president. They're trying to kill the guy who's going to become the president.
Look, Benny, don't you see what they do to the people who come forward and tell the truth? Look at what they did to the IRS whistleblowers. Look at what they've done to the FBI whistleblowers. They ruined their lives. Okay? I mean, I think it is a fair critique of me and of the Republicans in Congress that we have not done enough to protect the existing whistleblowers who have come forward to bring us information about bad actions inside this government, whether they be on purpose or just as a result of abject incompetence. And here, the Andy Biggs information that you just shared with me aligns directly with what I heard. So 3 foreign teams, 1 Iranian, 1 Ukraine connected, and 1 Pakistan connected, and then 2 other teams that were roving around the country domestically that they were aware of. Now, and again, I don't want to over sauce this. Sometimes a team is 1 person and we've got a full, ability to track every movement and watch everything they do. But is it not a reasonable question now to get those folks to come forward and say, well, what was the Ukraine deal? Tell us a little more about that, since this guy, allegedly on behalf of his loyalties to Ukraine and hatred of Trump, was hunting the leading Republican contender for the presidency and the former president of the United States. It's something. Can I get into something else, Benny?
Please. Yeah, I mean, of course, I have to ask, how does this guy have $150,000 to complete the job? That's the breaking news right now.
Right. No, that's the thing we got to do on this investigation. You have to follow the money. Who was funding this guy? Who was funding his wife? Look, you know what the January 6th committee did? They analyzed with every target of theirs, how did they spend money? How did they communicate? And how did they move? And that's exactly the regimen of investigation that we ought to put on this. That's what we ought to do. And frankly, I think that this deserves its own special team of the Congress working on. And I'll talk to the speaker about that. He's usually pretty responsive. But there's another committee I serve on, and I want to talk to you about it. I'm on the Armed Services Committee, and for several terms, I've been on the committee that oversees our cyber effort. And every quarter, I get a classified briefing on all of the offensive and defensive missions that are going on in the world that the United States is aware of, involved in, and we have a tremendous cyber command. We should fund the cyber command. Those are great folks. And I received a briefing from them last week. And I can't tell you the substance of that briefing. We can't get into any of it. But I am allowed to say what my perception is coming out of it. And my absolute belief coming out of that classified briefing from our Intelligence Committee and from our Department of Defense is that you and Tim Pool and everybody else were victims of a Russian malign influence campaign. You were not involved. You were not solicitous. You were the victims. And I think that those of us who are in the small groups of people that get to see the actual intel and the actual evidence need to come forward and say that, because Tim has been unfairly smeared. You have been unfairly smeared. And it's not a question in my mind that you were the victims of a Russian election interference effort. And that is how it ought to be portrayed.
Well, that's absolutely true. It is 100% true. And what we've always said on this program is that we hate these wars. Vladimir Putin is a dictator, and I don't like Zelensky. I think he's a scumbag. And I think what's happening in Ukraine is a massive money laundering operation for our defense department. I don't like the war in Israel either. I don't want war. I don't want these things. I don't want these things. Yes, exactly.
When I first came to Washington in 2017, one of the things we first talked about was the need to realign the Republican Party against neoconservatism and towards Trump foreign policy realism.
Correct. So it is absolutely a smear against some of the people who are the most outspoken against forever war.
There's not a single person that came out of that briefing, Republican or Democrat, who could have left with any rational mind that didn't agree with the assessment that I have. And, I think it sucks when you've got the truth on your side, but the lies make it around a lot faster. I know a little something about that. And so it was good to come set the record straight on that point.
Well, we really appreciate that. And quite frankly, it just shows how much power there is in people saying, stop spending money, stop spending my children's future on endless conflict. That has been the mile marker of my, I'm an older millennial, right? I was born in the 80s. There's how many years was America not at war in my life? I'm pushing 40, Matt. And we were at war. And what have we to show for it? A much poorer country, a country that is in shambles, roads that have potholes in them, and a more blight for my children's future.
And I think Gen Z's with us, right? Like, you don't think that
Yeah.
there's like a neoconservative energy among Gen Z to go start
No.
a bunch of more wars? Because it's a lot of their like older brothers and sisters, their aunts and uncles who are millennials, not us, but people of our generation who paid the price for these bonehead decisions in Washington,
Right.
from Republicans and Democrats.
This is
It's
what
a
America First
bipartisan
means.
critique.
That's right. This is what America First means, spending our money here. This is why the mayor of Hamtramck, the majority Muslim town in Michigan, just endorsed Trump, even though he's a Democrat.
And that is not to say we're isolationists. We believe America should have friends, that we should have relationships with other countries, but we can't be the world's police force and we can't be the world's piggy bank. Our relationships have to be based on our shared interests, not like us funding a gajillion-dollar State Department to go wave a pride flag in someone's face, like when they want to talk about where they're going to get their energy from. You know, I think that foreign policy realism was such a hallmark of the Trump presidency, and I think it will be again.
Yeah, I want peace in our time. Like, I think it's important to I love the Kim Jong-un moment. I mean, I'm sorry, like I don't care what you say. Like, that's what we should. That's what virtually everyone that I speak with, and people on the left are also America First. I think it's amazing how much we all agree on when it comes to. So we went out and talked with the Hamas people, and it's like they also don't want us to spend hundreds of millions or billions of dollars on foreign conflict and death and carnage around the world. There's so much that we actually agree on in the America First movement. It'd be nice to see it expand. And quite frankly, like they're upset at the people who are expanding it outside of the controlled vectors of media consumption. And I think that's honestly why
I'm waiting for the Benny Johnson special on all of the badass Trump correspondence with foreign leaders. Like, you can do Little Rocket Man and then the love letters. You could do when he told Erdogan he was going to totally destroy him if there was even a hair harmed on a single American's head.
Abu.
And then, you saw that. Oh yeah, you've got
Abu,
the
why are you
interactions
sending me
with
my
Taliban.
house? Abu,
Yeah.
why are you
Yeah.
sending me my house? It's
Yeah,
my
like,
house. We'll let you
that's-
figure it out, Abu.
That's like the 40-minute Benny Johnson special America needs, is you walking through how Trump speaks alpha male to all of the world leaders and actually made the world peaceful. That's the headline. That's the punchline, is actually American blood wasn't being spilled. And that is the true job of the president. It's the job of all of our leaders.
It's such bullshit, and it's atrocious to be smeared, but it's also wonderful to see how desperate people get to stop the truth from coming out, and that like makes just shout the truth all the more louder, right? And I think that we are on the winning precipice here. I do want to, since you are such close allies with President Trump, ask you one or two quick follow-up questions about the state of the race, because I believe that Kamala Harris is trying to trick President Trump into another debate. Will President Trump do another debate with Kamala Harris?
No, I think Kamala Harris is desperate for another debate, because in the last debate, President Trump was talking about things like the economy and American decline and the problems created by an open border. And Kamala Harris was talking about things like the Central Park Five. And it was a lot more net in crowd sizes. It was a lot more nebulous in how she used her time. And I also think that the energy out of that first debate was Harris telling you that everything is awesome, everything is fine, we just need to keep going. And Trump saying, no, we're a nation in decline. We have to turn things around and do things better. Trump sees the mantle of the change candidate, and I think she's trying to get that back. I wouldn't give her that opportunity.
Yeah. So you would advise President Trump, like, don't, and we're looking at the polls right now. We're looking at the swing state polls. It's like, there's not a single poll in Georgia or Arizona, and I think maybe only one in Nevada that shows Kamala Harris up. It's remarkable.
Look, we have to work really hard. And honestly, like, we have to activate the young men in this country who watch your channel, who watch a lot of alternative media, to like pry themselves away from their gaming consoles long enough to go vote. And if like you're between 18 and 35 and you're not out there, male or female, voting for Republicans, then you are signing up for a diminished future. And like, we're out here fighting to save this country for you. You're the ones we're fighting for. So you have to be willing to fight for yourself and get out and vote for the type of economic prosperity where you'll be able to have a house. Don't you want to have a house? Benny has a house. And you'll never have a house if you don't change these interest rates. I'm guessing Benny bought his house when interest rates were low. But Gen Z is not going to have that opportunity if they do not get out and vote for the policies that will reduce prices and reduce interest rates, and only Trump represents that.
My entire production team is here in the studio. You can't see them, but they're like saying, yes, please. We want to have like nodding and saying, hey, but please.
Like, do you want to live in the container? I was seeing Amazon is selling like container ship pods now for houses. So for like $9,800, you can live in your pod and I guess eat your bugs and wait for your universal basic income check to live as a serf. And we're better than that. Our birthright as Americans is actually to be vigorous and ambitious and rich. We're allowed to be rich. And these policies, they want to ice them in, not just for 4 more years. They want to ice in these Biden policies for a generation. So get ready for a whole bunch of climate lectures and DEI seminars as your interest rates go up and your prospects for a future decline. That has to motivate people to vote.
So, so no Trump. I mean, I would say no. So no Trump debate. Trump's going to continue doing what he's. I mean, they think what he's doing is working. That energy is really wild. The energy in Long Island this last week. But we're scared. I mean, honestly, this audience is scared for Trump, and there's a little prayer for Trump at the end of every show. As we're a little worried.
Well, by the way, the government's not going to sufficiently protect President Trump. We've seen that. How many more times do you need that? I worry that the air of invincibility of the Secret Service is pretty much gone at this point. And it is God's hand that has protected Trump over and over again. And so, yeah, that's not a throwaway line. I think that praying for President Trump's safety is critically important right now.
Were 2 of the domestic teams, Ryan Routh and Thomas Crooks?
I do not believe Crooks was anywhere on the radar. Based on the evidence I've reviewed. Now, I'm open-minded, still going through stuff, but I have not seen evidence that suggests that Crooks was on the radar. And I don't know if the incident in Jupiter was someone associated with a domestic threat they were assessing, a Ukrainian-tied threat they were assessing, or something they weren't assessing at all. But we haven't gotten straight answers on those questions, which raises suspicion.
Commentary, because I like asking these questions because we'll see who was right 6 months from now. What should President Trump do to reform this system once in office?
Oh, it's the personnel. I mean, you have to go in and have an appointment strategy that is very front-loaded, very aggressive, and relentless. Because if we play some like appointments dance with like a future majority leader, John Thune or John Cornyn, then the Trump agenda will be on the slow boat to China. And so it is all about essentially front loading a very effective, aggressive appointment strategy in the first 3 weeks.
Yes. DHS Director Chad Wolf will be joining the program soon. And so we sort of
Chad's working on that. I think Chad's actually one of the
good.
Who's working on that.
Excellent. Always kind of a really, really excellent lead in. Matt, I don't think we have the clip available, but we just wanted to say, we haven't said this to you ever on air live, but your commentary, be offended. What do you think about that? Why are people, I don't think, do we have the clip, Alec? What your comments are saying is offending a portion of the population. Be offended. Like, thank God somebody finally said it. We're like,
yeah, I think we all have reason to be offended about something. So I give license to everyone. Be offended with anything I say. But, I just had an election. I got 73% of the votes. So I might even be getting some of the votes of among some of the offended. Who knows?
It's an amazing clip. We'll tweet it later with this embedded. And Matt, I wish more people followed your messaging. Quite frankly, from the GOP, if we think we'd have a very different party.
Great being with you, man.
Godspeed, Congressman. Everyone follow Matt Gaetz. Obviously, you probably already are. 2.8 million Americans follow Matt Gaetz. On to great things. Arguably the most effective member of Congress currently serving. So thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Benny.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
From Florida, the one and only Matt Gaetz. Congressman Gaetz, welcome back to America First.
Good to be back with you, Seb.
All right, so we're going to talk about this shocking news concerning a DHS whistleblower in a moment that you've been consulting with, but I have to get your reaction to this release from the Department of Justice. Why would the Biden administration release a letter by Ryan Routh, the second wannabe assassin, that offers a bounty on President Trump's life. Why would you do that 44 days from an election, Congressman?
Sometimes I think the Department of Justice is so worried about the criticism they'll receive by sitting on something so incendiary as this that they put it out. A lot of critics now are saying, why would you publish a bounty on President Trump's head as we're in this critical time where our federal government has not sufficiently protected President Trump? Let's just be honest.
Yeah.
You know, crooks shouldn't have been able to lay on that roof and take a shot. You shouldn't have had somebody laying in wait outside of President Trump's golf course, set up for hours undetected by dogs or drones or any other signal intelligence or video surveillance. And the consequence has been, I think, a real rattling of the American people. There used to be this air of invincibility around the Secret Service, that their protectees would be very hard to access. But now I think that we've certainly been exposed. And what troubled me, and I know it made a great deal of news, is that just in the days before the Florida assassination attempt, I had a senior DHS official saying that, look, they were analyzing whether or not the Secret Service had sufficient force protection at Butler. And obviously, the first thing you would analyze is, well, what was the threat environment, right? If you have a very quiet threat environment, maybe not as much force protection. If you have a robust threat environment, you have to build that out more. And this individual said to me that known to the U.S. government at the time they were making protection decisions in Butler were 5 different teams, 2 domestic, 1 with connections to Iran, 1 with connections to Ukraine, and 1 with connections to Pakistan.
These are 5 teams who are trying to kill President Trump.
Yes, and some teams, I don't portend that they all are of the same number or of the same sophistication. I think in one case, one of them was a single individual, right? So think about it in those terms. But I get the briefing, and then days after that briefing, this person shows up proverbially and rhetorically wrapped in the Ukrainian flag, lying in wait, trying to kill President Trump, and then now you've got the DOJ release of the bounty demand. And I want to give credit where credit's due, because when this second attempted assassin was coming into the country, CBP, our Border Patrol, they knew something was up. They knew something didn't really align here, because Routh was saying he was traveling the world, recruiting people from Afghanistan, Taiwan, Moldova to go fight in Ukraine. Now, you'd think in Afghanistan and Taiwan, if they were looking for a fight, they wouldn't have to go all the way to Ukraine to find one. But he was doing this, and when the CBP folks in the interview asked what you and I would ask, who's funding all of this? Where's this money coming from? The guy said, oh, my wife is funding this. Now, I know that there are wives out there who fund the hobbies of their husband, but this seems to strain credulity. And so when Customs and Border Patrol acquired this information, they referred it to Homeland Security Investigations for investigation work. We had the director of HSI investigations before the House recently. And when I said, what did you do when you were given this? The answer was no follow-up. We took no action. And that is strange to me. You would think if Customs and Border Patrol are flagging this, you would at least want to follow the money, and that would probably answer a lot of our questions today.
So I watched you at a fascinating hearing, not in Congress, but at the Heritage Foundation a few weeks ago on Butler, Pennsylvania. And I'd like to keep you over to ask you a question in the break, if you can stay just for our Rumble stream. The most charitable description of what we can say of the Secret Service from Butler to the golf course is failure by design. What's your description?
You know, I'm still assessing that, Seb. And here's what I worry about. And I have not confirmed this. I'm still talking to a lot of folks at Secret Service. But some have said to me that there was concern that Donald Trump, if given the full protective detail that the threat environment demanded, would look too authoritative. Wow. He would look too strong. He would look ascendant. And imagine a world in which, to diminish Trump, to make him look smaller, we were willing to rattle the nation this way with assassination attempts and God forbid, an assassination. So that is a dynamic I am investigating, I am looking at. I do not foreclose the prospect that this is abject bureaucratic incompetence and just that nobody cares. But that doesn't explain why assets were pulled off of Trump, not aligned to Trump, and then assigned to Dr. Jill Biden and John Bolton. And as much as I disagree with those people, I don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden or John Bolton, but you have a finite amount of resources, and if you're not protecting Trump because you don't like him, that's a real problem.
And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter whether it's by intent, by attitude, by incompetence. The fact is President Trump's safety is on the line. We're talking to the congressman from Florida's 1st Congressional District. He's the author of the book Firebrand, also the podcast of the same name. Make sure you're following him on social media and on his website at Rep. Matt Gaetz, gaetz.house.gov. What is the logic for you and the other 13 regarding the SAVE Act and not voting for it? Can you share with our Rumble viewers?
No, we did vote for I voted for the SAVE Act. I voted for it, passed it to the Senate. This is a question of how to exercise leverage. I believe that the strategy of the House should be get the SAVE Act signed into law before we advance government funding.
So the issue is you want it separate. You want to vote on force a vote on SAVE before we have any voting on funding, and
I want SAVE in law.
Right.
I want SAVE in the law. Okay, because here's what was planned out. Unfortunately, send the SAVE Act over on the funding bill, then receive back a funding bill that doesn't include SAVE and capitulate, and that had been pre-orchestrated. Now,
and is that Johnson? Is that Speaker Johnson who's connecting the two?
I think it's the entire House leadership. I don't know that it's constrained to one person. It was the collective view of the leadership that this was the way to proceed, and they're worried about losing swing districts in Virginia, and I get it, but that's not a reason to cave in the few points that we have leverage. Right. So I don't vote for continuing resolutions. I don't vote for omnibus spending bills. I believe in single subject spending bills. We passed single subject spending bills with stronger provisions than the SAVE Act. We had the full complement of our Secure the Border Act that was included in our single subject spending bills. And then if there were portions we didn't get to, we should have CR'd the rest of the budget. Doing a continuing resolution for the whole federal budget, it's going to end the country. So you could attach the SAVE Act to it. You could attach the Drill Baby Drill Act to it. But at the end of the day, if we go $1 trillion more in debt every 100 days, this country will be in a state of demise.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Here now to weigh in on all of the investigations going on, but more importantly, to discuss the possibility there are 5 hit teams in this country trying to take Trump out. He sits on the House Judiciary Committee, Florida Congressman Matt Gaetz, who broke this story to the world. Matt, nice to see you, and thank you for speaking up about something so horrific. To hear that we already have strike teams, if you will, in the country hunting our president. This is insane, Matt.
The 5 teams I was briefed on are just the 5 teams we know about. Sort of like cockroaches in Florida. If you see one, there's probably 10 behind the wall. And I think the last point you made in your monologue is a really important one that I want to draw sharp focus on. Mm-hmm. It's not just that the American people no longer believe in the capability of the Secret Service to protect President Trump or others. It's that the air of invincibility around the Secret Service has really diminished over these last several months, because when you see how close Crooks was able to get, when you see that Routh wasn't subjected to the type of surveillance that should attach to someone who is literally lying in wait and for quite some time staking out where they're going to take a shot into Trump National, it I think, could inspire other people to be involved in very dangerous activities directed at public officials, not just presidential candidates. And when it comes to these 5 teams, like, just imagine how eerie it was for me to hear, like, on a Thursday that there are 5 teams and one of them has connections to Pakistan, one to Iran, one to Ukraine, and then 2 that originated domestically here in the United States. And then you see this Routh guy who is rhetorically and proverbially wrapped in the Ukrainian flag. So the big question here that we've got to get to is, who was funding Routh?
Thank you.
Routh had the resources to travel all over the world, ostensibly to recruit freedom fighters for Ukraine. How many did he actually recruit? Or was that a cover to engage in a bunch of foreign meetings to then do harm and violence here in our country? We don't know, but you have to follow the money. Now, I want to give credit where credit's due. Customs and Border Patrol knew there was something wrong with this guy. When they encountered him at the border and they were looking at where he'd been and what his story was, it didn't make any sense. They asked him who had been funding all of these adventures, and he said his wife. Now, I got a pretty successful wife who would probably fund a hobby or 2 of mine, but not this. And so they said this doesn't make any sense. They send it to Homeland Security investigations, and you know what? They drop the case. They don't even follow up. They don't investigate. So the type of violence that you saw attempted against President Trump, that doesn't just happen when one thing breaks down. There are multiple breakdowns here on the intel side, on the Homeland Security investigation side, and certainly on the Secret Service side, where I think Chairman Comer's criticisms are well taken.
There was a vote in your chamber, what was it, Thursday or Friday, to give the exact same coverage and protection of Secret Service to all presidential candidates now, the same as a sitting president gets. Is that immediate? And I hate to say this, but will it make any difference? Because they ramped up his protection since the first attempt on July 13th. And look, a guy got within 1 hole of President Trump at his own golf course.
I don't know that this is a bodies problem. It may be. I haven't seen that analysis. I think that it's more a tactical problem. If you aren't assessing the intel correctly on the front end, how are you going to even distribute the excess resources that you have? Here in this case, knowledge that there were 5 teams in country hunting Trump that we were likely following, looking at, but just knowing that, why would you ever take resources away from the Trump detail and give them to the Jill Biden detail? Now, I don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but you have to be able to utilize finite resources according to what threats exist. And I think there are still threats out there. I know they are, as a matter of fact, for President Trump. There's no question about it. And we are not meeting the moment in government. And that frustrates people, and it should. But just like you said in your opening, this isn't a deal where we can write a bigger check, hire a few more people, and then wash our hands of it. Dan Bongino gave some of the best testimony at a hearing we had at the Heritage Foundation. He said, we are trying to solve like tomorrow's problems with yesterday's technology. And it's a top to bottom issue that requires thorough scrutiny. But from between now and the election, we got to keep President Trump alive.
Yeah, well, and then after for 4 years, too. And, that's true. In that statement that Comer said about the drones, it's like, I just this weekend in San Diego, my local park, we're watching a drone performance, right? If they can have drones do all kinds of things in the air and make images and spell out words and do crap like 400 or 500 of them at a time, you couldn't put drones up all over that golf course while he's playing and monitor each hole ahead of time? What if that one agent didn't see that little barrel sticking through? We'd be having a different conversation right now, Matt.
Yeah, we have these capabilities. This isn't, like you say, this is commercially available stuff for a few $100 off the shelf. It's not like there's some great barrier to the Secret Service getting this. And so then you get to the question of motive. And I've talked to some people in the Secret Service, and I'm not certain that this is the case, but here's what some have said to me. That leadership at Secret Service thought that if they gave the Trump detail the resources that they were asking for, that would make Trump look more authoritative, that would make him look stronger, that would make him look ascendant. And really what they were trying to do, according to some, is diminish Trump's standing as a political leader by depriving him of the full security that he requires. If that is borne out with records and testimony and corroborated, that is sick. That is sick that you would risk putting our country through the torture of an assassination of a former president and current presidential candidate just because of optics, that you didn't want Trump to look strong. It is so revealing.
Yes, sure is, and people need to go down for this. Matt, I'm going to switch gears real quick before you leave. Just a couple political things and house cleaning in your house. Speaker Johnson and the CR and the SAVE Act and the vote. We went over it last week with a couple different members, and now we see that Johnson is going to push through the CR without the SAVE Act and try to fund the government through December. I just want to get your thoughts on that, and then one closing thought.
Yeah, I am against funding the government through continuing resolutions. It is totally irresponsible and childish, actually, to have one up or down vote on the funding of the whole government. We did a good amount of the single subject spending bills. If we couldn't get to the remainder of them, we could CR the rest of them. But we had bills on defense, on homeland security, on the environment that would have gotten rid of the Green New Deal, that would have gotten rid of the wokeness in the military, that would have required the asylum changes on the border. And we walked away from our own work product to just say, well, let's just keep doing it the way we used to be doing it. So I'm not going to vote for that. At the same time, your viewers deserve to know what the rationale of Speaker Johnson is. And frankly, I think it's political. I think it's that we've got a number of members in the Virginia delegation who believe they would suffer greatly as the consequence of a shutdown. And so avoiding the shutdown becomes the prime directive. And I actually think that reducing the spending, securing the border should be the prime directive. So that's where we disagree. But it's not that Mike Johnson supports these policy and spending choices that are inherent in a continuing resolution. It's like we're literally in the middle of an election right now. And if the government was going to shut down, Mike Johnson and others would probably say we should have predicated that months ago.
Okay. Good old election year. Finally, how's your campaign going since we are in election year? And I wanted to hit one thing on the Kamala Harris campaign versus Trump, but get your input on your race. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm in my congressional office, so I'm gonna probably demur on that. Things are going great back in
I
Florida, so I'm not gonna explicitly campaign to you about my race, but
I didn't know where you were sitting.
I'm very grateful to serve the folks in Northwest Florida, and I got every expectation they'll keep me on the job.
I know there's rules about that. Sorry, I thought you were in district or back home. I didn't know you were in D.C. The final one is I just want to throw this headline up because I think it's freaking hilarious. If you need one more reason not to vote for cackling comrade Kamala, the IRS agent, and I guess they have a union, they actually endorsed her over the weekend. So forget that Meryl Streep and Julia Roberts and all these famous people are endorsing. If you need another reason not to vote for her, the folks that come take all your damn tax money are endorsing Kamala, and I want Matt's take on that.
Dan, when I saw this, I thought it was a headline from the Babylon Bee.
I did too.
I didn't even think it was serious. And then I'm just wondering, who is the swing voter? I want to see one of those CNN panels where they go to the person in the moo-moo and say, who are you going to vote for? It's well, I was undecided. Kamala opened the border and Trump saved the economy. But when I found out that the IRS agents were behind Harris, that's really what got me. Are there even 7 accountants on the planet Earth who are waiting for this endorsement? It is so revealing, and it's frankly I think a highlight to how the regime is trying to fortify around Harris rather than accepting the change that is represented in Donald Trump's candidacy.
Agreed. Congressman Matt Gaetz, as always, it is a pleasure having you on the program, and thank you for blowing the whistle about what that whistleblower said about these strike teams, because I don't think the American people would know about it today if you didn't tell us. Thank you, Matt.
Thank you, brother. Take care.
Yep, you too.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
All right, let's do it. Joining me now, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Welcome to the Alec Lay Show.
Oh, thanks for having me, Alec.
All right, well, it's an honor to have you here. Let's just start like this. You didn't really have to be Nostradamus to realize that we weren't going to get this SAVE Act in place prior to the election here. And now Speaker Johnson has dropped it like a hot potato. Are we going to get this continuing resolution? Are we going to vote for funding the government, or are we shutting the government down? What's your take?
I don't believe we should ever fund the government with a continuing resolution or an omnibus spending bill. It is an insane dynamic to suggest that you have to take one up or down vote on the funding of the entire government all at once. In state legislators, even in the frickin' local Rotary Club, there is line item review of the budget. And the fact that we don't do that at the national level is a disgrace. And by the way, it's the reason you now can't afford a house or a car with the interest rates, because we are going $1 trillion more in debt as a nation every 100 days. And we finance that debt not by borrowing, by printing money in large sums. And then that devalues everything you've worked for your whole life because we don't make responsible spending decisions. And that's not a bug of the system, Alec. That is a feature of the system. Because if you're one of these corrupt lobbyists or special interests that's bought off the right member of leadership or the right committee chair to get your program in the budget, then it lives forever. It is the definition of eternal life. So we did, frankly, at knife point, we did single subject spending bills earlier this Congress on a large swath of the federal budget. And we've abandoned that work along with the SAVE Act. Embedded into the single subject spending bills we had was really the Secure the Border Act that would have made the asylum reforms, that would have applied Title 42 to all of these migrants coming over with drugs and diseases in a lot of cases. And instead, now we're just going to say, you know what, that last deal that Nancy Pelosi negotiated with Mitch McConnell, signed by Joe Biden, that's the policy infrastructure we're just going to accept. It will lead to the demise of this country if we do this, and I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm voting against it, and if we wanted to, we could have moved our single subject spending bills and then just done a continuing resolution for the remainder that was not achieved. But instead, we're embracing the very system that I think has crushed Americans at the grocery store, at the gas station, and when they make their monthly budgets.
Well, I'm right there, Congressman. I'm a railroad mechanic. I'm a father of 4 kids. We got a family of 6 to feed here. We have been getting just destroyed by this Bidenomics, Camelonomics, and just like everybody else has. But out on the street here, we are sick and tired of seeing the GOP get pushed around like a rag doll inside the House and getting nothing accomplished. We're 40 days from the election, and now we're trying to prevent illegals from voting in the election. We saw the disaster that happened in 2020. Nothing has changed. The mail-in ballots requiring ID to vote. Nothing's changed. We're saying, how do we have any faith or any type of integrity in the election that's going to happen when there's been nothing done to improve it?
Well, so let me zoom out and ask this question. Do you really want the federal government making voting laws, right? I mean, certainly as it relates to illegals, right, people who aren't citizens, I think we have a national interest. But if you want the federal government to be the policymaker on elections infrastructure, that's not going to go well for us. I can assure you. There'll be 87 pronouns on every ballot, right? So I do believe in having the states run the elections. And in some states, it's gotten better. Georgia, for example, was so humiliated by the lack of chain of custody on ballots and the lack of signature verification that their legislature went in and made changes to their laws and made it better. Easier to catch some of the foolishness in Fulton and DeKalb counties. Then you look at Pennsylvania, where there's been no improvement, and we have to win Pennsylvania, and you are going to have hundreds of thousands of unaccounted for ballots swirling around at risk of being voted when no individual intended to vote them. Now, the bright side of that is if you look at where Republicans and Democrats are in Pennsylvania today, Republicans are more than 100,000 absentee ballot requests ahead. So there's a larger universe of Republican ballots compared to Democrat ballots that are out there. But you and I both know in Philly that they're going to find some of these apartment complexes where they dump off huge stacks of ballots. The people have moved away years ago, but they're still registered at that apartment complex, and it's going to be somebody's job to go and act like those ballots intended to be voted for Harrison Walls. And it would, in fact, no human being actually did that. That's the risk. So we have to be really vigilant in watching for this, looking for these drops. We cannot allow some of these massive centers to process these ballots in the absence of real observers, and that's what we're working on.
Well, this is why I say, like, especially in these battleground states where nothing's been done to fix this security election, is where we have no faith. It's like we're going to see us replay, and it's like we're going to try to watch it in real time. I encourage people to get involved, poll watch, do what you can, because this is it. You can't get in the DeLorean and go back in time and say, I wish I would have done something more. This is it. If we don't get it right now, it's communism in the country, and we all know that. But it just has that sense that we're going to see the same playbook that we saw back in 2020 on November 5th. We're going to be watching this, and here comes the ballot thumbs. That's why Trump says too big to rig. We pray that that's going to be enough. But even if we can swarm the ballot box, is that still going to be enough? Because nothing's been done to stop these people from cheating the way they did us the last time.
Well, again, I'm going to push back a little and say in places like Georgia, there has been some positive progress. So you can't say nothing has been done anywhere. In some places, I think we have seen improvement. In Wisconsin, we've had some judicial rulings that I think are going to limit some of the dead people voting. And dead people are just like any other group. They vote more when you make it easier for them to vote. And without a question, dead people prefer to vote by mail as opposed to in person because that's easier for them. So there have been some refinements, but here's what I would watch most carefully. On the East Coast, we've got to have our eyes on Charlotte in North Carolina. We've got to have our eyes in Philly, in Pennsylvania, and we've got to have our eyes still on Fulton and DeKalb County in Georgia. If just in those areas we present a sufficient deterrent to fraud, and remember, there aren't the Zuckerbucks anymore because he got worried that there could be some liability or culpability for him, so he got out of that business. And so in just those, we can win the election. And then as you move west, we got to get the Republicans to get their act together in Maricopa County, Arizona. In the last election, there were problems with people feeding their ballots into the system. And on the day when the Republicans and Democrats were able to go and practice with the machines and test their viability, the Republican designee for Maricopa County didn't even show up, right? So sometimes party organization has improved to the point where we're not going to be as frail as we were 4 years ago. Still work to do, though.
And I love your optimism here, and I think that maybe I'm just more of a Debbie Downer just because we're so heartbroken from 2020 and watched this disaster play out and wish there had been more done. But and just being here in New Jersey, the support that I see for Trump is overwhelming. You drive around any town here in Jersey, you see the Trump support. You don't see any Harris banners or Harris flags or bumper stickers.
Your problem's Newark. Your problem is in Newark.
Yes.
I mean, do you really believe they're running clean elections in Newark?
Absolutely not.
I thought that Chitterelli guy won the governorship. In Newark, what they do is they wait for the rest of Jersey to come in, and then they figure out how many votes they need to will into existence to get their nose over the finish line.
Well, you almost had Chitterelli in Jersey. You almost had Lee Zeldin in New York. I mean, we're right there. The tri-state area here, New York, New Jersey, we're right there. I mean, there's so much red, so many people here that support Trump that it's in play, in my opinion. If we could get Newark on board, if you have the poll watchers there, if you keep an eye on that, New Jersey would go
There's some
red.
places even the poll watchers won't go. Chief among them, Newark, New Jersey, I think. Wow, we're going to have to get like Eric Prince to get the Blackwater guys to go and like be the poll watchers in Newark just so that they can stay safe, not to harm anyone else.
Yeah, you got to update your life insurance policy. Let me switch to Donald Trump, talking about your life being on the line here. Now we got this letter released by the DOJ, or released. Somebody handed this letter to Ryan Ralph. He was saying, I didn't get the job done. I'm offering $150,000 for somebody to finish the job. Why in the world would they release this bounty on Trump's head 40 days prior to the election with Trump already having 2 attempts on his life?
I don't know that we've seen the last, sadly. And I no longer trust the hands of government to protect Donald Trump. They have fallen short on just some obvious things. It has been the hand of God that has protected President Trump. And so I would encourage all of your viewers, you keep praying for President Trump and his safety and his family's safety, because I think, don't these things come in threes a lot of time? It just feels that way. And in the last case, the attempted assassin was even more brazen, like came and camped outside of President Trump's golf course, lying in wait for him. I think that we've not met the moment. I think there has to be a lot of work done, and some things are in God's hands. We have to improve greatly, and I'll be on their case to do so. But there's no other explanation as to how President Trump has continued to survive.
And I agree with you. There's no question about it. In fact, the two assassination attempts that did happen on Trump both came on day where we remember our Blessed Mother. One of them came on the third apparition of the Lady of Guadalupe, and the other one was Our Lady of Sorrow. So I do believe there is a hand of God in play. But also, I know you broke the story there with the five assassin teams that are targeting President Trump. And my question to you would be that if a 20-year-old kid could get within 150 yards in broad daylight with a clear line of shot at the president, if there was a real assassination team that's trained and trying to go after Trump, wouldn't they have accomplished this mission already?
Well, you don't know that those teams have not encountered some efforts to neutralize them, right? These are the known teams. There could be more than 5. The 5 that we knew about at the time of Butler are those that I have discussed publicly. And since Butler, several may have been neutralized. There may be more that we're aware of. But the operative question here is how, when we knew that there were 5 teams that were targeting Trump of various levels of sophistication, I'm sure, probably not all the most sophisticated in the world, why was our force protection at Butler for Trump drained to provide additional protection for John Bolton and Jill Biden? I don't want anything bad to happen to John Bolton and Jill Biden, but the threat profile against President Trump was so strong, it necessitated better than we provided him for protection. All the while, you had the Trump detail saying we need more assets, we need more assistance, and they were denied. And you have to sort of wonder, Alec, what's the motive for that? And people in Secret Service have said to me that it's that they didn't want Trump to look too authoritative, or like if he's got a lot of, big dudes around him, Secret Service agents, then he looks powerful, and they wanted to diminish him by not protecting him. Now, I don't, that is the view of some folks who've shared it with me, but think of how sick that is if that's true, that they would put our whole country, they would risk throwing this country into indescribable chaos just for comparative optics.
It's ridiculous. And listen, a blind man without a cane could see Trump as a bigger target than Jill Biden, yet the assets weren't allocated, and it took 2 assassination attempts for him to get the full package. And one more word on this Ryan Ralph. This is a guy that had a conviction of weapons of mass destruction. They found more weapons of mass destruction in 2002 at Ryan Roots than they did in Iraq. And he's traveling back and forth to Europe, and we're talking to Taliban members. This guy wasn't under the watchful eye of the intelligence agency. Then he just picks a miraculous spot on the fence line that he knows isn't going to have cameras pointed at him. No dogs sniffing the area, no drones in the air. This guy seemed to have his eye on the ball here and knew where to be. Was this guy helped out by anybody?
We have to follow the money, right? I mean, how was this guy able to have the resources to go to all of these places and to engage in this, I guess, political recruiting for mercenary armies in Ukraine? It's a fantastical story. Now, I want to give credit where it's due. The Customs and Border Patrol agents talked to this guy, and they said this story doesn't really make a lot of sense, and they referred him to Homeland Security Investigations. And when Homeland Security Investigations was presented with a guy who claimed he'd been traveling the world recruiting Ukrainian freedom fighters, and that it was all being paid for by his wife. Now, I mean, I've got a wife who works and is very successful. I'm sure if I had like an intricate hobby, she'd help me support it. But like if my hobby was to travel all to Taiwan and to Afghanistan to recruit people to fight in Ukraine, I think there would be some limits. And they didn't even investigate it. They didn't even pick up the file. They just said, nothing to see here. Imagine if we had thorough, meaningful work, we could have spared ourselves this second assassination attempt. And where are they dropping the ball right now? As you and I are having this discussion, that's what ought to worry us.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you make a mistake on your tax return and you got the IRS knocking at your door. So they don't miss anything, small with us. But when it comes to something obvious like this, they missed the ball. Last thing I want to hit you on, because I know I'm going to get up against the clock, was the Iranians had hacked the Trump campaign, gave the information to the Biden-Harris campaign. This seems like the media seems to have zero interest in this story. I know the House Judiciary is going to be looking into it. What's the latest you got on that?
Well, I have had classified briefings that leave me firmly with the impression that this was a partisan effort by the Iranians and that the Democrats weren't exactly fully forthcoming about how this information came into their hands. Like, imagine if the shoe was on the other foot. If the Iranians or some other country was providing the source code of the Harris campaign to President Trump, you would have every pearl-clutching host on MSNBC saying this is the greatest threat to democracy. This is proof that the worst people in the world want Trump. Like, for a moment, beside the unfair competitive advantage that it gives the other team to give them our playbook, just imagine what it means that the mullahs of Iran prefer Harris. They prefer Harris because they will be able to continue their expansionism, their attacks on Israel, their attacks on their Arab neighbors, and they know that Trump will stand firm and will contain them. Iran they were impoverished. They were dealing with all the crappy inflation that we're dealing with now under the Trump sanctions. And now, like, the roles are reversed. Iran's doing great. They're rich, and we're the ones stuck with the crappy inflation. How about that? How about just reverse the roles on that and allow President Trump to execute that agenda?
And that speaks volumes, too, Congressman. You have Iran, the military-industrial complex, IRS, Dick Cheney, Vladimir Putin, all supporting the same candidate in Kamala Harris, and they would all love nothing more than to see her into the White House. So I know in Congress we need to have more fighters like you in there. I respect what you're doing. We're sick and tired out here on the street of seeing politicians being influenced by this lobbyist money. They're bought and paid for. The votes are bought and paid for. And we just want to see people who represent us back into the House of the Representatives so we can finally have some faith in our government again.
And you know I'm the only Republican who doesn't take it. I'm the only Republican in Congress who takes no lobbyist money, no PAC money, because people may disagree with me even on some of the subjects we've discussed, but they at least know that I hold those views sincerely. And a bunch of these folks that walk around these halls who hate my guts in both parties, they are just actors. And it's the special interests who write the scripts and direct the moves. And what a debasing way to attempt to serve your country. We deserve better.
Listen, I respect you for it. I know my time is up. Congressman Matt Gaetz, honored to have you. I'd love to have you on again anytime down the line. Thanks for giving me a few minutes of your time today on the Al Clay Show.
Oh, thanks, Al. Good to be with you, my friend.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough. He's so strong. He's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
Kamala promised to prosecute free speech.
If you act as a megaphone for misinformation, we are going to hold you accountable.
She threatened Twitter because it didn't support her policies.
You can't say that you have one rule for Facebook and you have a different rule for Twitter. They are directly speaking to millions and millions of people without any level of oversight or regulation, and that has to stop.
Kamala said she supports a mandatory gun buyback and wants your semi-automatic rifles.
We have to have a buyback program, and I support a mandatory buyback program.
But we do need an assault weapons ban.
She even wants to enter your home to make sure you're complying.
To legally possess a gun in the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible.
The truth is, Kamala's already told us her policy plans, and they're radical. Bad for the First Amendment, bad for the Second Amendment, bad for the country.
Welcome back to Firebrand. I'm Congressman Matt Gaetz. We're broadcasting live from room 2021 of the Rayburn House Office Building here at the Capitol Complex in Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris is the sitting vice president. Her policies that she's championed as a senator and really a DA and throughout her time in public life indeed are harmful to the country now. This isn't some future projection. This is fair game of a sitting office holder advancing policies that we know would diminish the American experience. And while we talk about the policies here, we also do note when there's an occasional moment of pop culture that emerges out of our politics that is interesting. And, leave it to Trump to make a statement in the debate and launch like an avalanche of memes and takeaways and auto-tunes. This was my favorite. Take a listen.
In Springfield, they're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
People of Springfield, please don't eat my cats. Why would you do that? Eat something else. People of Springfield, please don't eat my dog. Here's a catalog of other things to eat.
They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there. They're eating the dogs.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
They're eating the cats.
Meow, 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 meow.
They're eating the pets of the people that live there.
Amazing, absolutely amazing. But there really are challenges that we're facing on the border that erupt in small communities all over the country. And in the House Homeland Security Committee, we delve into how that interface is impacting local law enforcement, and we regularly bring sheriffs to give us a perspective. And Arizona Congressman Eli Crane, one of our favorites, one of the best firebrands, he took some exception to an Arizona sheriff showing up with the nerve and audacity to embrace open borders policies. I think Congressman Crane took him to the woodshed. Take a listen. Let me know what you think.
Why do you believe that border walls are racist?
Well, Reagan was against border walls. He told Mikhail Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The Soviet Union said they were emerging into an era of freedom, and he said, prove it, tear down the walls. Only 8% of the world's land borders have any structure at all, not a wall, not a fence, not even a line of rocks. If you go through Europe, Asia, Africa, Latin America, even the Canadian border.
That's not what I asked you, Sheriff. I said, why do you believe they're racist? You said in your written testimony, and certain policies smack of racism. For example, a wall was never suggested for the Canadian border.
Well, yeah, the Canadian border is known as generally a white population, whereas the southwestern border is generally a brown population, so it smacks of racism. And Title 42 was never aggressively enforced on the Canadian border.
Sheriff, do you think that if the mass majority of illegal immigration coming into the United States of America was coming from the northern border, that Americans would demand the same thing?
I don't know.
I think you probably do know that, sir, because it's not about race with the American people. Matter of fact, most American people support legal immigration. It's the illegal immigration. It has nothing to do with race. Sheriff, do you have a wall at your house?
A what?
Do you have a wall at your house,
No,
Sheriff?
I do not.
Do you have a front door on your house?
Yes, I do.
Why not just leave it open, Sheriff?
I leave it unlocked, but, I do have a door.
Yeah, most people have walls and doors on their house, not because they hate the other people on the outside. It's because they love the people on the inside, Sheriff. What about prison? What about prisons, Sheriff? They have walls around them as well. Are those racist?
No, I would say they're not.
Yeah, they're not. What about the White House? It has a wall around it too as well, doesn't it? Do you think that's racist? Do you think?
I didn't say that walls are generically racist.
Okay, well, you said, and certain policies smack of racism.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Proposing a wall on the southern border and not the Canadian border.
Well, I just told you, where's the majority of illegal immigration coming into the United States, sir? Northern or southern border? Go ahead.
Probably the southern border.
Yeah, you know it is, okay? Thank you.
Eli Crane making the common sense, reasonable arguments about border security. We're also working closely with Congressman Crane on investigations regarding the assassination attempts into President Trump. And I want to get into that now because it was a surreal experience for me. I'm broadcasting right now out of my office, just like a few feet away from this desk where I'm speaking to you. I had a senior Homeland Security official come and give me troubling news between the first assassination attempt and the second assassination attempt. I shared that news with John Solomon as he was hosting Human Events, the Jack Posobiec show. Take a listen.
It also requires coordination of a lot of these different agencies, Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, even Border Patrol in this case. And we oftentimes find that it's the brass that is stonewalling or creating the clog in the machine, I suppose. It's the rank and file. How can these people be expected to coordinate, at least the rank and file, if the folks above them are not willing to do the work?
Yeah, that lack of coordination has been laid bare by these assassination attempts. And I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, wow. I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump. And so that raises real questions about why certain teams were being pulled off of the Trump detail and put on, for example, the Jill Biden detail. Now, we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but at the same time, the threat envelope for her was substantially different than the threat envelope around President Trump, and it would not have necessitated pulling assets away from the Trump detail for the Jill Biden detail or the John Bolton detail or any other details that were beefed up. At the same time, the requests from the Trump detail and from the Trump campaign for more security were going unanswered.
Wow.
So we are back live. I have subsequently revealed that this disclosure made to me indicated that there was a team tied to Ukraine, a team tied to Pakistan, a team tied to Iran, and then 2 teams that organically emerged domestically. And again, those were the known teams. I want to be clear, they may have been neutralized by now. They may have been limited in their capability. There may be more teams now that we know about because the air of invincibility around the Secret Service seems to be diminishing with the proximity that attempted assassins are able to achieve to the former president and to the current leading candidate for the presidency again. So I got to tell you, when I learned that the second attempted assassin was like rhetorically and proverbially wrapped in the Ukrainian flag, it did strike quite a note with me because I had just been told days prior that there was a Ukraine connection to one of these teams. So I don't know if this particular individual was in any way connected to what Homeland Security and the rest of the intelligence community was watching as it relates to potential assassins. But what I do know is that some very smart people at Customs and Border Patrol actually encountered Ralph. They encountered him with this fantastical story about how he was recruiting freedom fighters all over the world and that his wife was paying for it. That seemed a little fishy to Customs and Border Patrol, and so they made a referral to Homeland Security Investigations. They're supposed to do the follow-up. And just this past week, we had the head of Homeland Security Investigations before the House Judiciary Committee, I got the chance to question her. Take a listen. Thanks for being here. You had 16 people at Butler, and my question is, did they participate in a morning muster meeting that day of the attempted assassination?
Thank you for the question. I would have to defer any questions as to the on-the-ground operational activity in Butler to the Secret Service.
But I'm asking about your people, because the problem we're having, and Republicans and Democrats have noted, is we're not getting really forthright answers from the Secret Service in a timely way. And your agents, you had 16 people there, and those people either participated in a morning muster meeting, which is the protocol to make sure everyone's on the same page, has the same comms, that all the duties are correctly assigned and prepared to be executed. So can you get back to the committee with just a yes or no on whether or not they participated in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, good, great. I now want to talk about Ryan Roth. Ryan Roth is the person who attempted to assassinate President Trump at his golf club in Florida. And was Ryan Roth ever referred to HSI for further investigation of his activities?
Thank you for the question, sir. I recently, just this morning, learned there was an article that he was, when he entered back into the country from overseas, CBP had contacted HSI, and I read all of the items, the things that he was stating, and basically, as a U.S. citizen returning to our country from Ukraine as a freedom fighter, based on the information that I read, there would not have been any reason to immediately take him into custody. He had not made any threats, for instance, against the president or former President Trump. HSI responds to port of entry calls, hundreds of responses, probably daily. Just because a person isn't taken into custody immediately doesn't mean that they're not subject of a longer-term investigation.
But you can confirm the Just the News reporting that the suspected Trump attempted assassin was flagged by CBP and was referred to HSI. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and it was kind of a crazy story. So, is it legal for someone to go recruit for a foreign military? Does that break any laws?
I don't know, sir. I would have to look into that a little bit further.
Me too, frankly. But if recruiting for a foreign military was somehow improper, then that would necessitate some need for investigation, I would think. And here's the story that CBP picked up when they referred it to HSI. They say in their memo, suspect is a U.S. citizen who traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, for 3 months to help recruit soldiers from Afghanistan, Moldova, and Taiwan to fight in the Ukrainian war against Russia. Subject stated that he does not get paid for his recruiting efforts, and all his work for the Ukrainian government is strictly volunteer work. The subject stated that he obtains money from his wife to help fund his trips to Ukraine. And so when this guy shows up with a business card and this story about how he's recruiting fighters in Ukraine and his wife's paying for it, CBP says this is a little odd. And then they send it to HSI. HSI declines to further investigate. And what you're saying is you think based on the facts that you're aware of now, that was the right decision by HSI.
No, if I may, sir, the statements that day would not rise to the level to take him into immediate custody.
But what about just like to investigate? Because sometimes investigations proceed without a subject being taken into custody.
These are longer-term investigations. We are actively participating with Secret Service and FBI. In fact,
no, I'm talking about at this point in time, though. Here's what you got to answer for me. When CBP refers this to HSI, what I believe happened is HSI declined not only to incarcerate this person, but to further investigate the person. Are you saying that they declined to investigate, or that investigation went forward and the attempted assassination occurred during the pendency of that investigation?
I would have to look into that a little bit further, sir. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really important second thing for you to get back to us on, is whether or not HSI made an active decision in real time to decline further investigation of this person. And frankly, I mean, this isn't someone who was jaywalking. They tried to kill the leading Republican candidate for president and the former president of the United States. And so I really think it's important to get those answers. I thank you for being here. Thank you for all the good work of your agency. I yield back. We are back live, and the live stream is fired up. John on X wants me to vacate Johnson and then vacate Johnson today. Shown Girl loves Eli Crane. And you know what? We've even got our former creator, Joel Valdez, on the live stream. We love seeing that. I want to bring you to some of the work going on now in the House Armed Services Committee. We're going to be following up with HSI to get the answers to those questions, and certainly I will let you know here on Firebrand or on the Gaetz Network. But in the Armed Services Committee, you got to see this. So the United States Army has a anti-terrorism training exercise that they go through. They have a slideshow to warn the Army who might be a terrorist. And included in that slideshow is a characterization of national right to life and a pro-life license plate and any other signification of association with the pro-life movement as potential terrorism. Now, did this just emerge? No, this has been going on, this training in the United States Army, for 7 years. More than 10,000 troops have been subjected to this training, so I'm grateful that Chairman Jim Banks in the Military Personnel Subcommittee, a really outstanding committee chairman, he brought in some of these folks from the Army to explain themselves. I got to ask them questions. Take a listen. So, General Matlock, after years of the Army wrongly telling over 10,000 soldiers that someone having a pro-life license plate might make them a terrorist, was anybody fired?
Representative, again, the chain of command is the responsible agent for adverse actions or personnel actions, and I'm not going to comment on what they've done or not done. That resides with the chain of command.
Well, don't you think that has failed? Because wasn't the obligation to stop this nonsense also with the chain of command?
The chain of command took upon receiving the report of the poorly developed training materials, the chain of command took immediate action.
In the United States Army, 8 years might be immediate, but it doesn't seem all that immediate to me. I mean, does years and years of doing this seem like the chain of command was immediately responsive to this errant action to you?
Representative, we recognize that is a very long period of time.
Okay, so we'll dispense with immediate then. Okay, so you're kind of playing games. I mean, I think the Congress deserves to know, after you all screwed up with 10,000 soldiers, whether you fired anyone, whether you suspended anyone, whether anyone got a demotion in rank, or what the consequence was. Like, you don't get to just say it's our chain of command and it's not Congress's business when you screw up to this magnitude. Like, does that not register with you?
Representative, it does. That's why I'm here today.
Right. So just tell us, did anyone get fired, suspended, demoted? Any of those three?
Representative, again, those training materials were very poorly prepared.
Right, but we don't
they
believe,
were used
so
for a
this
long,
is what's going on, General. We don't believe that your chain of command approach is going to be sufficient to deal with this if you play hide the ball on what the consequence was. And it sort of seems to be a DOD-wide problem that, that people who express policy or scripture aligned with Christian faith get demonized and attacked. I mean, we saw that in the United States Navy when the SEALs wanted to have an exception for the vaccine, and then your own Inspector General had to say that they were improperly treated. We saw it in the Marine Corps when someone posted a Bible verse and was then subjected to disciplinary action. And now here in the Army, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'm at a loss because they won't even tell us what they've done. Now I'm wondering how this emerged. It was in 2017. Who was the Chief of Staff of the Army then?
And I believe in 2017, General Milley was the Chief of Staff of the Army.
Oh, well, interesting. Do you think this is happening elsewhere, this kind of stuff?
Representative, in the United States Army, no, I don't think it is.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'd do, Mr. Chairman. I would demand answers to the questions that we're asking. This is I don't even know how to use my last minute and a half of time because they're not going to answer the question on what consequence. And if the consequence isn't public, it doesn't function as a sufficient deterrent. Like what you guys do when you allow this to happen for years with no consequence, and then 8 years later or whatever, when you're called out on it, you say, well, there's a consequence, but we won't tell you what it is, then you increase the recidivism of this type of behavior. And not for nothing, but it's one of the reasons why in some of the key demographic areas that the Army is traditionally drawn from to fill its ranks, you're struggling right now. So I think we're owed answers to these questions, and frankly, I would start fencing money at the United States Army until we get those answers. I yield back. We are back live, and so while the Army and other features of the Department of Defense are frustratingly focused on demonizing Christians, demonizing on the right in some of these trainings that we are working to get extricated out of our military, there is important work that I think isn't happening at the Department of Defense. We did some fact-finding on some of these questions recently, and I want to bring that to everybody in the audience. Let's talk about Ukraine, okay? We had a field hearing out in Silicon Valley, and we had before us a number of the innovative contractors who are doing work in Ukraine. And what I don't think that the pro-Ukraine war members of the committee were expecting is that one of the witnesses they hand-selected talked about billions of dollars just lying around unused. Take a listen. A final question for you, Mr. Singh. How much money, you made mention of the amount of U.S. equipment in Ukraine that is not being used on the battlefield because the Ukrainians don't think it works. Do you have an assessment as to like how much money that is?
It's in the billions.
In the billions. In the billions. And so U.S. taxpayers are paying for the inflation to send stuff to Ukraine that doesn't even work, and it's magnitudes more than on the stuff we're spending for ourselves that does work. Thank you for your testimony. It's illuminating and enraging all at the same time. I yield back. So with billions of stuff like lying around, military materiel, like you would at least want to know that that wasn't falling into the hands of the wrong people. I made a point about end-use monitoring of that equipment in the committee. Take a listen. Another question about the National Defense Strategy. So we heard on Monday of this week that there are billions of dollars of materiel, U.S. materiel, sitting around in Ukraine that will never be used, that the Ukrainians will not deploy in the fight. We heard that from the contractor that we curated to come give us testimony in California. And we also know from testimony given before this committee that the Inspector General cannot attest to end-use monitoring of that very equipment. So you've got a combination of billions of dollars of equipment and then non-legally compliant end-use monitoring. Does the combination of those factors necessitate us contemplating the risk of a lot of these weapons making their way to the black market and having a national defense strategy that will respond to it?
Well, I think it's very important to track the materiel that's sent into Ukraine or any other war theater funded by the United States. I would note that most of the expenditure for equipment goes to U.S. manufacturers. I think you would agree.
Yeah, but I don't really care. Okay, this is just one of the craziest arguments. Well, we got billions of dollars sitting over there. We're not monitoring it correctly. The Ukrainians aren't using it in the fight, but be proud that we're making it here at home.
Well, that's a problem. I'm not going to argue that. I'm also, having been to Ukraine twice this year, including last week, very impressed with what the Ukrainians are able to do on their own and the equipment that they're able to produce.
I'd love them to do a little more on their own. Irene on Facebook says, they should have all the answers by now. I totally agree. But until there is a financial consequence, you're going to continue to get the obfuscating and the lying. And that's why, one of the reasons why I'm not voting for these continuing resolutions. Because every time you vote for a continuing resolution, you create a permission structure for them to just stiff arm you, not answer your questions, and they still get the check. The government continues to grow and they continue to have all of their powers. So the woman you were just hearing from in that last clip is former Representative Harman, former Democrat representative, but she's on this committee that was established to review the national security strategy and to make recommendations about that strategy. So obviously one of the reasonable questions I just asked that you heard was, well, I mean, does the strategy contemplate that we got all this stuff and we got no appropriate monitoring of it, and it's in the money laundering capital of the world. What could possibly go wrong? And that was the answer you got. But I asked a different question of her at another point in her testimony. Like, we make all these systems, and we get this answer back from her commission that says, well, there are a lot of these legacy systems, these older systems that we need less of. Pretty generic statement, right? The real analysis is like, what do we need less of? Like, what is the hunk of junk that we're making that is not helping the warfighter become more lethal, more survivable, more capable? And you will sense the frustration when I get the bureaucratic doublespeak out of her. Take a listen. Chair Harman, you've testified that we need more software and less hardware. I agree. So list the things we need less of.
I think we need a careful inventory of what hardware platforms are resilient and can be adapted with additional software to deter and fight future wars. I don't have a list.
Answer, just not to the question I asked. Name a system
you asked
that we need less of. Name the program.
I would offer up the 8.
Hold on, I didn't ask you the question. I asked the chair. Name one.
I come back to what I said, which is an inventory of which systems would be useful to fight future wars.
Well, I had an idea as to one of the systems that was failing and that we probably need less of. The F-35. Take a listen. Like, let's go to the F-35. That's an expensive piece of hardware. We've received testimony in this committee that 29% of the F-35s are fully operationally capable. And so we fenced 10 of them, and then the appropriators went and restored the 10 we fenced and then added 10 more. So how does it serve the national defense strategy to continually buy $100 million paperweights?
Well, let me agree with you on that. I do agree with you. And I think this committee has tried to make good decisions. And I remember when I served on it, we tried to make good decisions, and we got overruled often, not always. It takes, it takes a lot of work in this building to get
well, it's just corrupt.
To happen.
It's corrupt.
But I think you're right. I think
it's corrupt because we're buying stuff we know doesn't work, and then what the appropriators did was they took that money out of what this committee prioritized, which was child care for our military families.
All right.
And so, like, it does not advance our case when the people who are sent to critique it then don't come back and say, yeah, here's our assessment. The F-35 doesn't work. We buy too much of them, and that should go into tech, the tech that's going to help us.
And I think that's your call, and I'm glad that you made it. I don't think that was our call as the writers of this commission report.
So we're back live. She doesn't think it's the people writing the report on the national defense strategy to say whether or not this program we have sunk billions and billions of dollars into works or not. Why do you think that is, right? I think with some of these people in the national defense community, they want to be invited to all the cocktail parties, all the dinner parties. They want to get board seats. They want to get consulting contracts. And that's not us. I don't know anything about what Rep. Harman does, former Rep. Harman, but it just seems to be an ethic that encapsulates some of these failing programs from criticism. Because the people who have the ethos to lodge that criticism are either afraid or too gutless to do so. And it has an opportunity cost. Because, look, I'm for military spending. I want the military to be able to vanquish any foe, to fight tonight. I think we have to make the sacrifices as a country to ensure that that is the case. But while we're focused on whether or not pro-lifers are terrorists, and while we're building $100 million F-35s that are not operationally capable, we're missing out on hypersonics. And when China gets ahead of us in hypersonics, it changes the whole calculus on deterrence because they're able to deliver a payload and shorten the decision-making space for an American response. And that has a way to shape the way you think about an adversary. So take a listen to how basic the analysis can be on the Chinese advancements on hypersonics relative to the United States? Do you contemplate in your critique of the national defense strategy the risk of the fact that China can hit a moving target with a hypersonic weapon and we can't? How do you assess that?
Yes, we agree that that's a huge problem. And at the beginning of the hearing, Chairman Rogers mentioned that, and we are behind in hypersonics, Mr. Gaetz. That's just a fact.
Yeah, tragic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back. So why is it? Why do we accept this? Why do we accept being behind in the most important technologies that matter while we continue to build stuff that doesn't work? I have a belief as to why that is. I laid that out at our field hearing. It's corruption. Take a listen.
Mr. Gaetz, the floor is recognized.
I think we're really getting somewhere here. You know, you all have terrifically described the future of warfare. And even a country lawyer can hear what you're saying, that it has to be autonomous. And yet we are lashed to a present where we are spending billions of dollars on stuff that doesn't work, right? It's not a bug of the system that we're not more rapidly acquiring these technologies. It's a feature of the system. So just for quick math, President Biden requested 68 new F-35s to purchase. Today in America, 29% of the F-35s are fully operationally capable. Now, I don't know much about warfare like my colleagues, but I do know if something costs $100 million, it should definitely work more than 29% of the time, especially if you're telling us it's the past. So we, I think responsibly as the authorizers, we cut 10 off the block and said you got to make more of these things work. And then the Appropriations Committee not only restored the 10 that we cut, they went and added 10 more. So when you critique our system, Mr. Sang, and didn't allow a vote on the good amendment. So that's what you're up against. What you're up against is a corrupt system where principally 5 companies distribute hundreds of millions of dollars in campaign donations and hire former staffers and hire former lawmakers to be able to influence the process for them. And I bet you didn't have me citing Elizabeth Warren on your bingo card today, but she released a 2003 report entitled Pentagon Alchemy, How Defense Officials Pass Through the Revolving Door and Peddle Brass for Gold. And the key findings of Senator Warren's report are that top defense contractors hire hundreds of former government officials, mostly as lobbyists. The defense industry consolidation increases the risk for big corporations to abuse the powers of the revolving door. And the big defense contractors hired the most revolving door lobbyists and stocked their board with the most former government officials. So to all of you great innovators who are describing the future of warfare to us, do you think it's a fair fight? Like, do you actually think that if you come up with a better mousetrap, that that's going to result in rapid acquisition? Or is it just about who gives out the, let's see, in the last 2 decades, defense contractors have given out $285 million in campaign contributions and have spent $2.5 billion in lobbying. So you guys think it's fair? Anybody want to take that up? Mr. Jenkins?
I'd say no, it's not a fair playing field by firepower. Small companies like Celdrone cannot match the firepower of big primes. I would like to see competition on the battlefield or the pre-battlefield and actually comparing technologies and choosing a winner. As a commercial citizen, we are very competitive. And we're happy to go head-to-head with any other technology to prove that one's better than the other.
No, having a bake-off would be lovely, Mr. Jenkins, but I don't think you're going to get that opportunity based on the rig system we have. And the fact that we're buying 10 more F-35s for billions of dollars that don't work, when Mr. Sang says you guys are spending less than $100 million on that which is going to win the future on AI and autonomous systems, is the fundamental critique. So the GAO does this big report and they say, look, we got to have these lobbying reforms where you can't have people rolling right into influencing the very systems that they were a part of, and they apply that to lobbying. And we, to our credit, passed that in the 2018 NDAA. But then DOD started interpreting that to say, well, that's just registered lobbying. That's not acquisition as well. So people engage in the revolving door on acquisition, whereas on lobbying, they're tightening down on that. Does anyone think that we should be more lax on the acquisition revolving door reforms than we are on the lobbying reforms? Does anyone think that? Do any of you challenge the premise that the acquisition process is corrupted when the senior Pentagon officials and the senior generals involved in these programs then go work for the big five companies? Do any of you say, no, that's not corrupt? Any of you? Well, the silence is deafening. The silence is deafening because you all know you're playing a rigged game, and we participated in it, and it's shameful. It should be the very bake-off that Mr. Jenkins is describing. But we'll do all this stuff to learn about all these exquisite technologies, but again, it is not a bug of the system. It is a feature of the system, and it is deeply unpatriotic. One final note before we go. Florida man and Florida woman are facing quite a lot of activity right now in the Gulf of Mexico. And so make sure if you're in the Sunshine State, you're following at FLSERT. That's our state emergency management. You can also follow at Gov Ron DeSantis. Governor is on the scene. He's calling the shots and giving important information regarding people with disabilities and how they can get evacuation assistance, where we're expecting the storm surge and flooding, and also just helpful tips to make sure you and your family stay safe, not only during the storm, but also after the storm. Remember, this is a storm that could make landfall as a Category 3 or stronger based on some of the predictions in the warm water in the Gulf and the current Coriolis trajectory. Remember, in most cases, there is a higher death count after the storm than during the storm. And so make sure you're being responsible with your electricity, with your generators, that you've got the right ventilation, and that if there's someone who's vulnerable, who's in your family, in your area, in your church group, that you're caring for them, that you're watching out for them and providing them any assistance that they may need in these times of harsh weather and then the activities that occur thereafter. We always say a prayer for the terrific men and women who are out on the line crews, restoring power, making sure that our hospitals and critical infrastructure are supported. You are heroes in the Sunshine State, and I'm incredibly grateful for you. And to the rest of the country, we will always accept your prayers as this one seems to bear down on us and may indeed get stronger. Here in Washington now, but my heart's in Florida, and my sincere hope is that we're able to weather this and that it's able to go to an area of the least potential impact on our vulnerable citizens. Thanks so much for joining me for Firebrand. It's going to be an interesting few days here in Washington. I'll keep you up to date. Roll the credits.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Welcome back. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson put forward yet another continuing resolution bill to keep the government funded until December 20th, after the Speaker failed to consolidate Republican support and he failed to peel away enough Democratic votes. This version of the bill leaves out the SAVE Act, which was focused on election integrity measures, such as showing proof of citizenship before registering to vote. Last week, Speaker Johnson's first draft of a continuing resolution bill failed to get the backing of all of his Republican colleagues. Freedom Caucus Republicans, such as Representatives Lauren Boebert and Matt Gaetz, as well as Maverick Congresswoman Nancy Mace, teamed up with Democrats to kill Bill H.R. 9494. Johnson now is going for a very narrow, bare-bones approach, in his words, to get the bill over the finish line, trying to get as much broad appeal as possible. Now, continuing resolutions are temporary funding measures to enable the federal government to continue operating, even when the legislative and executive branches have not yet agreed on the next annual budget. But this will surely be an issue as we head into the November election. Will Republicans be able to reach a deal, or will the Democrats be able to hang the albatross of another shutdown around their necks? Republicans and Democrats have this week to get to work. Joining us now, someone who is never afraid to speak his mind, especially on matters like this, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Welcome.
One thing I might correct in your monologue is that there's nothing temporary about continuing resolutions. There may be temporary in a particular duration, but our nation has been governed by continuing resolution or omnibus spending bill for like the last 8 years. And it's disappointing, and it's the reason we're $37 trillion in debt. We're adding $1 trillion to the national debt every 100 days. And the reason that is permissible in Washington, D.C. is because we do not review single subject bills where each agency has to defend their budget. That is the reform I am relentlessly fighting for here, because I think it's the only thing that will save the country. Like, if we did everything else right, if we created peace in the world, if we secured our border, if we had safe streets, we will still lose America if we devalue the dollar to basically nothing. We will still lose America if we're tipping past $50 trillion in debt. So that's why there's a group of us who do not support continuing resolutions. We prefer single subject spending bills.
No, absolutely right, and I'm glad you corrected that. And it's a problem because ultimately it speaks to Congress's inherent belief that we are too big to fail. And somehow they believe that we just continue to limp along, get more credit cards. If any normal household operated the way that your colleagues spend money, we would have a lot of bankruptcies behind our belts. And China's waiting in the wings, by the way, for all of this.
No, you're absolutely right. And the debt that we aren't borrowing from China, we're essentially having the Fed purchase about a third of the debt. And that drives interest rates. And so if you're wondering why your starter home is now your forever home, if you're wondering why you might have to pay twice as much in interest on buying a car, it's because the federal government continues to spend money without programmatic review of the different things that work and the different things that don't. And by the way, this ought to be bipartisan. It shouldn't be in this town like you're some crazy person if you believe that every agency should justify their budget. And that is not a bug of the system. It is a feature of a corrupt system, because the lobbyists and the special interests who own the leadership on both sides of the aisle far too often in this town, they get something in that budget, and baby, they want the continuing resolution life forever, because that is eternal life once you get something in the base budget. So I actually think that this is the wrong way to govern. I'll give the House more credit than the Senate. The Senate has not passed a single appropriation bill. We passed appropriations bills for Homeland Security, for our defense, for our environment. And you know what? If there's a batch that we can't get to, maybe you CR the rest of it. But doing a continuing resolution on the whole budget, really problematic. Now, I will say, on behalf of those who wanted to pass the SAVE Act and leverage government funding, I don't particularly blame them. A lot of them are great conservatives who are really worried about the number of illegal aliens who are going to be potentially voting in these elections. And where you have a Secretary of State who might be willing to enforce the law, you've got to give them the strongest possible hand to do so. So look, even as we're having this discussion, the halls of Congress are buzzing with whatever we could do to reinvigorate our election integrity efforts in this government funding battle.
Look, I know that we can't be in every room, every discussion, and everybody's shoes, but from the outside, people are just so frustrated looking at Congress, looking at how it seems like Republicans need to be on the same page, and they just don't. They don't come together, even with issues that seem pretty straightforward, like the SAVE Act. But where do you see Speaker Johnson's future from here? How do you expect him to go forward with this track record?
Speaker Johnson's future, my future, all of our futures are really dependent on the upcoming elections. And you talk about a frustration that exists among voters. We've got to give people something to believe in. They have to believe that if they show up and vote for President Trump and vote for Republicans in Congress, that we will fight to reduce spending. We will fight for election integrity, and that we will fight to secure the border. And I think that Mike Johnson's future, my future, and everyone else's is tied to whether or not people believe that we're actually in that fight. And adopting more continuing resolutions, I fear, moves the opposite direction.
It certainly feels like it's limping along, and it feels like it's compromise of the worst kind. And again, I guess we just have to wait and see what actually happens in those halls. You guys only have a few more days before you go off on a break, so we'll be watching. Now, you were on with Breitbart a few days ago, and you said that in that interview, you said that there are currently 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 of which are foreign-based and are gunning for President Trump. Expand on that, if you would. I know that there have been a lot of chat about Iran trying to send people over here. What made you say that there's 5 teams, though? What kind of intelligence have you seen?
Well, I was briefed by a senior official from Homeland Security. This person isn't a whistleblower. They're part of the infrastructure at the Department of Homeland Security that is attuned to this information. And the briefing I received was between the first assassination attempt and the second assassination attempt. And the person briefing me said that there were 2 organic, domestic, homegrown teams we were aware of, one with connections to Ukraine, one with connections to Iran, and one with connections to Pakistan. Now, these teams are of varying degrees of sophistication, I'm sure. And remember, it's not really the known teams that give you the greatest concern. It's what you don't know, right? It's the potential for lone wolves or for people to get direction or coordination from other places when trying to do something this horrible.
So have you seen any intel that seems to connect or at least illuminate where Crooks is coming from or where Routh is coming from? Are they actually tied to any of these groups?
I don't know the answer to that question. Crooks does not seem to be, based on the public testimony that's been given by FBI Director Wray. If you believe his public testimony, this was the first time Crooks had ever appeared on the FBI's radar. Now, with the individual who attempted the assassination in Florida, he was on the radar of the feds. Matter of fact, Customs and Border Patrol actually flagged him for additional review when he showed up with this fantastical story about traveling the world and recruiting freedom fighters in Ukraine. Unfortunately, Homeland Security investigations dropped the case. They did not do further review. They did not look into this guy. And what I want to know is, where does the money come from? We need to follow the money that resourced this attempted assassin's efforts globally, and that will illuminate those connections.
I'm still absolutely incensed that we don't have a media that is operating in any normal sense of the word with regards to the Crook story or the Routh story. And I know that right now we're kind of leaning on the work of your colleagues who have been placed on this assassination investigation task force. Do you think that they'll actually come out with anything substantive before the election?
You know, it has been very difficult to get information from some of the government agencies that we think have it. And where that has not been forthcoming with Congress, it's also not been entirely forthcoming with the inspector generals who are trying to review these things, both at the Department of Justice and at the Department of Homeland Security. So it's my hope that we get the documents, we get the messages. I even asked a basic question: was there a morning muster, a morning meeting where everyone coordinates what post people are on, what the schedules are on, what the comms structure is going to be?
Right.
And
Standard
it doesn't appear
procedure.
that happened in Butler, Pennsylvania. Yeah, it seems like they violated.
Well, if anything, I think that a lot of people also wonder what records have been erased or conveniently lost in the process of all of this. And Godspeed to that task force. Hopefully we get some answers soon. Congressman, always a pleasure. Thank you so much for the time. Joining us next is Idaho Congressman Russ Fulcher. We'll be right back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Congressman Matt Gaetz, Republican of Florida, and in our book, a total MAGA hero. He's upset, as we all are, but the Justice Department doesn't seem too worked up about the 2 recent assassination attempts on President Trump. It is astounding the way they have reacted, in my opinion. Perhaps Congressman Gaetz knows more about what is in the works against President Trump than the government. Watch this.
Has security been adjusted or increased following the Florida attempted assassination attempt? After all, according to Congressman Matt Gaetz, a DHS official has warned that there are 5 assassination teams targeting former President Trump. The official warned that there isn't enough protection to deal with that level of threat. Are you aware of this assessment, and what is the Secret Service doing to respond?
So I will tell you, as I mentioned earlier, we, of course, are evaluating coming out of West Palm Beach, and we're having those conversations with state and locals. I'm not going to talk about unnamed sourcing or the report you mentioned. I'm not familiar with that.
Not familiar with that. Is that an adequate answer? First of all, Congressman Gaetz, welcome back. How are you?
Well, it's good to be back with you, Greg. It's not an acceptable answer. You know why? Because it keeps happening. Right? I mean, I had a DHS official in my office saying that you had a Pakistan-linked team, you had a Ukraine-linked team, you had an Iran-linked team, and 2 that emerged in the United States. And then just days later, this guy who is rhetorically and proverbially wrapped in the Ukrainian flag is able to lay in wait outside of President Trump's golf course and not detected by dogs or drones or any of the assets there. So that looked like a defeated acting head of the Secret Service, not somebody ready to meet the threat that we see pretty robust out there in the world right now.
And do you think perhaps, I mean, they work for the federal government. The head of the federal government is President Biden. He has made it incredibly clear that he despises President Trump. And I've noticed from this acting director and the previous director, they had no public apology for President Trump. They actually had no words of conciliation or sorry you went through what you went through. Cheadle said something like, he's in our thoughts, which President Trump, quite frankly, I'm sure he's in your thoughts. There's something strange going on, and I want to know if you see what I see, that the whole government seems to be kind of poisoning the atmosphere, the security around President Trump. Who knows?
Yeah, and you have to ask yourself why, Greg. Why would the Secret Service, whose principal mission is to protect their detailees, functionally failing to meet that objective? And here is a theory that some in the rank and file have shared with me. Through all these DEI hires and through all this social promotion that's occurred at every level of government, you now have a ruling class at the top of the Secret Service and elsewhere that doesn't want to make Trump look too authoritative. And if he had the full Secret Service detail that he needs, given this very robust threat environment, well, then he would look stronger. He would look ascendant. He would look more powerful. And so we are now to the point in this country where, for the sake of optics, we're not protecting a leading candidate for the presidency and the former president of the United States. We should never do that. That's the type of stuff you see in third world countries, not in the United States of America. And if it's driven by that sinister motive rather than incompetence, it's even worse.
And speaking of incompetence or sinister, I don't know, but this has not received adequate attention. It has been on national television before, but it's the Copenhagen video, D049, where the assassin, would-be assassin, is running around on a roof in plain sight. And this totally contradicts what the director said, that he was basically invisible and it was a miracle shot that the counter-sniper team took. I don't think this has received nearly enough attention as it deserves. And President Trump, did you see his statement today? I mean, he's right, isn't he? They're just not taking this seriously enough.
And President Trump loves the people on his detail. He cares about them. He has meals with them. He throws parties for them. He does everything because he cares so much for those folks. But when at the resourcing level, President Trump's safety is not being prioritized, it justifies his frustration. It justifies his concern that, like, when you see resources pulled off of President Trump and sent to Jill Biden or John Bolton, it doesn't make any sense. And we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden or John Bolton. But when you've got 5 known teams that your own intel is tracking that are targeting President Trump, it justifies, I think, a lot more than we've seen. You talk to President Trump, as do I. I think actually he's the one who's not focused on this. He's focused on how do we get prices down? How do we get the cost of energy down? How do we get the economy growing, the border secure, the world safe? And it's really up to the rest of government to keep him alive so that he can do those great things for the country.
Anything else you can tell us about these teams that are operating in the United States? You told us where they're from. Like, How are they? Where are they? Just anything else you can share.
Yeah, I think they're in various levels of sophistication. I think that the Pakistani threat is probably the least significant of them, might even only be one person, whereas the Iranian threat is probably the most resourced and may actually be more than one group of people, but with one focused Iranian effort. And by the way, what does that tell us, Greg? The fact that Iran wants to take out Trump. They're doing that because when he was president, they were poorer. They weren't able to export the violence and the money to Hamas and Hezbollah. And they know under a potential President Harris, they will be able to run roughshod over the region and over the world. We can never let that happen. We have to protect our president, and then we have to go and give great support to the policies that will keep these bad folks in check.
What's your confidence level regarding Trump's reelection? I think he's had a great week, but anything could happen in politics. How do you feel right now?
Yeah, no, I think there are three paths to victory. I think the Great Lakes path is one where, the policies that Harris has embraced against fracking, against auto manufacturers could hurt her. There's also an Atlantic Coast strategy where if we win Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia, the election's over. But even if it didn't work out for us in Pennsylvania, that third path is the Sun Belt strategy, North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona, and Nevada. What I'm most excited about is the cresting of our support right now with Hispanics. A lot of Hispanics are late breaking toward Trump because of the economic issues, because of the border issues, because of the social conservatism that is inherent in a lot of the Catholicism that's embraced by Hispanics in Nevada and in Arizona. So pretty exciting that we've got all of that in play. But the bottom line is people have to get out and vote. Like if you cannot pull yourself away from the gaming console and the internet long enough to go and vote, shame on you in this country. And by the way, vote early. That way, if you're a Republican, President Trump and his campaign won't have to spend money to continue to text you and call you and turn your vote out on Election Day. If you vote early, then you can be operationalized as a force to help get other people out during the early voting period and on Election Day. That's how we win. Without it, it'll be really bad for the country.
Finally, I'm astonished that Kamala Harris is pulling this off in terms of the media, the establishment treating her as if she's normal, as if this is a normal campaign that came about normally. The whole thing is ludicrous, in my opinion, how she became the nominee, how she's behaving as the nominee, yet they're portraying it as, just 2024, just another election year.
Yeah, the media and the elites, they have all the jubilation in their face, like someone who's just been rescued with a lifeboat. Because the Joe Biden ship was going to the bottom of the ocean, and any lifeboat they could have jumped on, they would have been thrilled with. What the American people have to know is that Kamala Harris is the most liberal person to have ever sought the presidency in the modern era. She is more liberal than Bernie Sanders. She ran against Bernie Sanders for president, saying, I'm the true progressive. I am the true Democrat socialist by reflection of her policies with the Green New Deal, abolishing every private health insurance policy in this country. She even wants to get rid of ICE. And the one that really gets me that we don't talk enough about is the taxpayer-funded transgender surgeries for illegal alien inmates. Now, I would be for that, Greg, if it were mandatory. If every illegal alien had to get a sex change operation, I would be for it. I'm against it if it's voluntary and the taxpayer pays for it. But I actually think you wouldn't have high utilization and you wouldn't have high illegal immigration if every illegal immigrant had the very sex change operation the taxpayers would be funding under Kamala Harris's plan in prison.
Yeah, I can see the deterrent factor there. Yes. Congressman Matt Gaetz, we appreciate it. To be continued, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll be right back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Back. Mr. Allen, September 29, 2021, you sent an email questioning Director Wray's testimony in front of Congress. You said in that email, there is good possibility the D.C. elements of our organization are not being forthright about the events of January 6th. You remember that email?
Yes, sir.
And you didn't send that to anyone. You sent that to the people you're supposed to send it to, members of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, the very next day I find to be interesting, on September 30th, 2021, the next day, Just so happened your 5-year reauthorization for your security clearance came due, and they said, no problem. Mr. Allen should keep his security clearance. After all, he's had it for 20 years, right? Yep. That happened the next day.
Correct, sir.
Decorated Marine veteran, employee of the year at the Charlotte field office, had a security clearance for 20 years. They reauthorized your security clearance. Something else happened that next day. Your email got forwarded to the security division and to Mr. Veltri. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then 19 days later, Mr. Veltri opened an investigation into your security clearance status. I get all those facts right, Mr. Levitt? Is that what happened with Marcus in those 2 days? And then 19 days later?
Yes, except for from what we can tell, Veltri directed that day that it be opened. It's just that the underlings under him didn't carry that out until 19 days later.
Yeah. And he directed, they look into a guy, decorated Marine veteran, held a security clearance for 20. They look into him because Mr. Allen said there's a chance the FBI leadership hasn't been square with us, right?
That's correct.
And he cited a New York Times article. They thought the same thing. And oh, by the way, there's the history that we all know about. FBI spied on the president's campaign, lied to the FISA court, investigated parents at school board meetings, said if you're a pro-life Catholic, you're an extremist. So we got all that history, and he gets investigated for that because he simply questioned the leadership, went through the appropriate channels. Mr. Horowitz, did Mr. Veltri and the people at the Security Division follow the standard process?
They did not.
They did not. In fact, isn't it true that, Mr. Levitt, isn't it true that some of the people, I think you cited 4 of them in your statement, 4 people, the initial investigator, the second investigator, the first adjudicator, and another adjudicator, all got reassigned. They all agreed that Mr. Allen should keep his security clearance. This investigation shouldn't have happened, and they get reassigned or something happens to them.
4 of them all did not recommend that his clearance be, that there be a negative action on it. 2 of them were reassigned.
2 were reassigned. Some of them are whistleblowers now, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Man, if that's not political, I don't know what is. Oh, and they didn't stop there. They piled on. They also said, Mr. Allen, he questioned whether he should get the vaccine or not. They came after him for that. Is that right, Mr. Levitt?
Yes.
And then they went after his faith. Direct attack on the First Amendment. Because he's a Christian, because he's a Catholic, because he takes his faith seriously, oh my goodness, we got to take his security clearance away from him, even though he served our country, decorated Marine, and held a security clearance for 20 years. That sure looks political to me, Inspector General Horowitz. Does it look political to you?
Well, Congressman, as I said earlier, we've seen issues with the FBI and how it's treated whistleblowers, frankly, across the spectrum. And I agree with you, it's very concerning that would be done here.
We know they're political because while all this is going on, they used the questionnaire. Isn't that right, Mr. Levitt? Isn't that right? They used this questionnaire to people they wanted to snitch on folks like Marcus Allen. They gave him a questionnaire.
Those were used in the case of a handful of employees, and I know that Mr. Horowitz's office is looking at that. I think it's important to note that the questionnaire wasn't the only thing, right? That these questions were asked across
I'm talking about the way they piled on to go after Mr. Allen and keep his security clearance and keep his pay from him for 27 months. And they did the same thing to Garrett O'Boyle. And what that has meant, as you indicated in your testimony, what that has meant to his family and Mr. O'Boyle's family. And this questionnaire said, did anyone ever vocalize support for President Trump? All right, you're allowed to say things about the President of the United States when you work in the FBI, aren't you, Mr. Horowitz?
I'm sorry?
You're allowed to say you support a president. Okay. You're allowed to say that in the FBI.
Absolutely. Those questions are highly inappropriate.
And you're allowed to decide what kind of health decisions you're going to make with your own body, right?
Correct.
Those shouldn't be grounds for saying you're somehow disloyal to the country, but that's what they did. Highly inappropriate questions being asked of witnesses during security clearance investigations. That's your testimony, right, Mr. Horowitz?
That's correct.
And he got reinstated just recently. Marcus Allen you got reinstated, right, Marcus?
Yes, sir.
Why haven't they given you your money?
I am not aware why it's taking them 4 months to cut a check for all the back pay. I have no idea why it's taking that long.
They put you through pure hell for 27 months, falsely accused you. They go through the process. 4 people get reassigned because they agree with you, but the politics of Mr. Veltri, who, oh, by the way, as Mr. Levitt pointed out, is now running the second assassination investigation on President Trump in Miami. I find that just astonishing. And they won't pay you.
Right. We're still waiting for the payout.
When was the final agreement? When was the final settlement with the FBI? What was the date, Mr. Levitt?
June 1st.
Well, they've had time. Doesn't take that long to write a check, for goodness sake. So he's still in waiting. That's how our FBI treats a good man who has served our country for 20-plus years. It's ridiculous. And yet the Democrats say there's no weaponization. You got to be kidding me.
President Trump has never read Project 2025, much less adopted it. Unlike the viewpoint adopted by the sitting vice president, which is that we should have taxpayer-funded sex change operations for illegal aliens in prison. And I try to be a little open-minded when I hear a provocative argument, and I just sort of wonder, when would I be in favor of taxpayer-funded sex change operations for the illegal aliens? And maybe if it was mandatory. You know, maybe if it wasn't optional, but mandatory, it would be a pretty substantial deterrent at the border. But to the matter at hand, Mr. Allen, it's good to see you again. You came last year and you told us about these terrible things the Department of Justice was doing to you. And you've testified today you still don't think the Department of Justice has treated whistleblowers like yourself and others fairly. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. The treatment is unfair.
Do you agree with that assessment, Mr. Horowitz?
As I said in my testimony, Congressman, I think putting someone like Mr. Allen on unpaid leave for 2+ years is unfair while you're trying to adjudicate.
Yeah, no, I get that.
There needs to be a process here that
well,
happens promptly.
The process was to punish these people and to make an example of them. That's obvious to everyone. They saw improper actions at the FBI and DOJ. They blew the whistle on it, and then the process was the punishment, and it was the point. I think that's how Mr. Allen feels. Is it?
Correct. The process in this instance definitely felt like the punishment.
Yeah, so they've done it to you. They've done it to others. Mr. Horowitz says it shouldn't have been done. And so now I want to be a little reflective about this with Congress. Mr. Allen, you've seen since you have given us this testimony, us continue to pass continuing resolutions that put no consequence on the DOJ or the FBI for what they've done to you and your colleagues. Do you think Congress has appropriately protected whistleblowers?
I do not, Congressman, and I think the policy recommendations can be put forward that there can be bipartisan support for to protect whistleblowers going forward in the future.
Absolutely. I mean this in no way as a partisan critique. Matter of fact, it's a bipartisan critique that we all own. Because we see the evidence that you get mistreated. We hear from the experts like Mr. Horowitz that this is totally off book. It's obvious to anyone with a brain they're doing it to hurt you and to make an example out of you. And what do? We just sign the check and we just send it over. You know what we should put in any continuing resolution? That until you get paid and until the rest of the whistleblowers get their back pay, maybe the FBI director doesn't get his paycheck. Maybe the attorney general shouldn't get his paycheck. Maybe the FBI director shouldn't get the use of the private jet that he likes to fly around the country on so much. You know, they enjoy all of the accoutrements of their position, and you end up screwed. And we're okay with it, apparently. Any member who votes for these continuing resolutions is voting to perpetuate the punishment that has been instituted on the whistleblowers. And while we want to talk about the weaponization of the Justice Department, rightfully so, we write the check for it, and we underwrite the debt for it. And it is sickening to me. Mr. Horowitz, I got a few questions for you since we got you here. Now, the CIGI is the Council of Inspectors General on Integrity and Efficiency, right?
That's right.
And you're the past chair?
I was the chair from 2015 through 2020.
Does it have any binding legal authority?
In terms of, I mean, it was created by Congress as an agency.
Yeah, but does it have like legal authority to issue subpoenas that it can compel?
It has not been given subpoena authority.
Okay, so what I wonder is where this group CIGI, I'll just call it the Integrity Committee, like what happens when they start interfering in the work of IGs to expose corruption? Who adjudicates that?
So Congress actually created the Integrity Committee again back in 2008, gave it its authorities. The Integrity Committee puts forth a set of policies and procedures. It's required to provide them to Congress. That's the mechanism.
Yeah, but in a state of conflict, right, where you got an IG working to expose corruption, and then you've got the CIGI hassling the IG, who resolves that?
Well,
because I mean, nobody in the CIGI is not, the head of it's not like confirmed by the Senate, but IGs are confirmed by the Senate.
Yeah, and it probably in part depends on, there are two types of IGs. There's presidentially nominated Senate-confirmed IGs. There's then agency IGs. For presidentially nominated Senate-confirmed IGs, ultimately it's up to the president to decide
But
what it wants, because the report goes to the president.
And the presidential power, not to get into a constitutional, a regression here, but the presidential power is vested in the IG, not in this administrative committee, right?
That's correct.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Right now, we've got Representative Matt Gaetz, who's joining us on Florida's Voice. So happy to have a few minutes with him today. Of course, there's a lot going on in the news, and so I know he's busy. It's Drew Steele. How are you today, sir?
I'm good, Drew. Thanks for having me. Got to say, putting up all the prayers we can for the folks in the Big Bend as they prepare for Hurricane Helene making landfall. Looks like this one's going to slip between the Yucatan Peninsula and Cuba and not really get disrupted like some of the storms can, and you could have a real impact.
Yeah, there's no doubt it's a big one, too. And one of the things about, of course, we're a statewide program, and one of the things in talking about this tropical storm, soon to be Hurricane Helene, is it's not just focusing on that cone where people look, and certainly the people in Perry and in that area and the Big Bend, and how many will be affected by the landfall of the eye, but also how big this storm is, to not forget about the storm surge and the tropical storm watches along the coast, and how this is going to affect all of Florida. And so there's going to once again be a coming together here, and something, listen, as Floridians, we certainly are used to this being the case, but boy, I'll tell you, one of the things, and maybe you could speak to this too, is how remarkable it is that the resilience of so many being through this many times, and how communities just are able to come together and just being not only prepared, but those that even in faraway areas of the state willing to come in, and even outside of the state to come in to help. It is remarkable to see.
Yeah, it's a strange thing to be good at, hurricanes, isn't it? Yeah. But we are actually very good at it, and it's because we've got the best line crews in the world. We have emergency management that is federally resourced, state coordinated, and locally executed. And it's a system that really everyone else in the country models because we have to run through the ringer so frequently. And I think back to the words of former Governor Jeb Bush at times like these. We're going to lose enough life as a consequence of natural disasters. Let's not lose any as a result of abject stupidity. So always good to have those ringing in your ear, and as we're getting ready.
Yeah, no doubt. I was just playing a clip of President Trump yesterday at an event, and I still marvel at how he goes out, he does these events, the attitude that he has. Still having that sense of humor. I couldn't do it. As if nothing happened. Not one assassination attempt, but two of them. It is again the second time I use the word remarkable. Sorry about that, but second time, because it truly is. I don't know how he does it, and I know how easy it is to just walk away from something like that and just say, all right, after number two, you're pretty much like, okay, enough of this. But maybe you could speak to that, and also. How many people have reached out to me and their concerns about what you know about, and maybe you can relay to my audience, what you've known about with these assassination teams. I mean, this is scary stuff.
Well, I believe Trump gets through this drawing on an intense focus. He is so focused on what he wants to do to turn this country around, to show that we can have a comeback again, like we did the last time he was president. And I was with him in his Las Vegas building, and the Secret Service is there putting up bulletproof glass in every inch of the window, and Trump's out there saying, "Oh man, I can barely see the skyline now," and I'm like, "Hey guys, you missed a spot. Make sure you cover the whole thing." So just maybe shows a little different approach, but yeah. So we do have breaking news with President Trump's social media post that he has now been briefed on the Iranian team. And I think that may be a consequence of the revelation that I put forward to the country that at the time of the Butler assassination attempt, there were 5 known assassination teams in country that we were monitoring. Now, why does that matter? It matters because, one, we got to keep the president safe. And to do that, we have to align our resources with the threat. And so when you see the Secret Service thinning out Trump's detail to like bolster the detail of Jill Biden. We don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but she doesn't have the same threat portfolio that President Trump has. And that's why I wanted the country to know how robust that was. And right on script, right after I made that revelation, they gave President Trump a defensive briefing on the sophistication of the Iranian threat. I said on Newsmax last night that I felt the Iranian threat was the most sophisticated of this grouping, and I'm glad President Trump got that briefing. But you have to ask yourself, Drew, why does Iran want to kill Trump? They want to kill him because when he was president, they were poorer. They could not export violence. You did not have, these proxies so enriched. And the Biden-Harris deal is really about moving oil and gas purchases from Russia to Iran and Venezuela. And I don't know that that's going to turn out great for us.
Yeah, no doubt. And obviously the question that people always ask me, and I'm sure they say the same thing to you, is how do we fix this? What do we do? I've talked to so many people in the past. Every time I talk to Kash Patel, I think he gets annoyed with me because every time I talk to Kash, I'm like, listen, can't we just clean house top to bottom? I don't care about the optics. Doesn't matter. You're doing what's right for the country. Top to bottom, just clean house. I mean, is that what we're looking at? Is that what needs to be done once President Trump is back in office? Is that how we remedy this?
No doubt personnel is policy. And when President Trump came to power last time, he was really rolling into Washington with a New York Rolodex. And there were times where we had people in our own government working against us, working against his goals. And I think it's going to be even better this time because he's got a better sense of, what people's true mission set is, what their skills are here. And I think we're going to get to work from day one on that. And those first 30, 60 days when we're installing people in the various agencies, I mean, that is going to be the tough work, and I hope Kash is right there alongside us doing it because he's one of the smart ones. He's a good egg. I also think Vivek Ramaswamy has put out some really good ideas on how to deinstitutionalize some of the worst agencies and how to get fresh ideas and new blood and more perspective from the states and really to get power outside of Washington. And it doesn't require a whole lot of bills. The executive has the ability to kind of organize a lot of features of the executive branch. And he's been doing a lot of writing and speaking about the methodology of really deconstructing the administrative state in a way that puts the people back at the forefront and not so much the special interests.
Yeah. We got about a minute left, but you bring up such an important point, and I would ask you this. If we're going to be honest, it's just the two of us talking. Who else could do this? Who else could present this new way of looking at government, these ideas, bringing people in who are not looking at the same old, but are willing to have people come in and just revamp, relook, rediscover, or not rediscover, but to discover something new, something different. Who else could do this but Trump? Nobody.
Yeah, Trump has a unique power to convene, right? And you look at Elon Musk getting brought in to do review of regulations and streamlining, and really that's about customer service for the people. We're in the customer service business, and we have not been doing a really good job of it in government. And so I think whether it's RFK Jr. looking at the corrupt, NIH and CDC and the corrupt influences of Big Pharma, or Tulsi Gabbard stopping the war machine, or Elon Musk going after the administrative state, it's going to be a great team, a great time, and great progress for the country.
No doubt about it. Congressman Matt Gaetz joining us on Florida's Voice. Hey, this was great. You're the best. I hope we can do this again soon. And obviously we are praying and
double block next time. We didn't have enough time, man. We gotta extend the conversation.
Listen, you want to do it? If you got time right now, I'll take a break, and I've got 4 minutes on the other side. You want to come? Listen, you got a minute?
I would love to. I gotta go. Okay. But we'll plan it next time, and we'll get it done.
That'll be great. All right, I appreciate you. All the best.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. Risk it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Hello, hello. What's up, everybody? Welcome to a brand new episode of Part of the Problem. I'm very thrilled to be joined today by Congressman Matt Gaetz. Thank you so much, sir, for taking some time with us.
I'm happy to, but does this mean I am indeed part of the problem? By accepting your invitation, does it function as an admission?
I mean, you are in Congress, so but you join the select group of representatives who have appeared on this show. It's you and Thomas Massie. And so this puts you in the upper echelon, in my view. I'm looking at all you other cowards. Come on the show.
Thomas Massie is definitely not part of the problem, so that probably bodes well for me.
I could not agree more with you. So I want to ask you, obviously, that you broke some very big news in this truly bizarre environment where we have, I think perhaps one of the things that's exposed to the corporate media more than anything in recent memory, and I don't say that lightly because there's been quite a lot, but the utter lack of interest in getting to the bottom of these multiple assassination attempts against the former and quite possibly future President Trump. You broke the news the other day that there are 5 teams. Can you explain to me and my listeners what exactly that means?
Yeah, just 4 days before the second assassination attempt, I received a briefing from a senior DHS official saying that there were 5 known teams at the time of the first assassination attempt in Butler that we were aware of, that we were tracking. One with connections to Ukraine, one with connections to Pakistan, one with connections to Iran, and then 2 that had emerged domestically that we were observing. And there was no question that the most sophisticated among those was the Iranian team. And so it was really shocking then, right after that briefing, to see this person rhetorically and proverbially wrapped in the Ukrainian flag all of a sudden attempting to kill the former president. And so that raised my concern. And then when determining how to align resources to Trump's detail, you naturally have to assess the threat environment. And so that is what I was trying to bring forward to the public, that like, this isn't just any old, former president or presidential candidate. This is someone for whom we know of existing threats that are out there. And probably it's not the known threats that you got to be most worried about. It's the one you don't see coming.
So when you say there's 5 teams, like what exactly does that mean? What comes to my mind is like a militia or something like that.
No, look, I think, yeah, I say teams, but I know in the Iranian case there's more than one person involved. I think in one of the cases it's just like a guy from Pakistan here that we knew had intention to do harm to Trump, and so we were keeping a real close eye on him. So there's varying degrees of sophistication. But when I said this initially, people thought I was crazy, and now, quite recently, you've just had President Trump receive a defensive briefing from our government about the sophistication of the Iranian threat. Frankly, if I hadn't come out and talked about the teams and the Iranian threat, I don't know if President Trump would have got that briefing. Sometimes you gotta expose this stuff to get people off their duff.
Right. And of course, we know famously now that as President Trump was misled about the number of troops in Syria when he was trying to. So the idea of him getting good information while he's out of office doesn't seem like too much, or it doesn't seem like too much of a stretch that he would not be getting good information.
That's a really good point. The point you make there is one I've sort of been obsessing about lately, because in some ways, in the last Trump presidency, this guy rolls into D.C. with a New York Rolodex and relies on a lot of people in really important positions who end up working against him. And like, whether you like Trump or don't like Trump, or like Biden or don't like Biden, it's just fundamentally unworkable to have features of the executive branch working against itself. And I'm hoping, and I truly do believe that now, having had the experience of been president, he's got a better understanding of who can actually put their nose to the grindstone on achieving the agenda.
Yeah, well, from your lips to God's ear, I hope you're right about that. Well, look, it's also, I mean, as you said, whether you like Donald Trump or not, the people who are hysterically screaming every day about democracy don't seem to have too much of an interest in the story that the last duly elected president of the United States of America was like framed by his own deep state for treason, was lied to by his own people. I mean, if you guys can remember, because things go so quickly, I'm speaking to the audience, not to you, but when Donald Trump was in for his 4-year term, it was, I think every single week, the New York Times had a piece where there was, unnamed, source in the executive branch says something damning about Donald Trump. And like, if we have democracy in any meaningful way, you kind of can't have a system where the democratically elected commander-in-chief is being undermined by his own government.
Yeah, when you were talking about a president being undermined by his own deep state, I thought you were talking about Joe Biden getting kicked off the ticket.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Yes. No, I mean, I think
you notice, like, we got more of the democracy lectures from Biden. Biden had to, like, rant and rave about Charlottesville and democracy. And you don't hear that stuff from Harris. So you don't hear the woman who got 0 votes in the Democratic primary giving these soaring democracy lectures. And by the way, Joe Biden's little democracy talk and Kamala Harris's, enthusiasm for that doesn't do anything for you when you're checking out at the grocery counter and, are paying exorbitant prices. And now you've got a lot of Gen Z listeners. Like, sorry, but you're not going to be able to buy a house. If you want to go buy a car, you're looking at interest payments that might be double what you would have just had a few years ago. And if this generation does not get out and vote, like, who are we fighting to save this country for? Young people have been hammered by these policies. And if they won't vote their own self-interest, like, I don't know what the elder millennial generation is going to be able to do for them.
Yeah, well, look, I couldn't agree more with you about what we're handing or have already handed to this next generation. And it's terrible. I mean, I know people, in my family who are like in their 20s just getting started. And it's just the whole system is so stacked against them when you have, you come out of college with 150 grand in debt and, you can't get a job because your degree is worth next to nothing. And the average home is going for 700 grand. I mean, I live near New York City. It's a little higher here than average, but still across the country, it's pretty damn unaffordable.
And the result is a diminished quality of life. Like, I was on Amazon the other day and I saw you can buy a container ship house for like 12 grand. And is that really what we're reduced to? Asking Amazon to deliver us our pod that we get to live in, like, not a house. And for so long, the debt that we have accrued in this country has existed absent any specific pain point on the American people. And so it continues to erupt at a rate of $1 trillion every 100 days added to the debt. And the reason that happens is because we vote to fund the government all at once with one vote in the year. And you would not run a state government that way, a city government that way. You would not run the accounting of a little league that way. And yet that's how we run the country. And it's not a bug of the system. It's a feature, because the lobbyists and the special interests who buy off the political leaders know once they get something funded, it has eternal life. Whether it works or not, whether it helps people or hurts them, it has eternal life because we never do programmatic review of the budget. And now all of that is culminating with the dollar at one of the weakest points in our lifetime right now. And the dollar not going as far. And it did not happen because some like Mr. Magoo character was twisting a dial somewhere at the Fed. It happened because of the way we budget and the fact that we allow debt to balloon without taking tough votes on we have to cut.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's such a disgrace for a country like ours where my grandfather was able to work at a factory and with that salary could support a family, could own a house. His wife didn't have to work. His kids went to college. He played poker on the weekends. Like, he had a good American life. And with
Hold'em or stud?
That's a good question. I'm not sure what game they were playing. I like to think it was Hold'em, but I don't know. But actually probably wasn't Hold'em. But
What if it was Omaha or Omaha High-Low?
No, we were Northeast people. I don't think he was playing Omaha. But the ungodly technological advances we've had in the decades since then, we should all be living a much more luxurious life. And of course, in some ways we are. Medical technology has advanced. Obviously, we can have conversations like this over, my home studio, and you can be in your office or home, and we can, but the basics of like essentially all the areas where government hyper regulates and where the government is way too involved, the costs just go through the roof. And I think you make a very good point that for the first time, I think we've seen kind of like a drip, 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 and now all at once. But for the first time, you're really looking at the younger generation and going like, whoa, there's really no way, unless you really make it. I mean, if you get to the point where you're making more than $500,000 a year, you're still going to have a real good life in this country. But you almost have to get to that point before you're like, okay, you can now go have what my grandfather had. It's truly tragic.
And the left accuses the right of economic policies that leave people out. But the dynamic you just described, where if you're not making $500,000, like you're having a hard time breaking into the middle class in some places in this country, that's actually what leaves people out. And it is, it's the fuel of capitalism that has allowed us to have the greatest progress in all of human history. But there's an interesting dynamic that's changing, right? Like when I was growing up, the new TV would come out, and then a few months later, it's cheaper, right? I'm used to a dynamic where technology got cheaper. And really the only thing that's getting cheaper now is like data and the transmission of information, like you just talked about. But cars are getting more expensive. Houses are getting way more expensive. You're having a generation now that's not going to get used to things getting cheaper, but indeed more expensive because of the rapid inflation that occurred. And, there are some who got all the cheap debt when money was free. And in a way, those are some pretty good investments. If you're carrying debt right now that you were able to acquire at 3 or 4%, you look like a genius. But at the same time, that affects quality of life greatly, because a lot of people now, their starter home is their forever home. You're never leaving that starter home, not because you haven't made more money, your family's not growing, but because you cannot change interest rates. And it's a cruel thing to do. And it's what robs people of the hope for better, which is actually what drives the type of achievement that lifts people up.
Yeah, no, I could not agree more with you. So I want to go back to this question of Iranian involvement in attempts on Donald Trump's life, because I have to say, I saw Donald Trump tweet it, which he doesn't tweet as much as he used to. But he was actually on Twitter, not just from Truth Social, and said something about this earlier today, or was it yesterday, about Iran. And he was just giving a speech. He mentioned this again. He threatened, that if Iran did anything, we would destroy the entire country. I guess one of the things that I'm a little confused on is if you get this briefing that suggests one of the teams has Ukrainian links, some of them have other foreign national links, one has Iranian links, why, after the guy who was linked to Ukraine essentially is being charged with the second assassination attempt, why is it that Iran is the one who's being focused on here? And like, forgive me, Congressman, but just between the war in Iraq, between the war in Libya, the war in Syria, between COVID, between Trump-Russia collusion and all of this, I'm just very skeptical of when someone at the Department of Homeland Security says, hey, that country that Lindsey Graham has been trying to bomb for 25 years, they're the ones who are guilty of this. My interest in this would be to avoid a catastrophic war with Iran. I guess my question is, why the focus on Iran, and what is actually the tangible evidence here that Iran was involved or is involved in attempting to assassinate Trump?
Yeah, I can't talk about the intel on a platform like this, but I can tell you the reason I believe Trump got that defensive briefing is because in the entire threat portfolio, the highest level of sophistication was the Iranian threat. right? So I think that it rose to the highest level. Now, I'm with you. I don't share the Lindsey Graham desire to turn every sand dune into a Jeffersonian democracy with blood and Arab militias. But I do think that Iran has a motive here. Like when Trump was president, he didn't start war with Iran. Actually, he deterred war everywhere in the Middle East because people thought he was so unpredictable that if you pulled some 68 Tomahawk missiles might end up on your airbase like they did in Syria. And that didn't embroil us into becoming like the block captain of Damascus, like Lindsey Graham would probably prefer to do. It resulted in resetting deterrence, and I think acting based on our interests, not on this notion of regime change and democracy building throughout the sands of the Middle East.
But so do you think Iran has an interest in, look, I understand the idea of Iran having an interest in keeping Donald Trump out.
Yeah, they used to be poor. They were poor when Trump was president because he had these crippling sanctions. The reason Iran has been enriched is because Joe Biden was so focused on the war in Ukraine, which is just beyond me, that he would rather enrich Venezuela and Iran than Russia. And as we assess that now, after October 7th, I don't know that you can really say that was a wise choice.
Well, it's certainly, you're not going to get an argument from me on that. I think the proxy war in Ukraine is, I think, and I don't say, I'm not being hyperbolic. I think it's the most reckless policy in American history. I mean, we're picking.
Wow, it's a high bar.
Well, I mean, look,
it really could be, though. I mean, we won't have time to debate. You won't have much time to say I told you so if it results in, thermonuclear meltdown of the planet.
Look, even in the height of the Cold War, when you didn't have to make up the idea that Russia was an expansionist power, when they were actually controlling half of Europe, we never had anything as reckless as a policy of a war in Ukraine approving strikes into Russia. I mean, even back then, even in the war in Vietnam or in the war in Korea, there was never a thought that we would be okay, because everybody involved knew, well, there's the nuclear threat. You can't do that. You have to take that at least somewhat seriously. But
wait a second. Back then, the left was anti-war. What the happened to the anti-war left? Where'd they go?
Well,
where do I find the pacifist Democrats? Because they are so bloodthirsty to line, up weapon systems and to give Zelensky everything he wants to go deeper into Russia. That is now the debate that's happened. The debate is not on Capitol Hill, should we be involved or not. My side has lost that debate. There's overwhelming support for involvement on Capitol Hill. Not so much in our neighborhoods and on Main Street, but here on Capitol Hill where all that defense contractor money flows. So now it's just about, can anyone think of a weapon system that can go deeper into Russia? That's the whole debate. And you just wonder at what point is Putin able to consolidate a sufficient amount of political support in his country to engage kinetically directly with the United States. And then what? We were doing all of this over which guy in a tracksuit got to run Crimea in the Donbas region?
Yeah,
I don't remember back when Putin was running all of that and then not running it and then now wants to run it again. It hasn't fundamentally changed quality of life for my bosses in Northwest Florida, but it sure as hell will if this thing goes to a catastrophic ending.
Yeah, and look, even if your perspective, look, I agree with you in your perspective that I have this wild view that American politicians who are elected by American citizens, first priority ought to be to those citizens who elected them and not to foreign.
It's radical
foreigners.
stuff. That's very radical.
But even if your obligation was to the people of Ukraine, I mean, look, what have we done? But when I say we, I mean the Biden administration. They killed the peace talks early in the wars. I mean, they've had hundreds of thousands of people, by the best estimates, have been killed. Ukraine is destroyed, and eventually we're going to come back to something that I would venture to bet is not quite as good of a deal as Ukraine had offered at the beginning that we insisted they not agree to. So it'll be nothing but death and destruction, and then handing them a worse deal than they could have had at the beginning.
Yeah, all of the Ukrainians who've lost their homes, their businesses, their loved ones, family members, do you think looking back on that, they would have accepted not joining NATO?
Yeah.
Because maybe you could have stopped this whole thing by sufficient deterrence on Russia, saying that there was no plan to bring Ukraine into NATO, which, by the way, there wasn't really anyway in the short term. And then all the human life would be preserved. And that's why those of us who are anti-war, we're not isolationists. You engage with the world, but it seems like increasingly American engagement has made things worse.
Yeah.
The Middle East is worse off after all, the kind of Bush-Obama doctrine played out there. Thank God Trump got in and brought a real reckoning as it came to recognizing Israel. And then in Europe, we've kind of made a mess of it there as well. And meanwhile, the defense contractor stock goes up, inflation goes up for the American people, and you have to wonder whether or not your son or daughter is going to be fighting in a war oceans away in a place that most Americans, would have a challenge pointing to on a map.
Yeah, listen, so I completely agree with you with the stuff on Ukraine. And by the way, of course, the person who insisted that we, at the Bucharest summit, we declare that Ukraine will be a member of NATO was George W. Bush and Condoleezza Rice. And as
what calls have they ever blown?
Yeah, as we all know, just excellent foreign policy decisions all around. I do think, though, that, look, it's a false choice to say that we either have to get involved in a war with Russia or we have to get involved in a war with Iran. I certainly am concerned about what appears over the last couple weeks to be a major escalation in the war in the Middle East. I think it's safe to say that Hezbollah and Israel are at war at this point. So this is now a wider regional war at this same time. And I appreciate the fact that you can't talk about classified things on this show. But do you share any of the concern that I have, where I see President Trump now, who I kind of agree with you at his best represents a departure from this reckless foreign policy. But as you have Israel with our backing at war in Palestine, in Gaza, now at war with Hezbollah, now the more saber rattling toward Iran, I completely agree with you on Ukraine, but isn't it fair for the American people that if we're going to start escalating these conversations, for once in any of these situations, can we see some actual evidence that Iran is guilty of something rather than just, and listen, you are one of my favorite congressmen, but rather than just someone in Congress saying, someone at the Department of Homeland Security told me, I can't explain it to you, but it's Iran. I'm sorry, that's just doesn't sit very well with me.
Well, the interdictions that are happening from the Iranians to the Houthis are real, right? People see the weapon systems that they are sending there that are really causing problems for shipping, and you can't let some tribe of ne'er-do-wells have that type of impact on the global economy. When you see the way that Iran is sending financing directly to Hamas and Hezbollah, those aren't really disputed facts by anyone, including Iran. So that would be what they're doing to escalate. And by the way, no one is of any illusion about who's backing the militias that are constantly attacking the U.S. bases and installations and troops in Iraq. Now, by the way, I don't even think we should be in Iraq anymore. Okay, so I'm not making an argument for expansionism, but that certainly isn't license for an Iranian-backed militia to shoot at them and harm them. I do worry about this war widening, and I actually think the Biden administration was smart to have a real enhanced force posture in the Eastern Mediterranean to try to deter, the Lebanese army from entering into this conflict. We've got pretty good mill-to-mill relationships with the Lebanese army, but that's a country that's basically been on the brink of civil war for a while. The collapse of their banking system and monetary system, the fact that for security in southern Lebanon, they've had to enter into unity government with Hezbollah. It's kind of a mess.
Yeah, well, yeah, I think it certainly is quite a mess. So I will say, I know you have a time crunch here, so I'll let you go after. But if funding Hamas is the criteria for which we judge you on, Benjamin Netanyahu is going to have something.
No, you're right. Well, and I think there'll be a lot of questioning of Netanyahu in history on some of the stuff that was going down on October 7th. I mean, when you look at these reports where these young officers in the IDF are saying, hey, we're watching these guys train, we're watching these guys prepare with paragliders, and we need more protection here. And then the opposite occurred. I don't know how you explain that. It's really frustrating. It must be tragic for everyone who's lost a family member or waiting for a hostage.
Yeah. Do you think? And I'll let you go after this question, but and I don't want to get you in trouble, but I do. For people like yourself who are kind of a part of this new brand of Republican leadership, the kind of the America First as we said before, the departure from the Bush-Cheney adventurism of former Republicans. And one of the things that have kind of been, handed to you guys, like essentially the way I see it is that the overwhelming majority of Republican voters are with you and President Trump. However, the overwhelming amount of the establishment, of big donors, of lobbyists, they are very opposed to this idea of like kind of not having an ever-growing military-industrial complex. But one of the things that's handed to you and the new group of Republicans, and I think of people like Thomas Massey and not just people in Congress, but Vivek Ramaswamy, and there's like a lot of like kind of the younger J.D. Vance, guys like
Don
this.
Jr. We're all of this view.
Yes. The relationship between the United States of America and Israel is something that's gone back, at least into the 60s. And it does seem to me that while, say, at the Republican National Convention or in any Donald Trump speech that I've heard talking about Israel over the last year, it is always, hey, we're closer friends with them than the Democrats are. As Trump says, Kamala Harris is a Palestinian, Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer, they're Palestinians. There does seem to me to be a bit of an odd fit when the country is run by its longest serving prime minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, who was coming over here to testify as a regional expert that we got to overthrow Saddam Hussein. We got to go to war with Iran. We got to overthrow Muammar Gaddafi. We got to overthrow Bashar al-Assad. It's like the leader of the country has John McCain foreign policy, and yet in this new America First movement is somehow joined at the hip with essentially like a real deal neocon who runs Israel. What do you think about that?
Yeah, I can respect Israel and Netanyahu without wanting to wholly adopt their foreign policy, right? We get criticized in the America First movement oftentimes of being isolationists. We're not isolationists. We want to have friendly relations with countries everywhere. We're not trying to do regime change wars, and we're not trying to be the world's police force or the world's piggy bank. But I think that friendship requires honest conversations. Otherwise, you're not being a true friend. And I think we are owed some more honest conversations about why Israel wasn't better protected on October 7th, given the intelligence that they had received. And when Israel can't be in a situation where there's a moral hazard that develops as a consequence of their relationship with the United States. And I don't think we're there, but just taking this conversation to like its logical end, you could see a world in which it wouldn't be beneficial to Israel to always think they could go punch a bully and then have a bigger bully in the United States enter the fight on their behalf. Here, Israel was attacked, and I believe justifiably responded to that attack. But I'm not here for some broadening war with Iran. I don't believe Iran seeks some kinetic conflict with the United States. They know we have a qualitative military edge and that Israel does too. But we can't forget Israel's in a really tough neighborhood. They're like the one democracy there, and they ought to have a qualitative military edge over their neighbors. And that oftentimes inures to the benefit of both countries. But that's the way we should evaluate it, is in the mutual benefit, not just as a gratuitous gesture.
Listen, I've been on record for a long time that I think Israel should move to Canada. And I'm not particularly interested in giving the Canadians a say in this matter. We just put them right there in a good neighborhood. Solve all these problems.
They would have been the 14th colony if we knew they had oil. Canada is basically a separate country because it's the last place we stopped chasing a bunch of Indians because we didn't think anything was up there.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you've been up there, it's pretty cold. You wouldn't want to chase Indians up there.
I'm a Florida man. We see Canadians in the winter, and we think they're part polar bear when they get in the water.
All right, well, Congressman Gaetz, I really appreciate your time. I hope we get to do it again sometime. If there's anything, if people want to support you or anything that you want to plug or mention, please let my listeners know.
Sure. Follow me on X at Matt Gaetz and at Rep Matt Gaetz. Also, I've got a podcast called Firebrand, and invite everybody to subscribe and listen.
All right. Thank you for your time, Congressman. Thank you, everybody, for listening. Have a good one.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people.
Hi, everyone. Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues. I just got done a few weeks ago with one of the more challenging professional experiences of my life. I've been through primary elections and general elections and special elections, but I got a call to help assist with Donald Trump's debate prep. And it's not really the traditional prep you might expect. With President Trump, it's more like a stream of consciousness, never-ending conversation about his desire to get our nation back to productivity and success and the great riches we had when he was in office before. But one of our discussion sessions was at his lovely building in Las Vegas, this big gold building. So I show up, and they've got a nice ballroom set up, and they've got the two podiums, and I get there early and prepare all my notes to get ready for our conversation. And President Trump walks in, looks at it, and says, "This doesn't look like very much fun. What would be a lot of fun would be if we went to my suite and got a plate full of cheeseburgers and watched the DNC, and you could give me good things to Truth Live about the DNC." And so we got up there, and sure enough, big plate of cheeseburgers. And the Secret Service had assessed that the windows weren't bulletproof. And with all the threats, we had to have these special plate glass windows set up. And, you know, they were there, and Trump was complaining, but I can't see. I want to see the city. I want to enjoy the lights. And I'm like, hey, you guys missed a spot. There's like a little crease there. We got to get those closer together. But it showed with Trump that in these times where his safety is in great peril, he is undeterred in the focus that we need on the policy choices that ultimately liberated opportunity for so many of our fellow Americans in times when we didn't think that was going to be part of our future. We had Obama telling us that we always had to have less than 2% growth. That meant fewer jobs, fewer homes, fewer dreams. And I saw how President Trump put this country on his back, made the right choices, and got us forward leaning again. And after that experience in Vegas, I got back to Washington. And there was a senior DHS official who came to see me and said, "Congressman Gaetz, we've been looking after the events in Butler, Pennsylvania. We've been looking at what threat environment exists, who might be out there to cause President Trump harm, and was the protection provided at Butler sufficient to deal with that dynamic?" And they told me that there were 5 known assassination teams targeting President Trump in our country. 3 from foreign countries that were here to do that malign and terrible action, and 2 that we knew of that were domestic in nature. And the concern that raised in me was pretty extensive. And so while we'll make better choices to hold those accountable who I think haven't met that threat environment, I did not want to leave this stage today without asking you to pray for President Trump's safety. Because for all that can be done with the hand of man, it was the hand of God that kept President Trump safe, and we should always be hopeful and grateful and dutiful and obedient to that. I want to talk to you a little bit about my job in Congress, and I'll share with you this troubling admission. Washington, D.C. is a deeply corrupt place. It is not this idealistic land of promise where meritorious ideas are debated and advanced and voted on. It is a place increasingly where the lobbyists and the special interests write the scripts, produce the plays, and then the people who are elected are just actors who go out and perform the wishes of others who are not acting in the best interest of our countrymen. And
the best example of how that plays out is thinking about how we spend money, right? Like everything from our state legislatures down to the locals Kiwanis Club knows how to spend money effectively. You go through line items of a budget and you assess what might need more investment and what would be subject to reduction. But we fund our government by one up or down vote on the entire budget of the United States all at once. And when I say that is nuts, they call me crazy. I think they're the crazy ones who do that, because then you're having to make a choice about whether or not to deprive our military members of their pay, our veterans of their benefits, while like determining whether or not you're going to fund the deputy commissar of transgender operations at the Department of Education. And any serious organization would subject the agencies of government to line item review. And then, regardless of whether the Republicans or the Democrats are in control, you have amendments. People can take votes. If the people don't like how their members of Congress are voting on those amendments, they can make better choices in subsequent elections. But we escape that accountability by having this system that's one up or down vote. And so if you're a reasonable, rational person, you would say, well, why would you do that? That sounds very counterproductive. And it's not a bug of the system. It's a feature. Because if the right lobbyist or the right special interest goes and buys off the right committee chairman or the right members of an appropriations committee, then they get their program in the budget, and then it's there for life. It's there beyond life. It's the closest thing there is to eternal life, is a government program. And so they do that so that they stay in power. And what is the consequence of that mechanism of budgeting? We are $37 trillion in debt. We are absolutely on our way to $50 trillion in debt, and there is no realistic plan to divert course from that eventuality. Moreover, we go $1 trillion more in debt every 100 days in the United States of America. Every 100 days, $1 trillion more in debt. And so when I talk about these things, sometimes people's eyes glaze over because it's federal budgeting and it's not like the border or all the other stuff going on that's of great interest. But if we do not fix this problem, none of the rest of this is going to matter. There is no army that will protect us. There is no border that will defend us. There is no distant land that we can convert to our purposes if we fail. For all the criticism conservatives get for being anti-institutionalists, the institution that has lifted more people out of poverty and given more people the chance to live their dreams is the U.S. dollar. And Congress is destroying that right now. And I will go die in the last ditch fighting for single subject spending bills where these folks have to step forward and justify what they do and why they are hurting the future of our country. And so why does that happen, right? Why would we not divert from that path? And one of the reasons is there is intense fundraising pressure that is put on members of Congress to participate in like what I view as legalized money laundering. But when I got elected to Congress, and I said I wanted to be on the Armed Services Committee because my district has a large military profile, because I care about services for military families, and I thought when I went to meet with the leadership to make the case for my membership on that committee, they would want to know what I thought about some of those things, how I might vote on matters that would come before the body. And instead they looked at me and said, you'll need $75,000 delivered to the political committee bosses in the next 10 days if you want to secure your spot on that committee. And so leadership positions, committee assignments, these things are bought and sold in Washington, D.C. each and every day. And that dilutes any semblance of merit that we would want to have for our people and for our ideas. It is not the smartest folks in the policy areas making these key choices. A lot of times it's grundoons, but it's people who fall into this corrupt system. And that's why I'm here at the Texas Youth Summit, to appeal to all of you to help me change that. And there are a few of us who fight every day to expose it. And when you don't take the lobbyist money and the special interest money like I don't, it kind of makes me feel like Neo in the Matrix, because I don't care what they think, because I don't work for them, and I have no problem calling them out when they're trying to get people to make bad choices. I'll give you an example of one of those choices. A little bit of a sensitive subject here in Texas, but off we go nonetheless. The F-35 aircraft costs $100 million a copy, $100 million each. And today in America, the F-35 is 29% operationally capable. So we have bought dozens of $100 million paperweights that cannot fly. And so we have this crazy idea where instead of buying 65 more that President Biden wants, we'll just buy 55 more and then take the $1 billion in new planes we aren't buying and tell the contractor to go fix the problem, make the planes fly. And instead of doing that, the Appropriations Committee added 10 more planes, and they took the money out of the budget that we had for child care for military families to go build planes that don't work. And when I sat my colleagues down and got eyeball to eyeball and said, why are we making it where we can't build child care centers for military families on Army bases and Air Force bases so that you guys can go buy planes that don't fly? And the answer was, well, Gaetz, you don't understand that that is a legacy project for very powerful members of Congress where they make the planes that don't fly. And so we have to accommodate them because that's a legacy project for them. Well, I think it's an unpatriotic legacy to take resources away from our military families and to put it into materiel that will never make it into the fight to defend our homeland or defend our interests. And so how do we break this system? How do we get away from these things being bought and sold and these bad decisions being made with this corrupt intent? We have to have a new generation of leaders. And at times, I have really angered some of my colleagues because even where there are Republicans who are part of the sellout caucus, I've gone to campaign against them on behalf of primary challengers who I actually think would do the will of the people. And I don't know if it was a coincidence that some of my fellow Republicans kept offering me an Israeli pager over the last few weeks, but I didn't take it, and that was a joke. They didn't really do that. But all of you can play a role, and here are a few things that I'm going to ask you to do to help us with backup, and it's not just me. You send us some great ones in Texas. Please do not send me back to Congress without sending Senator Ted Cruz back to the United States Senate to keep acting as the lion of that body. And I'm real excited about Brandon Gill, who I know is part of the Youth Summit and will be joining me in Congress. And I don't know where I'd be without friends like Chip Roy and Andrew Cloud and Keith Self and Jody Arrington, people who actually are there on the front lines of these battles. But here's how you can be there. First thing I would ask you to do as you prepare to become a more skilled operative, do a skills assessment of yourself as it relates to your greatest strengths, right? In this fight that we are in, to save the country, to get better representatives, and to make better decisions, right? What is the thing that you do best? For some, it might be public speaking. Some of you may be able to cut video. Some may have great operations skills, research skills. But in anything you're doing, in any group you're participating in, the group's going to get the most out of it, and you're going to get the most out of it is if you have a chance to demonstrate the high end of your skill aptitude. So do it in writing. Sit there and scribble down where you think you're most capable in the fight. Second thing, look at your deficits. Where are your greatest weaknesses? We do this in my congressional office. I know this will shock you, I am not the most hyper-organized person on the planet when it comes to logistics. And so I know that, I assess that, and then I hire team members around me who have those skills and are able to support the mission and support the fight with that. So look at your deficits and say, where can I have strategic partnerships, good friendships, organizations I can join where if I don't have a natural skill or aptitude, there's someone there who can help be a great collaborator. Third thing, build out your networks and your data. When I was a young lawyer in Northwest Florida, I was very aggrieved. I had this great dog, Scarlet, and I got notice that my county was instituting a pet tax, which was troubling for me because Scarlet did not have a job, and yet she was going to have to pay a tax. And so I organized some fellow animal lovers, and we went down to the county commission office, and we convinced them to withdraw the pet tax.
And later, there were folks who, on my city council, wanted to raise our property taxes. And I got together some of the folks who were against that, and we went down and made the case. And each of those contacts, I still have today in my voter file. I still communicate regularly with people that I was involved in those projects on all the way back in 2010. And so when you take the time out of your schedule, out of your life, to get involved in political activism, it is critically important that you build out those networks and you keep that data. And what's different for so many of you is you've got the ability to scale it to the moon digitally. You're the most interconnected generation in all of human history. And that unlocks a tremendous amount of potential in politics and in public policy. I would also say that you've got to get in a fight that matters. If you look around the country right now, whether it's medical freedom, whether it's our Second Amendment freedoms, our First Amendment freedoms, there is a meaningful fight to be had. There is a cause to join for anything that you are passionate about. And so it is not acceptable to sit back and wait for some negative consequence to befall you and then react accordingly. You need to be proactive. And if you do that, if you pick fights that matter, right? And if you build out those networks and you're constantly deploying your high-end elite skills and up-leveling them, and then if you're substituting where you might have a weakness or a deficit with a great team member or a great partner in a project, there is no limit to what we can accomplish as a movement. And the reason that's the case is because there are more of us than there are of them. There are more God-fearing, freedom-loving, red-blooded Americans who believe in the prosperity and future of this country than there are those on the woke left where everything is just so weak and awful and trans. Like, even the trans want change. I think we're entering like a stage of politics on the left where the trans women are going to be the most masculine force on the political left because they've basically cornered the beta male market. And I'm betting on the trans women to just run over the beta males in the Democratic Party in the coming generations. And who wants to sign up for that as your governing philosophy? And so it has become a contest of normal versus crazy, of reasonable versus the chaotic. It's their chaos that they want to visit on us to bring about this notion that our achievement and our merit cannot bring us to higher stages of life. And that's never been the story of Texas. It's certainly never been the story of Florida. The other thing is that you've got to find out where you belong in the movement. For some of you, we need you as candidates. We need you to run for office. Run for offices that you can win. Know that we need America First patriots at absolutely every level of our government, not just in the White House or in Congress, but on school boards, on city councils, absolutely in state legislatures. Most of the governing that actually goes on in this country is happening at state legislatures. So we need people to run, but we also need the strategists. We need the video editors. We need the operations coordinators. I've got to tell you, if the skills that I would be developing if I was a young person wanting to accelerate a career in politics or public policy, would be interfaced with AI. And I know there's a lot of concerns about AI and all kind of ethical questions that I'm not smart enough to answer, but here's what I know. The left is using it. The left is generating content, perfecting content, proliferating content, using AI. And to the extent that we're able to access those tools and to deploy them for our purposes, I think that'll make us better in the battle of ideas. If you look at any battle, the people who corner the technology first usually win it. You know, when the first warrior decided that he could get on an elephant, won a lot of battles that way because no one else had figured that out, right? When warriors were traveling throughout the Mediterranean, the first ones who figured out horse stirrups, where they could get up on their horses and get a better shot, they prevailed in the battle. And here in politics, I think it's critically important that we not make the mistakes that we made in the early 2000s, where we really ceded the internet to the left. Barack Obama's political strategy was to... Oh, stop. This is security, this guy. This is a person who follows me around and goes crazy and does strange things. Do you guys have security here? Dude, this is a very strange individual doing very strange things. Yes, that's was that Liz Cheney? Did she come here? I didn't get a good look, but maybe we'll see in the post game. But look, when you do these big and bold things, oftentimes you get all kind of interesting attention, and lightens the mood. I also want you to know, as you engage in this important movement that we're a part of, to look at what's going on in the world. Oftentimes, America First conservatives get criticized as isolationists, as those only worried about what's happening in our country. And while there's no shame in putting the needs of our country first and the people of our country first, I do think it's important to acknowledge global trends, to have good friends around the world. And the best way for us to affect the world is not by invading every foreign land and believing that we can convert every Central Asian cave into a Jeffersonian democracy. It's being the best version of ourselves. When we are drawing in the creative class, when we are building the best technologies, when we are making the things that people need all around the planet Earth, then we are able to achieve a greater height of soft power and greater influence that actually inures to our economic benefit and our social benefit and our cultural benefit. And while at times it seems here in America that the left controls the media, they control a lot of the corrupt NGOs who are financing the border invasion. They've really joined in unity of purpose with Big Pharma, wanting us all to get 37 vaccines every week. What we have, I think, is the core connection to what is truly and fundamentally American. And that is inspiring in a way that I don't believe our adversaries will be able to meet. And we see that happening right now in Argentina, where Milei is really saving a country that was in tragic decline. We see it with the Dutch farmers standing up against some of the excesses and absurdities of climate change policy. And one of the places where I'm proudest, we see it in El Salvador, of all places, where Nayib Bukele has turned the murder capital of the world into an inspirational model for the West. I saw President Bukele recently, and this was a place where you couldn't walk the streets without someone sticking a gun in your face. It had the highest murder rates in the world. And then they said, we're not going to tolerate it anymore. Bukele's slogan when he ran for president was, "There's enough money for everyone if nobody steals," which turned out to be pretty successful. And when they did that, they ultimately drove out the globalists, balanced their budgets, are securing their borders. And imagine if we could have that here. It is in our grasp. So we are now tens of days until this most dispositive election in our lives. And I honestly think we could decide this election with just a few states. If Republicans win Pennsylvania and North Carolina and Georgia, it's over. We'll win the election and we'll have an opportunity to institute our policies and show the American people what we stand for. But to do that, there's going to need to be vigilance around election integrity. There's going to need to be interconnectivity, and there has to be enthusiasm. And that enthusiasm is what so many of you in Texas represent. We represent the two biggest red states, Texas and Florida. And I like to say I'm from the best part of Florida because it's the closest to Texas. And and if they could ever get their hooks in either of our states, if they could flip our legislatures, if they could go after our leading officials, people like General Paxton, who I'm very proud of here in the Lone Star Republic, if they are successful, then the dominoes fall for us very quickly. But what I have seen is that you have fortified this state. Texas is more Republican than you were 2 years ago or 4 years ago. And I think it's because the Californians that are moving here in exile know what they're leaving. And I hope they don't want to bring those policies here. We have to deal with this with New Yorkers sometimes. They move down to Florida and we say, y'all come, but just leave your Democrat voter registration card north of the Mason-Dixon line. So
But I think from so many of the Californians who've moved here, they are refugees. You get a lot of political refugees here in the Lone Star Republic who appreciate the freedoms, who appreciate the bold leaders that you've been able to curate and cultivate. And it is indeed my sincere hope that the next generation of that leadership is here in this room and eager to take on the mantle and to be the backup we need to win these fights. These are winnable fights. You know, I was told that nobody could ever fire a Speaker of the House, that these people get so entrenched and there's such an institution around them that they're invincible. And while I certainly wished that his removal would have resulted in more of the reforms that we've been discussing tonight, I do know this: we prove sometimes the little guy can win, that the corrupt people don't win every time. And I hope that gives people hope. And in Congress, there are a few reforms I'll leave you with that I think could really change the place. If you're a member of Congress, you shouldn't be taking donations from PACs and special interests and lobbyists. That should be illegal. That's bribe money, and everyone who takes it knows it. Second thing, members of Congress should not be able to become lobbyists or registered foreign agents after their service. That's not right. It's like if we gave you the privilege to make our laws for the most powerful country in the world, you don't thereafter get to enter the transfer portal, right? And go be an influence peddler. And the final one, this really is what gets them wanting to give me the Israeli pagers when I say this. But for the same reason you don't let the referee bet on the game, members of Congress should be barred from trading individual stocks. So I think that would reform so many of the challenges, that along with term limits and a balanced budget amendment and single subject spending bills. And we have to do this. We have no other choice. We have no other choice because America is not just an idea. America is not just a constitution. America is our home. And for all of this nation's history, there have been people from Washington's brigade crossing the Delaware River to surprise the Hessians and win our revolution, win our freedom. From the folks who went and prevailed in world wars for this country to the people right now who fight the fires, protect the border, keep our seats safe, and serve in our military. We owe it to them to win, to be relentless, and to demand victory in each and every battle. Thank you all so much for having me. Thanks for having my back. Let's go get them. Thank you.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough. He's so strong. He's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America. It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrands.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Firebrand. We're broadcasting live from the Rumble Studios here in our nation's capital in Washington, D.C. Remember, the best way to consume Firebrand, download the Rumble app, set your notifications on. That way, when we have conversations, when we've got breaking news, and when we've got the Gaetz network running 24/7, you're going to be able to have access to the information that'll make you the smartest person in the room and informed as to the true character and nature of the decision-making process here in Washington, D.C. Now, one of the things that we talk about frequently on the program is lawfare, the weaponization of the justice system against those who are righteously in the fight. And we're going to do a deep dive in some of those election integrity issues and the ways in which this Biden Justice Department has really targeted people and has really taken what we believe about due process and about evidentiary presentations and instead used the awesome powers of the Department of Justice to suppress evidence and then to try to hassle people and do great harm to our country. That's unfortunately what we've seen in too many circumstances. And there's no better person who I think has been fighting the good fight than my good friend, Jeff Clark. Jeff, thanks so much for being here with me. A lot of people will remember you as the mild-mannered environmental lawyer at the Department of Justice. And when we started to see in Congress, when others started to see real concerns about the way the 2020 election was being sort of adjudicated and investigated, that there was an active effort to shut down review of different allegations. And we know as lawyers that allegations are not evidence. You have to corroborate things that you hear from people. You've got to look at the validity of documents. But just for a moment, before we get into everything that's kind of happened since, bring my audience to what it was like for you as a senior lawyer in the Justice Department when you started to see some of these concerns percolate about the 2020 election and kind of the ethic and dynamic that was going on at DOJ at that time.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. And so we're in November of 2020. It's after the election, and I'm watching all of the election irregularities mount up one after another, right? You know, the late night dumps of ballots, the shutting down of the counting process, the fake water main break at the Georgia, Atlanta Convention Center. And, I'm just scratching my head and I'm like, what are we doing about this? So Bill Barr puts out a memo on November 9th, 2020, and he says that all of the U.S. attorney's offices, the head of the criminal division and the head of the civil rights division can investigate allegations of election, not just fraud, but also irregularities. And I thought, all right, well, they're doing something, right? Time goes on. We're getting later and later into November, and I'm not hearing that anything is going on. And so, eventually I went to talk to some of the uber leaders of the Justice Department at the time and, expressed my concerns and said, what's going on? And what I was basically told was, we were told by different parts of the career staff that there's nothing we can do here. We don't have any real levers. And I scratched my head. I said, that can't possibly be true. I broke out the election manual. There's a multi-100-page election manual that the criminal division, which has charge of election investigations primarily historically, has. And, I saw all sorts of provisions that could be used. And I also thought that, some of the things I was hearing out of the states, like in Georgia, the idea that, there were no options because they couldn't go into special session, so they couldn't investigate the fact that they'd gotten a report from one of their own senators, Senator Ligon, who'd done a multi-day hearings, and he'd gotten a lot of, evidence collected of fraud and irregularities in especially Fulton County, but in other parts of Georgia as well. And I came up with the idea of, trying to tell them that they have the power directly as a direct U.S. Constitution delegation to call themselves into special session because they have that direct delegation to regulate the election under the Electors Clause, right? And then we started talking about that issue internally, and it led to a firestorm. And that firestorm, led to all the other things we'll get into, like just a house of bricks kind of coming down on me. And then this was all internal to the Justice Department. And, there are still many parts of it that I think are privileged, and the details of it are privileged. And President Trump's asked me, he's invoked executive privilege on my behalf twice. And so, but there are parts of the story that have been made so public that I can talk about those.
Sure.
And that was all the result of anonymous leaks from my own colleagues, many of whom were Trump appointees, although not all of them were Trump appointees, to the New York Times 2 days after Joe Biden was elected. And ever since, I've been canceled by Big Law. I've been attacked constantly by MSNBC and CNN. And the rest of the story we'll get into.
Yeah, I think that it showcases the way the regime fights back. But I think there's two theories of the case about those moments at DOJ directly following the certification from, well, not even leading up to the certification. One theory is, well, these were just a bunch of buffoons who had no real understanding of their powers to investigate these claims of irregularity or what you were seeing in affidavits emerge in various courts around the country. And then there's another theory of the case where they were actively suppressing the organic upward movement of information from field offices, from state and local authorities, from even a state legislative committee. They were actively ensuring that never developed into a legitimate investigation. And I actually think it's the latter. I don't think that Barr and his top people were just too incompetent to investigate election fraud. I think they were subversive in the way that they purposefully tried to diminish any concern that arose. Is that a fair characterization?
I think it is, especially based on some things I did not know at the time that would come out later. So we know that Bill McSwain, the U.S. attorney in Philadelphia, my hometown, the Eastern District of Pennsylvania, he had serious information about election fraud in Philadelphia, and Philadelphia is a hotbed of fraud, which I also knew from my mom, who was a Republican poll worker, and also from this scandal in the 1990s. I actually interviewed with a judge who had this case called La Nueva Forma, that the Democrats were basically trying to do some of the same sorts of fraud things we've seen. And he had charge of that case. They threw the book at that case, and that was shut down in Philadelphia. So McSwain was aware of all this. He wanted to pursue it. He went to Bill Barr. Bill Barr said, "Nope, can't do that. And I want you to turn over any evidence you have to the Josh Shapiro, who was then the Attorney General, right, who had already pre-announced that Biden was going to win the election. So that was pointless. There's Larry Keefe in Florida, U.S. Attorney in Florida. He had information that related to shenanigans tied to
vote by mail requests.
Yes, and that was also shut down by Barr. And indeed, Barr issued a threat that if I ever hear about this again from you, you're going to get fired. The third incident I would point to is that there were these allegations from the postal truck driver in Bethpage, New York, that he was taking ballots suspiciously into Pennsylvania, and that was being investigated by the Amistad Project and by Colonel Schaefer. And Barr winds up on the phone yelling at Colonel Schaefer, tells him to shut down the investigation. So there's the three things right there, and then I'll give you a fourth data point. So we have Barr's testimony after to the January 6th committee. And unlike many witnesses, generally tend to get a few minutes to say something, to kind of set the stage for themselves. But he was allowed, I think, in an unprecedented way, since I've read many of those deposition transcripts that are publicly available. There's some that, apparently have been destroyed that we don't have. And they destroyed the videos, as you know. But he was allowed to say, look, I want to set out three categories. There's a category of election laws being changed by actors within a state other than the legislature, because the Electors Clause says the state legislature is in charge of those rules. And so that's an unconstitutional problem right there, right? The second category is there's election law, in the state legislature. It hasn't been changed. It's fully operative, but it's been disobeyed. So that's the second category. Third category, fraud, like the equivalent of stuffing ballots, either electronically or physically or putting in mail-in ballots that aren't legitimate. He's like, we only looked at the third category. We did not look at the other two categories. And right there, I read that. I'm like, what? Why would you disclaim authority to look at those two things? Those were vital elements of what was going on in using COVID as a cover to have this entire giant mail-in voting operation. And then I'll say here's a fifth element. Barr brought in the U.S. attorney from the Eastern District of New York, and he was not appointed by Trump. It's a guy named Richard Donahue. He was appointed by the judges of that district, which is pursuant to a statute that I'd urge you actually to take a look at because I think it's unconstitutional. I think the president has to make all appointments. But he took him as the U.S. attorney and he moved him to make him what we call in DOJ, Main Justice, the PAYDAG, the Principal Associate Deputy Attorney General. So he becomes the number 2 to the Deputy Attorney General, who's the number 2 in the whole department. So Donahue is brought in and he's given exclusive charge of all election-related investigations. And I have no idea why you would bring in, first of all, why would a U.S. attorney want to leave to be the PAYDAG? That's a demotion. Instead of running his entire office, and the Brooklyn U.S. Attorney's Office, they think of themselves as, as good as or better than the Southern District of New York, which they tend to think of themselves in elevated terms. So why would someone want to leave running their own show in the Brooklyn U.S. Attorney's Office, which also can be a very lucrative position to get, and come in and be the PAYDAG, who actually no one directly reports to? They only have the authority that the Deputy Attorney General gives them. And so it seemed very strange to me. And so I see that also as part and parcel of the fact that your second hypothesis is the one that is true.
And so the criticism of your efforts largely centers around the argument that you were trying to operate in a way outside of our institutions, that our institutions have this way to contemplate these questions, and you go rogue and you try to operate outside the institutions. But as I've reviewed the memo that you wrote that was like falsely deemed the insurrection memo, it is actually a roadmap on how to use a constitutionally contemplated process and how to use the institutions that exist, be it the legislature, be it the Department of Justice, to merely investigate the facts. Like that must be, as a Harvard-educated lawyer, as someone who's worked at a lot of these white-collar law firms, it must be intensely frustrating that the criticism really showcases the vulnerability of the people who are trying to use the institutions to subvert the evidence and squash the evidence, and you are merely trying to use our institutions to conduct a lawful, proper constitutional investigation. It must be deeply frustrating.
It is very frustrating, Congressman. And look, It led them to make accusations that are ridiculous and easily legally pierced. For instance, at some points they've argued that, well, the Justice Department can't send letters to people, and can't send letters to states. And I was like, well, why do we have an intergovernmental liaison function if that's true?
We do that all the time.
We do that all the time. And indeed, a very early act in the Biden Justice Department was the acting Assistant Attorney General of the Civil Rights Division, Pam Karlan, who was a law professor at Stanford, who also, a quick deviation. When I went into the Justice Department in 2018, the ethics officials told me that I would need to resign my unpaid volunteer position as the head of one of the practice groups for the Federalist Society. And so, I handed it off to somebody else. I gave that to them, right? But that was unpaid. The ethics people cleared Pam Karlan while she was the acting Assistant Attorney General of the Civil Rights Division to continue to receive her $900,000 a year salary from Stanford. And so she sends a letter when Arizona's doing their audit. She sends, and one of the components was to start canvassing. She sends a letter to them and says, "Don't do that. That's voting interference."
We covered that extensively on Firebrand about that effort by the Justice Department to scare states into basically lethargy, so that they weren't doing the hygiene that you would do to continue to have clean elections.
Right.
So you seek the lawful, legal, constitutionally contemplated process, and then you get hammered for it. You get indicted. The bar takes action against you. For folks that are just kind of getting familiar with their story, and we're going to introduce the movie in a moment, like from that moment when you wrote the memo we discussed to engage this lawful process, like the things that have happened in your life.
Well, it really started with the anonymously sourced story, which only could have come from lawyers because there was a big showdown meeting, and you'll see that, I think, in the preview in the Oval Office on January 3rd, 2021. Everybody in the meeting, with the exception of President Trump, was a lawyer. And so all of them were bound by confidentiality. I certainly didn't go to the New York Times and start laying out the details of what happened at that meeting. So clearly my opponents did, and they're the ones who violated ethical strictures and the laws of confidentiality within the federal government to do that. So that's the first thing that happened. And then, that led to the press descending on my house constantly, harassing me, following me, trying to talk to the children, et cetera. Then, the committees started coming after me.
The January 6th committee.
No, first the House Oversight Committee under Carolyn Maloney, then the Senate Judiciary Committee under Durbin, and then the January 6th committee. I fought with all of them for quite a while, and then as a result of that, actually, wound up being canceled and needed to find another job. And that, one reason why I'm very thankful to Russ Vought, my colleague from the Trump administration, is that now I'm gainfully employed at the Center for Renewing America. So, there was economic pressure, there are legal fees, so many multiple proceedings. There's such a big hit to your reputation. My applications to law firms, which I, put in after the end of the Trump administration, those all died because, that they just took at face value these ridiculous stories that President Trump and I were plotting a coup, and that in particular, right, that I was the mastermind of this coup, right? That there could be, if it's not me, it's John Eastman or some combination of us or something, even though we weren't working together on anything.
Yeah, we share your very high view of the Center for Renewing America, everything that you and Russ are doing there, and they've made this terrific movie I want to get into, Fearless at the Point of Attack. But when the committees were after you, I mean, ultimately the congressional committees were after you to try to catch you in misremembering something, or it was a perjury trap.
It was a perjury trap, absolutely.
Yeah, and so you went and asserted your Fifth Amendment privilege to avoid that perjury trap.
Well, so the story is a little more complicated. So first, the House Oversight Committee comes after me. We're kind of talking to them, about parameters, about the fact that a lot of this is privileged, et cetera.
Yeah.
Then I'm up in New York, actually, in connection with New York City, in connection with a job opportunity around Memorial Day of 2021. And I get, this is the most bizarre thing. I don't think I've really told this story in a lot of different forums. A staffer for Senator Durbin sends me a LinkedIn message and says, Senator Durbin wants you to come in to be deposed. And, I started talking to a lawyer who had done congressional investigations before. And I was like, he's like, no, you get a letter from the committee. And then, we also discovered that he lacked subpoena power because of the 50-50 divide in the Senate at the time. So, I basically just stiff-armed that and just, didn't go in and refused to do that. While we were still talking to the House Oversight Committee, one day the House Oversight Committee representative just hauled off and said, "You've been remanded to the January 6th committee, so we will no longer be dealing with you." And then the January 6th committee dropped an appearance and a document subpoena on me. And in November 5th, if I remember correctly, in 2021, that's when I showed up for a deposition. And I think I shocked everybody. They moved the hearing place 3 times, they said, to accommodate great interest in your deposition. And so I think they clearly thought that they were going to lay this perjury trap, or they thought that I would cave and I would start saying things that they could use against President Trump, who's their ultimate end, as we all know, their objective to bring him down. And so that's why they had everybody attend. Adam Schiff came in person, and everybody else was up on a Microsoft Teams kind of setup on the screen, all the members, with the exception of Benny Thompson, the chairman. He was AWOL. And they started launching some questions at us, and we produced like a 25-page, letter memo that said, all of this is executive privileged, it's law enforcement privileged, it's deliberative process privileged, and it is lawyer-client privileged. And they tried to keep me there. They went into a tiff, and they said, "You exit the room. We're going to have a discussion, and then we'll have you return." So we went off to a side conference room. After 10, 15 minutes, they called us back, and we walked in, and we could hear they were still debating with each other. They clearly were divided. There were some of the members who were like, I mean, you know, there's some arguments here, like we're going to have to digest this. We're going to have to, you know, resume the deposition later or something. And there were others saying like, no, you know, we got to do this today. And so we walked in, and then Schiff like turned around angrily, and he's like, you know, go away. Like, what, you know, we haven't called you back yet. But we obviously only went back once they, you know, like one of the staffers told us to come back. So we went back, waited another 10, 50 minutes. We came back. It was clear the strategy that they came to was that they were going to have Schiff try to crack me. So he and I went kind of mano a mano on some legal arguments for a while. And then, you know, we were just going round and round the horn with nothing much happening. Liz Cheney in particular wanted to, you know the question of what members of Congress had I cooperated with and coordinated with in order to like write the letter, et cetera. And so, you know, a whole bunch of lines of questions that we refused to answer because it was a perjury trap and because it's all privileged. And so we just said, look, you can't possibly have digested this 25-page letter in, you know, 20 minutes, like in between breaks. And so, you know, we're going to leave. And then, you know, I got the stern talking to in the morning. Chairman Thompson has not adjourned this deposition. You may not leave. And so I looked at the big Microsoft Teams thing, which is as big as this wall over here to your left. And I said, well, Representative Thompson is not here. Chair Thompson's not here. So we're leaving. So we got up and we left. And to finish the story, because it's an interesting story, you know, a few hours later, we receive a letter from Benny Thompson that purports to overrule all of the privilege claims with a little bit of, you know, legal argument thrown in. It's a couple, 3-4 page letter. And it says, we hereby order you to return for the continuation of the deposition at, you know, like 4 p.m. And the problem was it was already 4:20 p.m. So we had some fun writing back and saying, like, we don't have a time machine. I can't get back there. And in any event, my lawyer has already boarded a plane to return to Atlanta. Very sorry. And so eventually they tried to hold me in contempt, and I had to come in for a second deposition. It was at the second deposition. I sent a long letter beforehand where I stood on that letter too. But then I went in for a second deposition in early 2022 and took the fifth. And then they just asked me a whole bunch of questions and they left. And then all they did was attack me in hearings later that year.
And they are not the only entity that has been on the attack. You know, whether it's been the even the Department of Justice's Inspector General showing up at your house and wrestling you out of bed. Just it seems as though the process is the punishment.
Yes.
And I tell you what, it really was captured by the Center for Renewing America's a recent documentary produced and directed by our good friend Kingsley Wilson, and it is called Fearless at the Point of Attack. It's Jeff's great story. We've pulled a cut of it for you. You're going to want to see the whole thing, but watch this, enjoy, and we'll be back on the other side to discuss.
At the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter.
Just days before the deadly January 6th assault on the Capitol, one of the ex-president's top Department of Justice officials at the time was circulating a draft letter that would have helped Georgia Republicans overturn Biden's victory in that state.
So the letter was quite modest. The letter indicated that the Georgia legislature could call itself into special session, and they should look at the report they had received from their own Senate subcommittee and then decide for themselves whether the certified slate of electors at that time for Joe Biden was actually the proper slate of electors or not. I mean, you can't imagine something that seems, you know, more process-oriented, right, and more basic and more fundamental to making sure that the American people have confidence in their elections than a recommendation that a state legislature do a further analysis. And yet, you know, the screaming talking heads on the MSNBCs of the world and the CNNs, you know, they just went into apoplexy about the idea that anyone would suggest this.
Before dawn on Wednesday, which is, say, yesterday, a large group of armed federal agents wearing body armor with weapons raided Jeff Clark's home. They dragged him into the street in his pajamas. Now, what did Jeff Clark do wrong? Jeff Clark did not commit any crime. What he did wrong was calling for an investigation into voter fraud.
When my youngest daughter, who was then 12, came back from Atlanta and nobody else was around, she sat down next to me and she asked, you know, Dad, do you think the agents read my diary? And that really hit me, you know, because there's no one who should have to go through this because of these political battles and these perversions of the justice system.
I love the law, and I've given my life to the law. I studied the law. I have practiced law as a litigator. I have made law as a state lawmaker and as a federal lawmaker. And so to see my profession weaponized and really just tortured in such a manner, it's very painful. It makes me feel empty about the work of my life on some days when I see what's happening to people like President Trump or Jeff Clark. The way you get power in this town is you help your friends and you hurt your enemies. And the DOJ is, I would say, probably the worst example of the worst features of that. Jeff Clark saw through that. And that's why he was such a threat.
This lawfare has many elements of it. Number one is to put Trump and Trump's inner circle of advisors either into bankruptcy or to put him in jail, or to break them somehow, like they're trying to do the president. The other aspect of it is to, and this is actually a more advanced element of it, is to make sure that they take out the lawyers. Jeff Clark's, not just disbarment, I mean, the whole assault on him every day and the assault in media is a coordinated attempt to basically show, like Eastman, we're going to take out the best guys you have.
We will only defeat these people if we are sufficiently relentless. We have to exhaust them. We have to offer everything that we have and like shoot at the Death Star. We have no other choice, because to decamp from the legal practice or even our institutions would surrender the greatest country to the most evil people in it.
In a word or in a sentence about what could be done, it would be to fight fire with fire. Because until fire is fought with fire, the Republicans are going to be attacked by this lawfare, and the Democrats are going to dance around with glee that they're not facing any consequences for perverting the justice system. And we can't allow that to happen.
We're back live, and Jeff Clark is indeed sufficiently relentless. This is a great flick. Center for Renewing America has it on their X platform. You can find it on our stream as well. And it really shows the pattern that we see play out against President Trump, against other fighters. You know, Jeff, you are still in the fight. No one would have blamed you to take your brilliant mind, head off, and escape this this kind of sewer of pain that has been inflicted on you. But you're still here. You're still working. Talk a little bit about the work you're doing now at the Center for Renewing America and how folks can keep up with your writing and your research.
Sure. Well, thanks for agreeing to be in the movie first. I really appreciate that. And I thought your contributions were great, some of which you saw there in the clip that you played. So at the Center for Renewing America, we have a small but growing team of lawyers, as well as policy people. We are probably one of Washington's newest think tanks, newest conservative think tanks. We have budget experts. We have, folks who are working on matters of the intersection of faith and policy, and we have legal experts. And so, most recently, one of my colleagues, Mark Paoletta, and some other, affiliates we have put out some great work about the Impoundment Control Act, which, may seem as to be something obscure to, listeners, viewers of yours. But look, it's very important because basically it's an attempt to really blow the doors off federal spending. It's one of the reasons why the budget has been, the deficit and the debt have exploded since the Nixon administration when they put this statute in. So that paper's up on our website. You can go there. The website is americarenewing.com. I've done and I'm still doing work about the Justice Department. And so, we got featured for a paper I did about the Justice Department on the front page of the New York Times, actually, a paper that I entitled the DOJ is not independent, because another one of these so-called post-Watergate norms is the idea that the Justice Department is separate and apart from the president, and that the president can't tell them what to do, and somehow it's unseemly if he tells them what to do, and politicized, et cetera. And, I remember having some early debates about this, even online on X with Kyle Cheney, this reporter from Politico. And he was like, he couldn't see it. He couldn't understand, how is it that you could not be politicized if the president is in charge of the Justice Department? And I was saying, look, you can violate the Equal Protection Clause, right? If a president of one party or the other decides, I'm going to prosecute only, members of the opponent party, that's clearly a violation of equal protection, right? So that's the constitutional guarantee. The idea, though, that the president is not the head of the executive branch, he is the head of the executive branch. That means the DOJ reports to him, the Attorney General.
Which branch of government is the DOJ in, if not the executive branch?
Well, what the unstated or sometimes stated answer to that is that they're part of the fourth branch of government, right? The unelected bureaucracy that wants to be free of presidential power or any other branch's power to the extent that
that's not really built into our concept of checks and balances, that there's this completely unaccountable floating orb at the Justice Department.
Right. And look, I don't want to pat myself on the back too much, but I viewed Merrick Garland, the Attorney General's big statement that they broadcast last week from the Great Hall of Justice, which incidentally one of my big corner offices at the Justice Department was close to. The other one was on the floor just above it, behind it. And, he's in the Great Hall of Justice on the second floor of the Justice Department, surrounded by, murals of the great figures of justice like, Moses and Jesus, but Blackstone, et cetera. And he's talking to all the U.S. attorneys. And he says, at the Justice Department, we believe in independence and we believe in protecting the norms of, the Justice Department that we've followed ever since Watergate. And as my paper explains, and so I really encourage your, viewers and listeners who have an interest in this to go to the website, AmericaRenewing.com, and look at that paper, is that what are norms, right? There's the Constitution, there's statutes, there are regulations, there are judicial decisions. Norms for me does not compute. Norms are not law. They're not any form of law, and they're certainly not a form of law superior to the Constitution and its separation of powers, which only has 3 branches, not 4, not 5. And, I thought that Merrick Garland's entire speech was essentially an attempt to sort of like push back on that and say, no, we want these norms. And we're desperately threatened by the fact that if President Trump is reelected, these norms that we developed of a fourth branch of government and trying to institutionalize that will go into the ash heap of history, but that's where they should go.
Yeah, describing something as a norm in Washington, D.C. used to be vaulted, and now it is like a critique, and rightfully so, by the way, because it's been a lot of these norms that have harmed our country a great deal. Jeff, the question a lot of my viewers will have is, are we ready for what's coming next? Now, you got such a close look at the way the machine of this town tried to squelch any concerns about election integrity. And I mean, this election is ongoing right now. People are voting in Pennsylvania and elsewhere. What would you tell my viewers about the cleanliness and the integrity of the election that is underway currently?
Well, I'd like to see that there were more efforts undertaken in that direction. We only have less than 50 days now. So I think, in terms of what operationally can you do, I think you need to get as many of your neighbors, to either put in mail-in ballots or commit to show up that day. And on election day, if you can take the day off and you can help drive people there, that'd be great. Talk to any undecided voter you can, strike up conversations with your neighbors or with people you meet.
What about the laws? Because I look at the laws in some places like Georgia, and they got better with signature verification.
And
Not
with
perfect.
ending Zuckerbucks in Georgia, for instance.
Very good. So they directionally correct.
Yes.
But then I look at Maricopa County, Arizona, and I can't really point to a lot of major improvements there. And then I look at Pennsylvania, and it almost feels like they're going in the wrong direction. So when you amalgamate it all together, I guess when people are watching these results come in, how confident should they be?
Well, I think people should use their common sense. And I think that's the way the American people reacted after the 2020 election, right? Despite the fact that a media onslaught ensued, not just based on, what the experts were saying, that no one should be concerned. The election it was the most pristine election, most secure election in U.S. history, right? Even though they were violating all of the CISA protocols, even though they were violating the computer requirements in the Help America Vote Act, HAVA, and on. They tried to tell us it was the most secure election. American people didn't believe it, right? And they even didn't believe it after they tried to strike fear into the hearts of Americans by trying to string up anyone who went to the January 6th protest, whether they were engaged in the riot or not. Just setting foot in the secured area, many of which, people didn't even know it was a secured area because the fencing and signs had been knocked down by the time they got there. So, I think continue to exercise common sense when you look at this. If we see another shutdown of counting in the middle of the night, I hope the American people won't stand for that. And I think this time, I think the Supreme Court did not want to touch the 2020 election. But I think what happened in the immunity decision that was issued by the Supreme Court on July 1st, I think the Chief Justice has had enough of this lawfare. And I think that this time, if there's a big case that comes to the Supreme Court and gives them a chance to rule on the 2024 election, because it looks like it's been stolen a second time, I think they may well take that case. So I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope that, we flood the system, that, as the saying is going, on the Republican side, it's too big to rig. But and I'm praying for that. I think everyone should put prayers in too. But there is a better legal strategy, I think, and better legal preparations than last time. But I guess I would rather have seen it be 100 times stronger.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. I mean, I'm just going to be straight with people. On a scale of 1 to 10 on election integrity, not based on like the third world, but based on where America should be, I feel like we're at about a 3.5 or a 4.
I agree with
in
that.
the 2020 election. And I feel like now, maybe we're at like a 5.5. I really don't think we have made the requisite reforms, particularly to the mail voting, where we're certain that the ballots that are being tabulated were indeed intended to be cast by a voter. Right. That's my principal concern. And, a lot of the people who watch this program, you're engaged, you're involved. But what you need to know is that the survival of the republic depends on folks a lot smarter than us, technocrats who study these things, who work on these things, and then who are resilient in the crucible moment when it's really on the line. And Jeff Clark is a hero of mine. He's a patriot for our country, because when he saw things weren't going well, he could have just gone along with everybody else. And by the way, if that were the case, he'd be making 3 times the salary at one of the Ivy League, white shoe law firms here in Washington, D.C., but he wanted to be a voice for our institutions. That's what's so tragic about this. He wanted to be a voice for the institutional capacity to deal with these irregularities that we were seeing and the concerns that legitimately needed to be evaluated. And for that, they smeared him, they indicted him, they're trying to disbar him. And this film, Fearless at the Point of Attack, Center for Renewing America, it really chronicles what happens to the people that you have to rely on if you want a safe and secure country. And this is not a political show. It's a show that goes over policy, but the policies that we want to see at the Department of Justice are in line with what you just heard Jeff describe, where the Department of Justice isn't some like unaccountable thing out there, but it is actually part of the executive branch, and that it's fulfilling the mandate that the executive achieves through a free and fair election. Jeff, I want to give you the last word, give you the chance to talk about where folks can follow you on X and continue to be supportive of all you're doing for the country.
Sure. Well, thanks again for having me on. I really appreciate it, and your contributions to the movie. So the Center for Renewing America, again, is at americarenewing.com. I am at Jeff Clark US on X and on Getter, and at Real Jeff Clark on Truth Social. And, can I do this? Can I ask, if any of your viewers see fit to do it, to send either prayers or contributions to givesendgo.com/Jeff Clark. That's just JEFFCLARK, because, at this point, the legal bills, they're enormous, and they spread across 6 different forums since they started unleashing these attacks against me in early 2021.
We have to be relentless. Jeff Clark certainly is. And we would ask all of you to be relentless as well. Thanks so much for joining me, my friend. And we'll be back soon. Roll the credits.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Jeff Clark is being attacked because he's so strong and so good.
They are destroying and have destroyed the rule of law in America, and they were using our judicial system in order to prosecute and persecute President Trump and anyone who supported him.
The punishment and the pain that has been inflicted on him in his life is so important to the regime.
because they want to set a deterrent.
If President Trump had sailed off into the sunset, none of this would have happened.
But his key ally in this is this guy, Jeffrey Clark, but who is effectively plotting a coup with the president.
What was his only qualification? That he would do whatever the president wanted him to do.
Jeffrey Clark, who was fully committed to corrupting the DOJ on Trump's behalf.
When they raid your house, they take all your electronics, and they're parking black vans outside your house, and they're following you sometimes, and you know your communications are being monitored, it can tend to have an impact on you.
I mean, Jeff really comes from, one of the interesting things about him is he comes from very much an elite legal background. He went to Ivy League schools. He had one of the most prestigious clerkships you can have short of the Supreme Court, and then spent most of his career, with the exception of his government service, at a very much a white shoe law firm as a partner at Kirkland & Ellis.
Well, the quality of his intelligence, experience, and how he handles himself is extraordinary.
We voted yesterday to advance the nomination of Jeffrey Clark to serve as Assistant Attorney General for the Environment and Natural Resources Division. Mr. Clark's qualifications include several years of prior service as Deputy Assistant Attorney General. He's also built a strong reputation in the private sector as a leading litigator with subject matter expertise in administrative law. Mr. Clark's legal colleagues describe him as one of the most capable lawyers with whom they've ever worked. Tell the Senate that his well-rounded background and prior experience in the division make him an excellent choice for this position.
When I joined the Trump administration, I became the head of the Environment Division. I was Senate confirmed for that. The Democrats tried to hold me up for, at the time, I think a record 14 months. Had a lot of very interesting jousts at my confirmation hearing with 3 senators, Dianne Feinstein, Sheldon Whitehouse, and Al Franken, of all people. Al Franken really thought he had some zingers on me, but it didn't work out that way. And then in the fall, actually the late summer of 2020, I was asked to take over the civil division as well. So I ran the 2 divisions simultaneously.
When I checked him out, people just told me that Jeff was a brilliant lawyer, was absolutely the reason that he was over justice. Under Barr is that he had this massive division underneath him, and he was one of the most respected guys from his Harvard days and law school and what he had done in his law firm as a partner. He was one of the most respected lawyers in the Justice Department.
They are tabulating the absentee ballots of Fulton County, Georgia's most populous county. A water pipe has broken inside the arena. They had counted 86,000 absentee ballots. We don't know how many more they have yet to tabulate, but all the tabulation of those ballots has now stopped. We're told by election officials they may not finish tabulating those votes for a day or 2.
It now appears there actually was meaningful voter fraud in Fulton County, Georgia last November. That is not a conspiracy theory. It's true. They are dead, but they voted anyway. The question is, how did they do that? How exactly did they cast their ballots? And the short answer is by mail. Dead people tend to vote more often when you make it easier for them to vote. They're like any other group. And this year we made it much easier for the dead to vote.
The state investigators found 140 violations of Georgia election code and laws broken by Fulton County. 140 violations.
At least 36 batches of mail-in ballots from the November election were double counted in Fulton County. That's a total of more than 4,000 votes.
Because of my background in election law, I immediately started looking at the manner in which the election had been conducted, and were there irregularities, were there anomalies, etc. And the more we looked into it, the worse it got.
What happened was, I, like many people, am a citizen of the country. I'm watching what's happening with the 2020 election. I'm looking at allegations about mail-in ballot fraud, about failures of there being no signature verification. And you just can't have that when you're having a massive amount of mail-in ballots, because you don't know where the ballots are coming from. And once the ballots are opened and they're separated from their envelopes, then it's not possible to tie them to signature verification ever again, right? Like once that moment passes, if you don't do it, sort of when you're opening the envelope right at that point in time, it's a very serious issue. So I raised those issues inside the department, and I found to my surprise that no one really wanted to do anything about it. The Georgia legislature had, through their Senate, convened a subcommittee that investigated the election. It went on for days, and they produced a report, and they concluded that there were very serious irregularities in the election, and that there was credible testimony that there had actually been fraud in the election. For instance, there were election workers who testified that when they were given stacks of mail-in ballots to count or to recount in auditing processes, the ballots were not creased, which means that they were not folded up and put into envelopes, which means they were not mailed. Somehow they were injected into the process. There were testimony about potential destruction of ballots when federal law actually mandates that for around 2 years, a little bit more than that, any kind of election material in a federal election be maintained so that you can go back and do the kind of analysis you're supposed to be able to go back and do. And just a whole mine run of issues were raised, and there were recommendations for further action there.
At the center of Mr. Clark's plan to undo President Trump's election loss was a letter.
Just days before the deadly January 6th assault on the Capitol, one of the ex-president's top Department of Justice officials at the time was circulating a draft letter that would have helped Georgia Republicans overturn Biden's victory in that state. Jeffrey Clark, who was the acting head of the Justice Department Civil Division at the time, wrote emails that essentially would have laid out a roadmap and given permission for Georgia Republicans to subvert the election results.
So the letter was quite modest. The letter indicated that the Georgia legislature could call itself into special session, and they should look at the report they had received from their own Senate subcommittee and then decide for themselves whether the certified slate of electors at that time for Joe Biden was actually the proper slate of electors or not. I mean, you can't imagine something that seems, more process-oriented, right, and more basic and more fundamental to making sure that the American people have confidence in their elections than a recommendation that a state legislature do a further analysis. And yet, the screaming talking heads on the MSNBCs of the world and the CNNs, they just went into apoplexy about the idea that anyone would suggest this.
I mean, he's making stuff up there, Jeffrey. He's just making stuff up, and he's doing it in an effort to overturn the election.
How is it a coup attempt to recommend to the Georgia legislature that they do more investigation?
And we now know Bill Barr was telling U.S. attorneys, notwithstanding what he said, he's in fact telling U.S. attorneys to stand down, don't investigate this. There were meetings in terms of the White House counsel trying to shield the president from people like Jeff. And ultimately, the president wanted to empower Jeff further, and it led to threats of resignation on behalf of these Republican Federalist Society type lawyers. And I think that's one of the major things that we're up against is those lawyers that just have no idea what time it is and the extent to which the left will go to steal elections.
I went to the floor of Congress where I spend hours with my colleagues every day, and I told them, I said, there's evidence being suppressed at the Department of Justice. They are blocking an investigation. I went to President Trump and I told him this directly. I said, Bill Barr is blocking the work that local law enforcement, local in the sense that they are based in Northwest Florida, want to be able to do. And President Trump wanted it investigated, and Bill Barr did not. And so anyone who was willing to show any concern about those allegations or willing to say, hey, maybe we ought to give some review to this conduct in a variety of matters, not just mine in Florida, those people were treated as like enemies of the state. They had to be driven out, they had to be punished, they had to be disbarred.
The entire Republican legal establishment ganged up against the president and the conservative movement that saw what everyday Americans saw in terms of voter fraud. And Jeff was the only one within the Department of Justice that was willing to raise his hand and work with the president.
Ultimately, it led to me being named as the acting attorney general by President Trump. And then there was just an immediate firestorm inside DOJ. And ultimately, there was a showdown meeting in the Oval Office on January 3rd of 2021. And there are aspects of that that are certainly executive privileged and lawyer-client privileged and law enforcement privileged, and President Trump has instructed me to maintain those privileges, and I will. But I'll address things that have come out at the end of the meeting when it looked like they were making no progress in convincing the president. They did what the deep state often does. They launched their resignation pact, and they said that if the election was going to be investigated further, and if I were named as if I were continued in the position of being the acting attorney general, that they would resign. They went to the New York Times and anonymously leaked, and they became part of the whole furor of the January 6th committee trying to destroy President Trump. President Trump did absolutely nothing wrong. At all times, his actions were entirely proper. They were motivated by a desire to enforce the law, to uphold the Constitution. Before the January 6th committee subpoenaed me, the Senate Judiciary Committee, because I had not come in voluntarily and because they didn't have the votes in order to get a subpoena issued given the 50-50 divide in the Senate, they just put out a report attacking me. They called it something like subverting justice. And then the January 6th committee, after that report was out there and they had that under their belt, they subpoenaed me to come in early November of 2021.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the committee favorably report to the House committee's report on a resolution recommending that the House of Representatives find Jeffrey Bossert Clark in contempt of Congress with a subpoena duly issued by the Select Committee to investigate the January 6th attack on the United States Capitol.
I was approached by Jeff in mid to late October of 2021 to represent him in connection with the January 6th committee subpoena to him. We appeared in front of the committee on November 5th, asserted a large number of objections in a very lengthy letter. There ensued a letter writing contest with the committee, which finally culminated in them lining up a committee vote to hold him in contempt. When that vote was announced, we asserted the Fifth Amendment, and they pulled the vote and did not end up holding him in contempt. And fortunately, as a result of that, Jeff did not suffer the same fate as Peter Navarro and Steve Bannon. The January 6th committee is the worst abomination and the worst abuse of congressional investigative authority in the history of the United States. When we were all in college, we were told in breathless tones that the House Un-American Activities Committee in the House and the Senate were the worst thing that ever happened. But those committees were properly formed and their subpoenas were properly issued. The January 6th committee was not properly formed, and therefore the subpoenas were not properly issued. And beyond that, they behaved in an abusive and high-handed manner towards all of the witnesses and really wreaked havoc on the constitutional rights of all the witnesses that they dragged in there.
I am deeply ashamed as a member of this government, particularly at the way you've been treated.
Before dawn on Wednesday, which is to say yesterday, a large group of armed federal agents wearing body armor with weapons raided Jeff Clark's home. They dragged him into the street in his pajamas. Now, what did Jeff Clark do wrong? Jeff Clark did not commit any crime. What he did wrong was calling for an investigation into voter fraud.
Around 7 a.m., there's this, massive commotion. Banging at the door, the likes of which I've never heard, and muffled voices. And the first thing that popped into my head is there something going wrong with my neighbors? Is there a fire? Are people like, Jeff, you got to get out of there as soon as possible? And so, since that was my thought, I just grabbed the dress shirt I had worn from the prior day, and I threw it on and I ran downstairs.
Can you step outside with me? We got a search warrant, and we need to speak to you. Can I get you to step outside for me?
Can I call my lawyer? Sure. Come on outside.
Yeah. Let's step outside.
Just real quick, we got to clear the house, make sure it's safe.
I opened the door, and to my surprise, what did I see but flak-jacketed agents, and from the Justice Department. As it would turn out, I would find out they were from the Justice Department's Inspector General's office, not from the FBI. And also, there were Fairfax County police detectives. And they all looked to be heavily armed, and they said, we have a search warrant and a warrant to seize all of the electronic devices in your house. Please come out, and we're going to go into your house. And I asked to see the warrant, and they said, no, you have to come outside. And I said, well, let me put some pants on. I thought there was an emergency with neighbors or something. Maybe there's a fire. And they said, no.
Go ahead and step on out here.
Can I put pants on first? Sir, we got to clear the house.
We're going to clear the house. As soon as we clear the house, we'll get you talking to your lawyer and get some pants on, okay?
Can I open the garage and stand in the garage? It's a search warrant.
It's a search warrant, so just come on right over here.
Stand behind the cars and we'll see you.
While I was outside, I put my hands behind my back because I was thinking, I was just doing a little bit of pacing and wondering, if there were neighbors who were seeing this happen, right? Because it's at a time when a lot of people are getting up and going to work. And I thought about what are my next steps to get this warrant and complain about violations of the Fourth Amendment. And so CNN tried to get body cam footage from the Justice Department, but it turned out they didn't have it. And I think that's why they sent along the Fairfax police, because they did have body cam. They went to the neighbors and tried to get footage of what might have happened, from Ring doorbells and the like. They offered to pay, I'm told. To their credit, none of my neighbors agreed to give them any of that. Then they went and they used the local FOIA process, and they got access to the body cam footage. And then CNN decided to distill it down to one image they put in heavy rotation of me outside my house. And they snapped it in the point in time where I had my hands behind my back and I was kind of looking down thinking, to make it appear as if I had been arrested when I was never arrested. After they had swept the house, they brought me back in. I demanded to see the warrant. Again, they refused. And then I began to give them a lecture about the Fourth Amendment and how they needed to show me the warrant. So they ultimately gave it to me. And then I started to read through it, and I realized that it didn't say why the warrant had actually been granted. And so I said, it refers to an affidavit. Can I, where's the affidavit? I need a copy of that to understand why the warrant was granted. And they said, no, we're not giving that to you. To this day, even though we're now talking about nearly 2 years ago, June of 2022, despite demands from my lawyers and myself to see that affidavit, we have not seen it. So it remains a secret as to why my house was raided and searched. Indeed, after this whole incident, and when my youngest daughter, who was then 12, came back from Atlanta and nobody else was around, she sat down next to me and she asked, Dad, do you think the agents read my diary? And that really hit me, because there's no one who should have to go through this because of these political battles and these perversions of the justice system. And so I think that captures in one little vignette, how unfair, illegal, and politicized this whole process is.
To see it was really personally haunting. It was, again, this is a prominent, high-credentialed, well-known lawyer. It's demeaning on one level, but it's also meant to be intimidating for the world to see.
I love the law, and I've given my life to the law. I studied the law. I have practiced law as a litigator. I have made law as a state lawmaker and as a federal lawmaker. And so to see my profession weaponized and really just tortured in such a manner, it's very painful. It makes me feel empty about the work of my life on some days when I see what's happening to people like President Trump or Jeff Clark.
I'm here with the prosecutors and investigators who have worked diligently on the investigation of criminal attempts to interfere in the administration of Georgia's 2020 presidential election.
We were all indicted by the Fulton County District Attorney, Fani Willis. And it was a very strange process, again, looking like shenanigans.
We found out Jeff had been indicted during the news conference that they called at 10:30 at night to announce the indictment. But that case, that began with a special purpose grand jury investigation, and that's a weird feature of Georgia civil and criminal law. They impaneled a special purpose grand jury under the leadership of Fani Willis and her boyfriend Nathan Wade, and they conducted about a 10 or 12-month investigation and subpoenaed people from all over the country, pursuing their vision of what they thought was a grand criminal conspiracy, and eventually indicted 19 people, including the president. Normal law-abiding people like Jeff, who, when they are personally subjected to the indignities of the criminal justice system, which includes booked and arrested at the jail, having to post bond and so forth, That's a new experience for somebody like Jeff or me or you, and it's an eye-opener. The Fulton County Jail, we were only there for a little while. They did allow us to go in late at night away from cameras and get in and out in a reasonable amount of time and in reasonable good order. To be an assistant attorney general and then be booked into a county jail in Georgia is quite a journey. I'm sure it was very traumatic for Jeff, but he's held up extremely well from beginning to end.
And in fact, there are disciplinary charges pending against Mr. Clark before the D.C. bar.
John Eastman now has a recommendation of disbarment by the state of California, and Jeff Clark looks like he's swiftly on his way there as well.
The bar came after me, and coincidentally, what did the bar come after me with? They came after me with just a rejiggered subpoena, just like the subpoena that was sent by the January 6th committee. So it was very clear that they were coordinating with each other, and when they realized they couldn't get the information through the January 6th committee, they decided to use the bar process to get it. And so who is Hamilton P. Fox III? He is actually a former Watergate prosecutor. It was one of his first jobs, if not his first job, out of law school. So he goes back that long, and it's clear he's been involved in operations against Republican presidents for a very long time. And many astute observers have looked at parallels between how the Democrats weaponized Watergate against President Nixon and how the whole January 6th episode has been weaponized against President Trump. So I've been caught up in that, even though we're just talking about a letter advising Georgia that they could do more investigation on their own and then make their own decision. That's a pretty darn modest thing.
There are two specific charges. One is attempted dishonesty. I encourage your viewers to try to figure out what that could possibly mean. And the second one is attempted serious interference with the administration of justice. They're characterized as attempts because the letter was never sent. This framing is radical and unprecedented. No one has ever been disciplined in the history of bar discipline in the United States, insofar as we can find, over a draft letter that was never sent.
So basically, in the D.C. bar, Jeff is being persecuted, I would argue, because he gave legal advice that he thought was good faith legal advice. The president is the executive branch. I mean, basically, he's not just the chief executive officer of a corporation. He is the executive branch. And any of us who have been political appointees, including Jeff and me, are exercising delegated presidential authority. And so the question in Trump versus U.S. is, well, what's the scope of the president's authority? And if he's acting within the scope of his authority, then everything he does is immune. But what about the people around him? If the people around him can be, well, you can't give him honest legal advice because we're going to throw you in jail, then there's the immunity decision doesn't make any sense at all. It takes two to tango. Our government, if you think carefully about what's going on, is that we have taken the sanctions that we apply to places like Venezuela, Cuba, and Russia, and we're turning it on our own people.
The summation of the D.C. Disciplinary Council, Mr. Hamilton P. Fox III, argued that I was the most grave threat to the Republic since the Civil War.
He's unfortunately become a part of the intense politicization of the criminal law in our country. Legal scholars, and especially members of the defense community, have been warning for years, for decades even, that criminal law in America has gotten so broad and so hard to understand, and there are so many criminal statutes, that a prosecutor who's politically motivated could find some kind of a case to make against almost anyone.
The way you get power in this town is you help your friends and you hurt your enemies. And the DOJ is, I would say, probably the worst example of the worst features of that. Jeff Clark saw through that, and that's why he was such a threat.
It's shocking to me that you could be indicted and or disbarred for writing a legal memo. And that's what Jeff did. He wrote a legal memo. John Eastman wrote a legal memo. Now, I want everybody to just focus on that for a moment. That was their crime.
He has that same legal pedigree. He ran the environmental division. He ran the civil division for the Department of Justice. But he also has this man of the street ability to go and recognize what people are facing in their everyday lives and devise legal battle plans. And they just can't let him go into positions of higher authority.
They're trying to, this lawfare has many elements of it. Number one is to put Trump and Trump's inner circle of advisors either into bankruptcy or to put him in jail or to break him somehow, like they're trying to do the president. The other aspect of it is to, and this is actually a more advanced element of it, is to make sure that they take out the lawyers. Jeff Clark's not just disbarment. I mean, the whole assault on him every day and the assault in media is a coordinated attempt to basically show, like Eastman, we're going to take out the best guys you have.
We will only defeat these people if we are sufficiently relentless. We have to exhaust them. We have to offer everything that we have and like shoot at the Death Star. We have no other choice, because to decamp from the legal practice or even our institutions would surrender the greatest country to the most evil people in it.
What we have to do, and we have to do it now. You cannot wait for President Trump to come back. It's going to be fine when he comes back, but we have to do it now. Unless we, on a constitutional basis, using the rule of law, go after these Democrats with exactly the same way that they came after Republicans and Trump people, then you're just going to have, this is going to turn into a banana republic. We have a duty and an obligation to the Constitution, to the system of government we have, to go on offense. And I think we have to do it. It's Jeff Clark's just one of many, but he may be at the top because they know if they take out a Jeff Clark, they can take out anybody.
It's not revenge to hold people accountable. The system requires that we hold people accountable. If you get away with it, if you get away with doing to Jeff what they're doing, if you get away with doing to Eastman what they're doing, if you get away with doing to the January 6ers what they're doing, many of them, right? I mean, in the way they've used the law, if you get away with it, the message is there's not a law. Just whoever's got the power is going to get away with it.
We have a monster task in front of us on the administrative and the deep state. And to me, you need somebody with intellect, will, and fight. And when you match those three together, the list gets pretty short. And Jeff Clark's either at the top of that list or near the top of the list.
In a word or in a sentence about what could be done, it would be to fight fire with fire. Because until fire is fought with fire, the Republicans are going to be attacked by this lawfare, and the Democrats are going to dance around with glee that they're not facing any consequences for perverting the justice system. And we can't allow that to happen.
And he has not put his head down and gone away. And that, to me, takes so much courage. And he's been brave, and they've been horrendous. But no matter what they throw at him, he stands up and continues to fight.
The sophistication he's got, and not just the sophistication, this guy's a fighter.
I think they expected me to cave, but I couldn't, I won't, and I will never do that.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way, you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues. Chair Harman, you've testified that we need more software and less hardware. I agree. So list the things we need less of.
I think we need a careful inventory of what hardware platforms are resilient and can be adapted with additional software to deter and fight future wars. I don't have a list.
Answer, just not to the question I asked. Name a system
you asked
that we need less of. Name the program.
I would offer up the 8.
Hold on, I didn't ask you the question. I asked the chair. Name one.
I come back to what I said, which is an inventory of which systems would be useful to fight future wars. I don't think we felt it was our job to list a number of systems that need to be canceled, but it was a job to take.
Why didn't you think that was your? If the core thesis of the report, which I agree with, by the way, is we need more software and less hardware, does it not seem frivolous to then list the things we need less of?
The report was a clear-eyed critique of the National Defense Strategy of 2022, which didn't list hardware and software systems. The approach that we took was that we would look at the methodology of the report and assess whether it was valid. We assessed it wasn't, and we then made recommendations for how to adapt it.
Right, but doesn't it
more
seem frivolous? Doesn't it seem frivolous to say we need less hardware, and then I say, okay, name one thing we should buy one less of, and the answer is some sort of like Washington speak. Like let's go to the F-35. That's an expensive piece of hardware. We've received testimony in this committee that 29% of the F-35s are fully operationally capable. And so we fenced 10 of them, and then the appropriators went and restored the 10 we fenced and then added 10 more. So how does it serve the National Defense Strategy to continually buy $100 million paperweights?
Well, let me agree with you on that. I do agree with you. And I think this committee has tried to make good decisions. And I remember when I served on it, we tried to make good decisions, and we got overruled often, not always. It takes, it takes a lot of work in this building to get things to happen.
It's corrupt.
But I think you're right. I think
it's corrupt because we're buying stuff we know doesn't work, and then what the appropriators did was they took that money out of what this committee prioritized, which was child care for our military families.
All right.
And so it does not advance our case when the people who are sent to critique it then don't come back and say, yeah, here's our assessment. The F-35 doesn't work. We buy too much of them, and that should go into tech, the tech that's going to help us.
And I think that's your call, and I'm glad that you made it. I don't think that was our call as the writers of this commission report. I think our call was to critique a document prepared in the old-fashioned way that we think should change.
If you don't critique the systems by name, it just sort of blends into the ether. Another question about the National Defense Strategy. So we heard on Monday of this week that there are billions of dollars of materiel, U.S. materiel, sitting around in Ukraine that will never be used, that the Ukrainians will not deploy in the fight. We heard that from the contractor that we curated to come give us testimony in California. And we also know from testimony given before this committee that the Inspector General cannot attest to end-use monitoring of that very equipment. So you've got a combination of billions of dollars of equipment and then non-legally compliant end-use monitoring. Does the combination of those factors necessitate us contemplating the risk of a lot of these weapons making their way to the black market and having a national defense strategy that will respond to it?
Well, I think it's very important to track the materiel that's sent into Ukraine or any other war theater funded by the United States. I would note that most of the expenditure for equipment goes to U.S. manufacturers. I think you would agree.
Yeah, but I don't really care. Okay, this is just one of the craziest arguments. Well, we got billions of dollars sitting over there. We're not monitoring it correctly. The Ukrainians aren't using it in the fight, but be proud that we're making it here at home.
Well, that's a problem. I'm not going to argue that. I'm also, having been to Ukraine twice this year, including last week, very impressed with what the Ukrainians are able to do on their own and the equipment that they're able to produce.
I'd love them to do a little more on their own, frankly.
Well, it
Final
shows
question.
us up.
Do you contemplate in your critique of the National Defense Strategy the risk of the fact that China can hit a moving target with a hypersonic weapon and we can't? How do you assess that?
Yes, we agree that that's a huge problem. And at the beginning of the hearing, Chairman Rogers mentioned that, and we are behind in hypersonics, Mr. Gaetz. That's just a fact.
Yeah, tragic. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
Thanks for being here. You had 16 people at Butler, and my question is, did they participate in a morning muster meeting
that day of the attempted assassination?
Thank you for the question. I would have to defer any questions as to the on-the-ground operational activity in Butler to the Secret Service.
But I'm asking about your people, because the problem we're having, and Republicans and Democrats have noted, is we're not getting really forthright answers from the Secret Service in a timely way. And your agency, you had 16 people there, and those people either participated in a morning muster meeting, which is the protocol to make sure everyone's on the same page, has the same comms, that all the duties are correctly assigned and prepared to be executed. So can you get back to the committee with just a yes or no on whether or not they participated in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, good, great. I now want to talk about Ryan Roth. Ryan Roth is the person who attempted to assassinate President Trump at his golf club in Florida. And was Ryan Roth ever referred to HSI for further investigation of his activities?
Thank you for the question, sir. I recently, just this morning, learned there was an article that he was, when he entered back into the country from overseas, CBP had contacted HSI, and I read all of the items, the things that he was stating, and basically, as a U.S. citizen returning to our country from Ukraine as a freedom fighter, based on the information that I read, there would not have been any reason to immediately take him into custody. He had not made any threats, for instance, against the president or former President Trump. HSI responds to port of entry calls, hundreds of responses, probably daily. Just because a person isn't taken into custody immediately doesn't mean that they're not subject of a longer-term investigation.
But you can confirm the Just the News reporting that the suspected Trump attempted assassin was flagged by CBP and was referred to HSI. Can you confirm that?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. So, and it was kind of a crazy story. So, is it legal for someone to go recruit for a foreign military? Does that break any laws?
I don't know, sir. I would have to look into that a little bit further.
Me too, frankly. But if recruiting for a foreign military was somehow improper, then that would necessitate some need for investigation, I would think. And here's the story that CBP picked up when they referred it to HSI. They say in their memo, suspect is a U.S. citizen who traveled to Kyiv, Ukraine, for 3 months to help recruit soldiers from Afghanistan, Moldova, and Taiwan to fight in the Ukrainian war against Russia. Subject stated that he does not get paid for his recruiting efforts, and all his work for the Ukrainian government is strictly volunteer work. The subject stated that he obtains money from his wife to help fund his trips to Ukraine. And so when this guy shows up with a business card and this story about how he's recruiting fighters in Ukraine and his wife's paying for it, CBP says this is a little odd. And then they send it to HSI. HSI declines to further investigate. And what you're saying is you think based on the facts that you're aware of now, that was the right decision by HSI.
No, if I may, sir, the statements that day would not rise to the level to take him into immediate custody.
But what about just like to investigate? Because sometimes investigations proceed without a subject being taken into custody.
These are longer-term investigations. We are actively participating with Secret Service and FBI. In fact,
no, I'm talking about at this point in time, though. Here's what you got to answer for me. When CBP refers this to HSI, what I believe happened is HSI declined not only to incarcerate this person, but to further investigate the person. Are you saying that they declined to investigate, or that investigation went forward and the attempted assassination occurred during the pendency of that investigation?
I would have to look into that a little bit further, sir. I'll get back to you on that.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a really important second thing for you to get back to us on, is whether or not HSI made an active decision in real time to decline further investigation of this person. And frankly, I mean, this isn't someone who was jaywalking. They tried to kill the leading Republican candidate for president and the former president of the United States. And so I really think it's important to get those answers. I thank you for being here. Thank you for all the good work of your agency. I yield back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with risk it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
We're lucky enough right now to be joined by, from the great state of Florida, Congressman Matt Gaetz. Congressman, great to have you on.
Oh, thanks for having me, John and Amanda. And it's interesting that HSI killed the investigation that Customs and Border Patrol would have thought appropriate. And we all know that Customs and Border Patrol, they interact with a lot of these people with strange stories. And the fact that they flagged this one in particular seems reasonable given the bizarre fact pattern. The attempted assassin was claiming that he was recruiting freedom fighters for Ukraine in Taiwan, Afghanistan, Moldova, other places. And when asked how he resourced such an effort, he said, well, I get the money from my wife. Now, that may very well have been true, but it might not have been. There might have been foreign contacts that were funding this effort on behalf of this American. And if that's true, we would want to know the depth of those communications and of the resources that might have been provided to this person by any of these countries.
Yeah, and you did such a good job asking about that. I want to ask for just a quick follow-up, if Amanda would allow me. The FBI gets tipped off in 2019 to this guy that he might have weapons as a convicted felon. They don't follow up with him. A nurse twice reports this guy to federal authorities in 22 and 23. They don't follow up with him. And then CPB flags this guy, and he's still not followed up with. Whatever happened to say something, see something, say something, do something? It doesn't look like the government follows that anymore.
Well, I'm certainly proud of the CBP officials who said, there's something squirrely here. There needs to be part of our investigative arm that's activated for the thorough review that would be called for. But you're right, at the top levels, there seems to be a mismanagement of the information. And when we had the person who directs Homeland Security investigations before a committee, she didn't have answers as to the basis for not following up with such strange facts encountered at the border. So I think there are people doing it right. But as you see, if you have one link in the chain that's not effectively conveying the information, demanding the follow-up, then you have a real negative outcome like we had where he was able to enter the country and do harm.
Yeah, great point.
Yeah. So many missed opportunities. I mean, all it requires is a little scratch and sniff. It also requires coordination of a lot of these different agencies, Department of Homeland Security, the FBI, Secret Service, even Border Patrol in this case. And we oftentimes find that it's the brass that is stonewalling or creating the clog in the machine, I suppose. It's the rank and file. How can these people be expected to coordinate, at least the rank and file, if the folks above them are not willing to do the work?
Yeah, that lack of coordination has been laid bare by these assassination attempts. And I'll break a little news for you. I had a senior official from the Department of Homeland Security in my office before the second assassination attempt saying that what he has assessed is that there are 5 known assassination teams in the United States, 3 inspired by other governments, 2 that are here that are known domestic assassination teams. And with that, this individual was coming to me concerned that the force protection around President Trump, even prior to that second assassination attempt, was not sufficient for what it needed to be. And the coordination at that level, at the dignitary protection level, is like the bare minimum that we have to do to keep our presidents, our presidential candidates safe while they're on the trail.
So there are 5, I just want to follow up, 5 assassination teams. Are they all targeting Trump? Is it other officials?
Yes. No, wow. I should have been clear about that. 5 teams that we know are targeting Trump. And so that raises real questions about why certain teams were being pulled off of the Trump detail and put on, for example, the Jill Biden detail. Now, we don't want anything bad to happen to Jill Biden, but at the same time, the threat envelope for her was substantially different than the threat envelope around President Trump, and it would not have necessitated pulling assets away from the Trump detail for the Jill Biden detail or the John Bolton detail or any other details that were beefed up. At the same time, the requests from the Trump detail and from the Trump campaign for more security were going unanswered.
Wow. Holy mackerel.
Congressman, I know that you and a number of other problem-solving type members of Congress have probably thought and had conversations about what could be done to at least supplement Secret Service to protect President Trump. What would be your recommendation to the Trump campaign?
President Trump is the last person worried about this, to be honest. I mean, he's worried about his message. He's worried about the safety of the people there. And I think he himself does not reflect on his personal security. And that's why those around him need to. I think that there are ways to augment some extended perimeters with some private security. I've heard Eric Prince, a very smart guy, opine as to what it could take to ensure that folks aren't able to just set up and get this close. I mean, you think about what happened in the second assassination attempt. Someone was able to park outside and plan and prepare and lie in wait for the former president. That should never happen, and it might need some sort of private augmentation to ensure that we keep President Trump safe.
Yeah, good point. Congressman, we've got about a minute and a half left. 5 assassination teams. Was this Homeland Security official coming to you as a whistleblower? Was he coming to you in official capacity? And was the Secret Service aware of these assassin teams before July 12th or before this past Sunday? They were.
Yes. So the person was informing me of this information because the Secret Service was aware of the threat profile around President Trump. And again, this was before the second assassination attempt. And the person was coming to me in part to ensure that if they revealed this information, if investigations and reviews brought this to light, that it would be able to be scrutinized and assessed without this person being fired or rat-holed or sent into the closet somewhere. As you and I know, some folks who are the truth tellers tend to find themselves. So our office likes to be, a place of respite for those who can come and say, look, here's what's actually happening. And then we try to get that information before the public in the most responsible way possible. And I think the public should know that the Secret Service was aware of 5 assassination teams at the time they were taking protective assets away from President Trump and redeploying them to other people with less of a risk profile around them.
That is just unbelievable. Congressman, you do such great oversight work. I remember all the great work you did during Russia collusion to unravel that fake scandal. This is a bombshell. We can't thank you enough for bringing this to light. This is very important information. Great to have you on the show.
Thanks. Good to see you, John. Good to see you, Amanda.
You as well.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
So, General Matlock, after years of the Army wrongly telling over 10,000 soldiers that someone having a pro-life license plate might make them a terrorist, was anybody fired?
Representative, again, the chain of command is the responsible agent for adverse actions or personnel actions, and I'm not going to comment on what they've done or not done. That resides with the chain of command.
Well, don't you think that has failed? Because wasn't the obligation to stop this nonsense also with the chain of command?
The chain of command took upon receiving the report of the poorly developed training materials, the chain of command took immediate action.
In the United States Army, 8 years might be immediate, but it doesn't seem all that immediate to me. I mean, does years and years of doing this seem like the chain of command was immediately responsive to this errant action to you?
Representative, we recognize that is a very long period of time.
Okay, so we'll dispense with immediate then. Okay, so you're kind of playing games. I mean, I think the Congress deserves to know, after you all screwed up with 10,000 soldiers, whether you fired anyone, whether you suspended anyone, whether anyone got a demotion in rank, or what the consequence was. Like, you don't get to just say it's our chain of command and it's not Congress's business when you screw up to this magnitude. Like, does that not register with you?
Representative, it does. That's why I'm here today.
Right. So just tell us, did anyone get fired, suspended, demoted? Any of those three?
Representative, again, those training materials were very poorly prepared.
Right, but we don't
They were
believe,
used
so
for a
this is
long-
what's going on, General. We don't believe that your chain of command approach is going to be sufficient to deal with this if you play hide the ball on what the consequence was. And it sort of seems to be a DOD-wide problem that, you know, that people who express policy or scripture aligned with Christian faith get demonized and attacked. I mean, we saw that in the United States Navy when the SEALs wanted to have an exception for the vaccine, and then your own Inspector General had to say that they were improperly treated. We saw it in the Marine Corps when someone posted a Bible verse and was then subjected to disciplinary action. And now here in the Army, I mean, Mr. Chairman, I'm at a loss because they won't even tell us what they've done. Now I'm wondering how this emerged. It was in 2017. Who was the Chief of Staff of the Army then?
And I believe in 2017, General Milley was the Chief of Staff of the Army.
Oh, well, interesting. Do you think this is happening elsewhere, this kind of stuff?
Representative, in the United States Army, no, I don't think it is.
Yeah. Well, here's what I'd do, Mr. Chairman. I would demand answers to the questions that we're asking. This is, I don't even know how to use my last minute and a half of time because they're not going to answer the question on what consequence. And if the consequence isn't public, it doesn't function as a sufficient deterrent. Like what you guys do when you allow this to happen for years with no consequence, and then 8 years later or whatever, when you're called out on it, you say, well, there's a consequence, but we won't tell you what it is, then you increase the recidivism of this type of behavior. And not for nothing, but it's one of the reasons why in some of the key demographic areas that the Army is traditionally drawn from to fill its ranks, you're struggling right now. So I think we're owed answers to these questions, and frankly, I would start fencing money at the United States Army until we get those answers. I yield back.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believe.
Speaking. What night are you speaking? Are you speaking tonight? Or one person? No. Hey, you're not. If you took that stage, you would get booed off of it. You would get booed off the stage.
Welcome everyone to the Chris Information Podcast. Thanks for watching. I'm Chris Cella, former Congressional Press Assistant, Social Media Coordinator at the Daily Caller, Entertainment News Writer, and Patriotic American. So, former disgraced, ousted Rhino Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy, has spent the 2024 election season on a revenge tour, as any vindictive narcissist would, attempting one last-ditch effort at throwing dirt in the eyes of the statesman responsible for his removal from the speakership back in October of 2023.
The office of Speaker of the House of the United States House of Representatives is hereby declared vacant.
Allie, just wow.
My boss, former Congressman Matt Gaetz, sits atop the list of individuals McCarthy holds responsible for his removal. The Florida Patriots PAC, a group tied heavily to McCarthy and his Rhino allies, spent $3.5 million in attack ads on Matt Gaetz. And despite all their efforts and insane amounts of spending, Gaetz sailed to victory in his primary race, winning in a landslide against his opponent Aaron Dimmick, claiming over 70% of the vote. The Republicans of Florida 1 have spoken, and they want to keep Gaetz fighting. Gaetz called the election his performance review. Take a listen.
Connection with our constituents, whether it's the challenges they have with the VA or their desire to see our military mission grow or our care for our seniors in our area. I've been fighting for our constituents on all of those fronts, and this is my performance review.
President Trump endorsed Congressman Gaetz because President Trump understands he needs as many allies in the Washington cesspool we know as Congress as possible in his quest to end the status quo, destroy the established order in permanent Washington, and restore the America First agenda. Congressman Gaetz is a genuine statesman. He's there because he cares. As someone who worked under him as his press assistant, podcast producer, and man on the street, I can tell you firsthand that Matt Gaetz, he's a terrific guy, He genuinely loves his country just as he loves his district. Congrats to the congressman on his landslide victory. And that's all I have for you guys today. Be sure to drop a like on this video and subscribe. You get a chance to win a $50 Amazon gift card. So do it for that, if for nothing else. Don't forget to follow me on Twitter and Instagram at ChrisCella_Jr. for more news, updates, memes, and a ton of other stuff. Thanks for watching. See you in the next one. Bye.
Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple weeks ago, the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, referred to California's crime policies as a national model. And Vice President Harris, of course herself from California, has said that California is a, quote, role model for what can be done around the country. So I think that this hearing, looking specifically at California's crime situation, is a timely opportunity to evaluate that thesis as to what kind of a national model California provides when it comes to its approach to crime. And that approach consists of three main elements. The first is a systematic effort to defund police departments in cities like Los Angeles, San Francisco, and Oakland. Second, a systematic effort to not enforce criminal laws with the election of so-called progressive prosecutors like George Gascon, Kamala Harris, and Chesa Boudin in San Francisco, Gascon again in LA, Pamela Price in Oakland. And then thirdly is just taking a hatchet to the criminal code with laws like Prop 47, for example, which passed in 2014 and effectively legalized retail theft, spawning this crisis of retail theft and smash and grabs across California. Prop 47 also effectively legalized drug possession, even for Class A drugs, even for fentanyl. And what that has done is made it impossible for us to get folks who have drug addiction the help that they need, so that you have them just living on our streets and tragically all too often dying on our streets in these open-air drug markets that you have to walk through, wade through in many of our major cities. 2 years after Prop 47 came Prop 57, which made tens of thousands of very serious, heinous criminals eligible for early release. Now, of course, California voters would never have passed such a thing if it were properly described to them. But unfortunately, the initiative was described on the ballot as only applying to nonviolent offenders. It was described as such by the then Attorney General, Kamala Harris. In reality, it made criminals eligible for early release who had committed crimes like rape, human trafficking with minors, assault with a deadly weapon, drive-by shootings. All of this was described as nonviolent activity by the Attorney General. And so with the passage of these measures, Prop 47, Prop 57, the defunding of police, the so-called progressive prosecutor movement, we have seen crime go up in California. The results speak for themselves. Just over the last 5 years, violent crime has gone up 15.1%, aggravated assault 30.6%, homicide 9.1%, aggravated assault with a firearm 62.9%. The violent crime rate in California is 31% higher than the rest of the country. But those statistics don't even tell the full story. If you look at San Francisco, for example, businesses are closing left and right. In just a short span of time in the last year, you had the closure of Nordstrom, Whole Foods, T-Mobile, Anthropologie, Saks, the iconic toy store that this movie Toy Story was based on had to close. In-N-Out had to close its first restaurant ever, citing the danger to customers and to their workers. Or if you just walk into, many of our major cities, you have to, if you want to go to the grocery store, you have to dodge needles, you have to wade through encampments. And when you go into the store, if you want to buy basic goods like, frozen foods or shampoo or conditioner, you have to go get a clerk to open up the cabinet to get it for you because everything is under lock and key. In Los Angeles, the police has specifically warned people that you shouldn't go outside when you are wearing jewelry. This is the reality of life in many parts of California following this dangerous decriminalization experiment. But the good news is this, that while Gavin Newsom says this is a national model, while Kamala Harris says it's a role model for the rest of the country, the people of California are rendering a very different verdict. Those cities that defunded their police have now refunded their police. Several of these so-called progressive prosecutors have been recalled or are currently being recalled or being removed from office. And there is a bipartisan initiative right now to largely reverse Prop 47 and end the Prop 47 experiment in California. And it has received broad bipartisan support. I was just on a bipartisan panel supporting it with our colleague Ami Bera. The mayors of San Jose, San Diego, San Francisco are supporting this initiative, even though the governor of California, Gavin Newsom, has continued to stand by Prop 47 and fought our reform effort every step of the way. So, Mr. Chairman, while there are some who will point to California's crime policies as a national model, I would encourage folks across the country to listen to the people of California themselves, who are saying very clearly this is not a model for the nation, it is a warning to the nation. I yield back.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gaetz.
Yeah, I had questions for Mr. Ingram, but that was a remarkable presentation from Congressman Kiley about how things have gone in California. And when I heard that they had to close an In-N-Out and a Whole Foods, but that is a broad swath of the constituency in California. When you get both of those establishments having to close, it's remarkable. Mr. Ingram, so we have this dynamic now that Mr. Kiley just laid out perfectly, where you're seeing more and more crimes not really being counted as crimes. And you're seeing more and more criminals just being let out and not really deemed part of the criminal justice system for any meaningful period of time. And so I want you to bring like the average American who's heard the presentation, that crime rates are down, we're safer now under these policies that don't really punish people for things like theft. Like, what does that actually mean on the streets of America? What would you say to an American that encountered that information, but it didn't jive with how they felt?
What I would equate it to is we see it every day in our city, where we sit right now. It's mind-boggling on how we talk about crime. For us, again, somebody that has been in Minnesota since 2012, the 5 years we had one burglary. Now we've had 12, 13. Every time I get a thing from our district attorney, it says we've reduced the charges to under $1,000. Even though it may have cost me $20,000 to repair the building, a safe, they rolled down 3 flights of stairs, ripped out walls, ripped out staircases. We reduced it down to under $1,000, and the person is back on the streets, and he robs us again, and we reduce it down, and he robs us again, and we reduce it down. To me, that is the madness of it. Recently, our breakfast restaurant called Hope. Somebody broke into it, busted out the garage door, went into the space, and then we get a letter saying we've reduced the crime down to under $1,000. Where the glass on the garage door costs more than that. It's to me, it's when we have these, again, this isn't a political thing for me. It's real life. This is real humans. These are real businesses. We're having businesses close every single day. We're having people murdered. We have a drug dealer that provided laced drugs with fentanyl to my partner's son. He died. He texted him, something is wrong. He said, you'll be fine. We had his address. That drug dealer, to my knowledge, is still on the streets to this day.
Mr. Ingram, Vice President Harris filled out a questionnaire for the ACLU when she was running for president back in 2019, and she advocated for the position of decriminalizing fentanyl, making it where that wasn't something where people would interface with the criminal justice system but would have a different path. Do you think that would make your streets safer?
I don't believe that will make our streets safer. People, you must be held accountable for your actions. Words don't really matter. Actions matter. We can all say, I can sit here, say whatever I want to say, any of us can say. Actions are what matter. What is happening every single day is what matters, and that's really what we need is common sense to take over. If you've been arrested 50 times in 3 years, you shouldn't be out to do it again.
Here's what I don't get, Mr. Ingram. Why do people, I've never been a prosecutor, but why would you want to become a prosecutor to then not prosecute the criminals? That'd be like opening restaurants and not wanting to make food. That'd be like opening a bar and not wanting to make drinks. Like, do you ever get to talk to some of these folks in your community and say, hey, like, I just sort of assumed that me being the restaurateur, I would run a restaurant, and you being the prosecutors, you would prosecute the criminals. Is that too much to ask?
Yeah, unfortunately, I just get to speak to our first responders that show up on site, and I see the look in their eyes, how defeated they are, because they've arrested, they know them by name. We show them the picture, and they tell us their name. They know where they live, and they're so demoralized and defeated. It's insane.
Well, we don't live like this in Florida. You don't have to live like this. Florida's ready when you are, as a matter of fact. But I do worry that these bad ideas that we've seen emerge in some of our Democrat-run cities could spread to other parts of the country. In our last few seconds, what would be your warning to a community thinking about adopting these policies that reduce theft thresholds and allow this type of conduct?
My biggest thing would say, love people. And love is hard. My dad had to discipline me because I made mistakes. Discipline sucks, but it has to happen. Love people, and that includes discipline.
That's terrific advice. I very much appreciate you being here, and I see my time's expired. I yield back.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
All the talk in Washington is about whether we'll have this flavor of a continuing resolution for government funding or that flavor of a continuing resolution. And what that does is it presents the entire funding of the United States government as an up or down vote, an up or down proposition. And that is precisely the reason we're nearly $38 trillion in debt. We have to break the fever dream of governing by omnibus spending bill and continuing resolution, and we have to get to single subject spending bills where these agencies have to defend their budget and its programmatic review. And the reason that doesn't happen is because the lobbyists and the special interests who run this town and who own the leaders on both sides, they want it that way. They don't want any itemized review. And so we have to get back to those single subject bills, or we will continue this path we're on, where we're adding $1 trillion in debt to the national debt every 100 days. The American people don't want it. Only the folks in Washington want it, and I'm going to keep demanding a change in the way we think, breaking the fever dream, and getting back to single subject bills. I'll vote against these continuing resolutions. I yield back, Mr. Speaker.
Matt Gaetz is making us proud. He's going to war with them Democrats. He's fighting for our freedom. He risked it all for the people, man. Turn them doubters to believers.
Hi everyone, Congressman Matt Gaetz here. Thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. This is a service of our congressional office, so make sure that you go to our website, gaetz.house.gov. There you can sign up for our newsletter that goes into the events of the United States Congress each and every week with my special insights. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We've put those accounts on the screen. That way you're connected to all of our work on your behalf. And finally, I would suggest that you always consume the Gaetz Network through the Rumble app. If you download the app and then turn notifications on, it's the best way you know when we go live so that you can see our speeches on the floor, committee hearings, and other remarks on important matters to you. Again, thanks for watching the Gaetz Network. Programming continues.
Matt Gaetz, the biggest firebrand inside of the House of Representatives.
You're not taking Matt Gaetz off the board, okay? Because Matt Gaetz is an American patriot and Matt Gaetz is an American hero.
We will not continue to allow the uniparty to run this town without a fight.
I want to thank you, Matt Gaetz, for holding the line.
Matt Gaetz is a courageous man. If we had hundreds of Matt Gaetz in D.C., the country turns around. It's that simple.
He's so tough, he's so strong, he's smart, and he loves this country. Matt Gaetz.
It is the honor of my life to fight alongside each and every one of you. We will save America.
It's choose your fighter time. Send in the firebrand.
All the talk in Washington is about whether we'll have this flavor of a continuing resolution for government funding or that flavor of a continuing resolution. And what that does is it presents the entire funding of the United States government as an up or down vote, an up or down proposition. And that is precisely the reason we're nearly $38 trillion in debt. We have to break the fever dream of governing by omnibus spending bill and continuing resolution, and we have to get to single subject spending bills where these agencies have to defend their budget and its programmatic review. And the reason that doesn't happen is because the lobbyists and the special interests who run this town and who own the leaders on both sides, they want it that way. They don't want any itemized review. And so we have to get back to those single subject bills, or we will continue this path we're on, where we're adding $1 trillion in debt to the national debt every 100 days. The American people don't want it. Only the folks in Washington want it, and I'm going to keep demanding a change in the way we think, breaking the fever dream, and getting back to single subject bills. I'll vote against these continuing resolutions. I yield back, Mr. Speaker. Welcome back to Firebrand. We are live. Hope everyone had a great August. We were moving around the country, and it's important, even if Firebrand isn't at the top of your podcast feed, that you are subscribed to the Gaetz Network. That's where all the discussions we're having about what's going on in the world, in Washington, in Florida, available to our great constituents. So today is Thursday, September 12th, 2024. Kamala Harris is still the worst vice president in the history of the United States, and you can find out exactly why by taking a quick peek inside your wallet. Not a single American citizen is doing better under this failed story of an administration, unless, in fact, you were a part of that administration or one of their preferred buddies or groups. In the last 12 months alone, over 1.2 native-born Americans lost their jobs through Kamalanomics. Now, that could have something to do with the fact that 1.3 million foreign workers have gained jobs during that same period. So you're going to hear a lot of discussion from Biden and Harris about all these jobs they've created, all the good job numbers. The reality is Americans are losing those jobs to foreign-born workers. And while we're at it, prices are out of control. See, these continuing resolutions I was just talking about on the floor, they lead to the debt, they lead to the rise in interest rates, they lead to the constrained supply, the high demand that leads to inflation. Gasoline prices have skyrocketed by nearly 50% since Kamala Harris took office. And if you think you can avoid it by taking an Uber or a Lyft, think again, because rideshare prices have gone up by almost 40% as well. Now, if you decide to drive, you better be paying attention to the road, because you'll be paying about 30% more for any repairs that your vehicle may need. And that's on top of your insurance, which has gone up by almost 55%. So if Kamala Harris becomes president, you might as well kiss your freedoms goodbye, because you'll be stuck in your house for the next 4 years. If you cannot afford to leave your house is a prison. And with these prices, that's what's happening. Inflation under Kamala Harris has risen by 20.2%, and it's not only affecting transportation. Eggs up 46.8%, poultry up 24.4%, ground beef up 26.3%, bread up 24.3%, flour up 37%, sugar up more than 31%. There's really no limit on what Kamalanomics is impacting. And she's even taking away Frosted Flakes and Cheerios. That's right. Breakfast cereal is up 22.3%. This is why they've been trying to convince us all to eat the bugs. They're cheaper. If you just eat the grasshoppers and the crickets, all your problems will go away. Maybe next, they'll endorse chasing around cats and dogs for your meals. More on that later. And as I said before, there is no outcome too far-fetched when it comes to Kamalanomics. So joining me to talk about the interface between the very liberal tax and spend agenda of Biden-Harris and what we see in the House of Representatives, a great firebrand, former head of the House Freedom Caucus, Congressman from Arizona, Andy Biggs. Thanks for joining me, Andy. As we look at these rising prices, which I know you're hearing about in Arizona, I hear about in Florida, who do you blame?
Well, you got to blame I blame Congress and the policies of this administration. The reason you blame Congress is because we've done nothing to effectively stop the ridiculous spending levels that are being imposed on us even more by this administration. And when you talk about inflation has two drivers right now. Higher prices has two drivers. Number one, high energy costs. So when you're paying more at the pump, everything gets goes up, because even if it's trained in or boated in, whatever, the last mile goes to gas, brother. And the other one is when you devalue your currency by just loading it with national debt like we do. Well, that's inflation. That's the classical definition of inflation.
And I'm wondering how this is going to play out specifically in Arizona. When I'm in Arizona, there's a lot of driving.
Yes.
A lot of people do have to come into the suburban centers or the urban centers that live out in more rural places. And so, like, the average drive in Arizona is probably longer for a worker than the average drive in Massachusetts or Connecticut, right? And I wonder if that's going to be a voting issue. And then also, when I've been with you in some of these areas